Chapter 1. The dark sky and the endless pale sand dunes. Chuan looked up and saw nothing but desolation. After wandering in this barren land for a long time, he never saw another living creature, as if this sea of white sand was his final destination. Is this the world after death? Chuan's memory was frozen in the cramped hospital ward. On the heavily dusty ceiling, he swallowed the last breath of sad air in the world and died helplessly. He was originally a test taker in a small town. After more than 10 years of hard study, he finally achieved his wish of success. He broke away from his poverty, graduated from a prestigious university, and successfully got a job in a large company. After years of hard work, he finally achieved a social class leap and bought a car and a house in a first-tier city. In a short time, Chuan became a celebrity in his hometown and became the other people's child in the eyes of countless parents. Just when he had basically achieved financial freedom and was about to enjoy life, a medical record of advanced gastric cancer once again shattered the happiness he had worked so hard for. Because Chuan's disease was discovered very late, after he finished his first chemotherapy, his parents sold all his RVs in the big city and took him to a small hospital in his hometown, under the pretext of conservative treatment. After being transferred to another hospital, Chuan's condition deteriorated rapidly, and he passed away just 2 months later. The past is gone. Chuan's past life flashed back in his mind, but he finally rejected them one by one. Standing in this sea of white sand, Chuan subconsciously moved his body, only to find that there was a rustling sound coming from the sand behind him. A huge body covered with white bones kept wriggling under the sand, revealing its broad body and limbs that were like sharp blades. What kind of monster is this? Oh, this is my own body. That's fine. I turned into a monster with a human upper body and a centipede lower body. Perhaps it was because he hadn't talked to anyone for too long. Chuan kept muttering to himself for a long time before he came to his senses and took a closer look at himself. Since there were no mirrors, water sources, or other refracting targets around, he could only observe with his eyes and found that he had turned into a giant monster with a human upper body and a centipede lower body. The whole body was about 4 or 5 meters long and looked very strong. The 2 large human-shaped palms were also covered with a layer of white bones and looked full of strength. Chuan had no doubt that he could easily crush an adult's head with one hand. He actually saw a round hole at the junction of his human upper body and centipede lower body. This strange posture of mine in this awful desert. Could this be Hueco Mundo? And I've become a hollow? When Chuan saw the surrounding environment at first, he was still unsure. But now, combined with the hole on his body, he was roughly sure that he was in Hueco Mundo, and he had actually turned into a void. Chuan quickly stretched out his pale big hand and touched his face. The hard touch really made it seem like a mask with strange patterns was covering his face. So, I've traveled to the Shinigami world? Chuan was also a senior Shinigami anime fan in his previous life. He didn't expect that after his death he could travel to Hueco Mundo and become a hollow. Seeing himself transformed into a hideous monster, Chuan did not feel any fear or discomfort, but rather a bit of joy. Come on, this is super cool. On second thought, hollows are a highly endangered species in the Shinigami world. If they were killed by the Soul Society Shinigami, if they were innocent in their lifetime, at least they could be reincarnated into the Soul Society. But if they were found guilty in their lifetime, they would go straight to hell. If those Quincy's found out and killed me, it would be even more tragic. I wouldn't even have a chance to be reborn, I would just turn into ashes. And during the period when Aizen ruled Hueco Mundo, he conducted a series of Arankar experiments on the hollows, and it is unknown how many hollows were killed. Oh, it's so hard to be a virtual person. I just don't know what the current timeline is. If it's before the plot develops, there's still time to develop. If it's during the plot, or after the plot develops, it will be a disaster. Roar! Just as Chuan was daydreaming, a low roar suddenly came from behind him. A green lizard over 2 meters long rushed towards Chuan with dark yellow mucus flowing from its mouth. Boom! Chuan instantly pulled out the centipede's tail that was buried deep under the sand and slammed it heavily towards the lizard, directly knocking its entire body into the sand. Then Chuan turned around and threw a series of turtle punches at the lizard who was just about to get up. Bang, bang, bang. Woo-woo. Under Chuan's inexplicable combo, the lizard hollow trapped deep in the sand dunes became extremely miserable. The dark white mask on its face was broken into 3 pieces, and the sharp claws on its limbs were all hammered off. It lay in the sand, whimpering, as if begging for mercy. Dark green blood splattered all over the surrounding sand and Chuan's body, but Chuan's punches did not stop until the lizard was hammered beyond recognition and completely silent. Call. Looking at the lizard lying dead in the sand pit, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although killing this much smaller lizard wasn't a problem for him at the moment, it was still a significant challenge for Chuan, a man who had always been a good young man in the 21st century. After all, he had lived for 30 years in his previous life and had never even killed a chicken. After a while, Chuan calmed himself down. Now that he knew that he had been reincarnated into the Shinigami world and became a hollow, he had to complete the change of mentality in the shortest possible time and take advantage of every opportunity to become stronger and grow rapidly. After all, this world is really full of dangers. When the current timeline is still unclear, the truth is to seize the time to become stronger. Although this world is dangerous, it also comes with opportunities, a chance for him to gain extraordinary power and transcend everything. Immediately, Chuan stared at the corpse of the lizard hollow, which was almost hammered into a pulp by him. He clearly remembered that in the original work, hollows could evolve by devouring each other, and the best among them could even transform into the legendary strongest Minos Grande Vasto Lord. So he didn't care about the nausea and directly picked up a piece of lizard forelimb mixed with dark green blood, put it into his big mouth under the dark white mask, and kept chewing it. Crunch, crunch. Chuan chewed up the lizard Sue's front limbs in just a few bites. He did not feel nauseous as expected. Instead, it tasted unusually delicious. He didn't know whether the lizard Sue was originally delicious or whether Chuan's appetite had been completely distorted after being reincarnated as Sue. After swallowing all of the lizard's front limbs, Chuan felt that his spiritual power had increased slightly. Then, with excitement in his eyes, he looked at the other pieces of meat in the sand pit and began to devour them. Chapter 2. Crunch, crunch. In the silent sea of sand, there was a constant sound of chewing that made your teeth ache. Soon, Chuan devoured all the lizards that were over 2 meters long. However, Chuan did not feel full at all, as if he could devour another 100 lizards. After completely digesting the lizard hollow, Chuan felt that his overall Ryatsu increased by 1/20th. Chuan also found that his body seemed to have grown a little bigger. During the process of swallowing, Chuan discovered that the spiritual power provided by the entire body of the lizard Su only accounted for less than 40% of the increased spiritual power, and more than 60% of the spiritual power came from the broken masks. The taste is very strange, a bit like compressed biscuits. Feeling the significant increase in Ryatsu in his body, Chuan had a satisfied smile on his pale face. In the days that followed, Chuan wandered in the sea of sand as he did before, constantly searching for other voids. After half a month of unremitting exploration and in-depth research, Chuan finally encountered more voids. However, all the voids Chuan encountered were just like the lizard void he had met before. They had no intelligence and only knew how to fight savagely. Obviously, those like Chuan who had human thinking were obviously an anomaly. On this day, Chuan hid his entire body under the sand, leaving only half of his head floating on the surface of the sand and continuing to sneak. Roar. Accompanied by a shrill roar, a black and red beam of light carrying a terrifying high-temperature shot from a distance, brushed past Chuan who was hiding under the sand, and shot towards an earthworm in front of him that was more than 40 meters long. Under the blast of the black and red light beam, the earthworm screamed miserably and was directly cut in half by the black and red light beam. The aftermath of the black and red light beam hit the sand, raising a large amount of smoke and dust, frightening Chuan who was hiding in the sand and trembling. It's zero. Although Chuan had seen this essential move of Minos Grande countless times in the original anime in his previous life, it was far less shocking than watching it live this time. Chuan followed the source of the zero and saw a massive, jet-black creature nearly 100 meters tall. Its neck was covered in a ring of dark white bone spurs, and a white bone spike was attached to the pure white mask on its face. Its entire body exuded a terrifying Ryatsu. This is Jillian. No, this isn't just any Jillian. This was not the first time Chuan had seen Jillian during his half-month of exploration. He still remembered that 3 days ago he saw from afar a group of Jillian heading towards a place called Minos Grande Forest deep in the desert. The Jillian in front of him was much taller than the group of Jillians Chuan had seen before, and his mask style was fundamentally different from that of the other Jillians. Xenomorph Jillian. Chuan, who was lying under the sand, took a deep breath and immediately realized that the Jillian in front of him was an intelligent alien species. Chuan clearly remembered that in the original work, Jillian was formed by more than 100 extremely hungry hollows devouring each other and then merging with each other. During this initial evolution, since the intelligence of the void is generally low or even non-existent, most Jillians will completely lose their individual consciousness after being promoted to Jillian. However, this is not absolute. A very small number of hollows still retain their intelligence after being promoted to Jillian, and know to devour other hollows to continue to grow stronger. This kind of Minos Grande is a different kind of Jillian. As long as this kind of Minos Grande does not die, there is still some hope for them to become a mid-level Minos Grande Ajuchas, not to mention the highest-level Vasto Lord. At this moment, Chuan, who was lurking under the sand, felt his heart in his throat. Although his body was not as strong as that of the giant earthworm, it was still a small dessert for the alien Jillian. At this moment, something strange happened. The upper body of the giant earthworm, which had been pierced by Zoro and split in two and was lying dead on the ground, suddenly dived into the sand and ran desperately in the direction of Chuan. F***K, don't come over here. Seeing that the giant earthworm with only half of its body left was actually running towards him, Chuan suddenly felt a headache. If this attracted the alien Jillian, he would have no choice but to play with it. When the alien Jillian saw the giant earthworm Sue's actions, there was a hint of mockery on his deep, white-masked face, and his huge pupils revealed contempt for his prey. Call out. It happened so quickly that Jillian, the alien species, dodged and instantly moved his huge body to the path that the giant earthworm had to pass through. Then, with his huge right hand covered with sharp bone spurs, he grabbed the panicked earthworm and lifted up half of its body. Ring spin. This Jillian alien had actually used ring spin. Normally, ring spin could only be performed after becoming an intermediate Minos Grande Ajuchas or an Arankar, but this Jillian alien had actually mastered it beforehand. Seeing this scene, Chuan, who was hiding not far away, was frightened out of his wits. Am I going to die before I even accomplish my mission after such a great effort? Thinking of this, Chuan couldn't help but feel a bitterness deep in his heart. The alien Jillian held the earthworm in one hand, opened his bloody mouth, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it nonstop, like chewing spicy strips. He ate the giant earthworm clean in just a few bites and left without looking back. That was close. I was almost exposed, just as Chuan, hiding under the sand, was thankful that the alien Jillian hadn't noticed him. The Jillian, which had already walked away, suddenly turned back and looked towards the sand where Chuan was hiding. A hint of mockery appeared under the huge mask on its face, then turned around and left. It discovered me, but thought I was too weak, so it didn't bother to devour me. After reading the look in Jillian's eyes, Chuan felt a sense of humiliation, but at the same time, he also felt somewhat fortunate. All right, you're just kidding, huh? When I become an Ajuchas or Vasto Lord someday, I'll definitely let you experience how I feel today. Looking at the direction where the alien Jillian left, Chuan could only whisper in his heart. He then waited for several hours, confirming that the alien Jillian had truly gone far away, before slowly emerging from the sand. He smiled as he looked at the remains of the giant earthworm, which had been killed by the alien Jillian, leaving only its lower half. Although the upper body with the highest spiritual power and the mask had been eaten clean by the alien Jillian, the remaining lower half, although it was just leftovers that Minos Grande looked down upon, was a great tonic for Chuan at this time. Thanks for the gift, brother Jillian. Chuan had already decided to be gentler when beating up the alien Jillian next time. Chapter 3. The giant earthworm was extremely huge. Even with the small part of its body that was left, Chuan still looked very small compared to it. It was as big as 7 or 8 of him. Chuan greedily devoured every piece of flesh and blood. If some of the blood had not seeped into the sand and could not be swallowed, he would have wanted to eat the sand as well. Chuan, knowing the original storyline and that everything in Hueco Mundo is made up of a high concentration of spirit particles, decided to experiment with swallowing white sand to see if it would increase his Ryatsu. However, he choked himself to death several times before finally giving up. Soon, Chuan had completely devoured the huge corpse that was far larger than his own body. This time was different from the past. After eating half of the earthworm's body, Chuan finally felt a long-lost sense of fullness. Roar! Chuan was surrounded by strands of dark golden Ryatsu all over his body, and he couldn't help but roar to the sky. Am I going to advance? Chuan, who noticed the change in himself, showed a smile on his face covered by the pale mask. Immediately, Chuan felt very relaxed, as if he had returned to his previous life, and someone had given him a full-body SBA. A dark golden spiritual power beam burst out from his body, and Chuan's figure underwent a new evolution in the Ryatsu light beam. The beam of light did not last long and dissipated after about 10 seconds. The golden light faded, the dust disappeared, revealing Yi Chuan's new look. The body, which was originally 4 or 5 meters long, has now become even larger. Including the centipede-like tail, Yi Chuan's entire body length is about 7 or 8 meters, nearly twice as large as before. The originally pale centipede's limbs now had some dark golden lightning patterns on them. Even the pale mask on Yi Chuan's head that covered his entire head like a helmet also had a dark golden lightning pattern on it. The upper half of the human-like body was interwoven with gold and black lines, appearing even more bizarre than before. I evolved into a powerful hollow, Yi Chuan said excitedly. Based on Yi Chuan's exploration over the past half-month and his understanding of the original work of his previous life, Yi Chuan has roughly understood the level division of the void. In the original story, it was only mentioned that there were ordinary voids and Minos Grande. Among them, Minos Grande were divided into the lower-level Minos Grande Jillian, the middle-level Minos Grande Ajuchas, and the most mysterious upper-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord. After Yi Chuan's field research and personal experience, he realized that not only Minos Grande has grades, but even ordinary void has grades. Stage 1. Newly born void. The void that just appeared in Hueco Mundo Yi Chuan and the lizard void killed by Yi Chuan are both of this type. This kind of void has just been formed or has been formed not long ago, and has not yet had time to devour enough of its own kind or human souls. Its strength is generally low, and its strength mainly depends on the strength of its soul before it was transformed into void. The reason why Yi Chuan was able to crush the lizard was entirely because his soul's strength as a human was higher than the latter. Stage 2. Powerful Hollow. After his first evolution, Yi Chuan is now at this level. The third stage, Giant Hollow. The giant earthworm hollow that was easily killed by the alien Jillian was at this level. The fourth stage, lower-level Minos Grande Jillian. This type of Minos Grande is a giant monster formed by at least 100 giant hollows fighting and devouring each other. It is the gatekeeper among the Minos Grandes, and more than 90% of Jillians look exactly the same. Most of them will lose consciousness completely and become mindless killing machines. This type of mindless Jillian will be commanded by the mid-level Minos Grande Ajuchas. Only a few Jillians retain their intelligence and continue to consciously devour their own kind, evolving towards the more advanced Minos Grande Ajuchas, such as the one Yi Chuan encountered previously. In addition, there is a special type of Jillian, that is, the special Jillian that degenerates from the intermediate Minos Grande Ajuchas. This type of Jillian is formed when a group of Ajuchas are injured during evolution and fighting, resulting in their bodies being mutilated and falling down from the Ajucha rank. This special Jillian will not degenerate into the standard Jillian body type, retaining the posture of being an Ajucha, and its strength is far beyond that of ordinary Jillian. The fifth stage, Intermediate Minos Grande Ajuchas. It evolved from the alien Jillian through constant fighting and devouring. It is usually larger than the ordinary Hollow, but smaller than Jillian. It can command Jillian in battle and can use high-level skills such as Zero and Hollow Bullet Ring Turn. However, they still need to constantly devour their own kind in order to evolve. Once bitten by a Minos Grande of equal or higher level, even the smallest loss, their evolution will cease forever. From then on, even if they devour more of their own kind, at best they can only prevent themselves from degenerating into Jillian, and they will never have the chance to become a Vasto Lord again. Sixth stage, Advanced Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Vasto Lords are the highest-ranking Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo. They evolve from Ajuchas with sufficient potential or spawn naturally in Hueco Mundo. Human-sized, they are extremely rare, yet possess immense combat power, rivaling even Soul Society captains. There's still a long way to go. Yi Chuan was not overly happy about his promotion to a powerful Hollow, because he knew that if he was in the later stages of the plot, even an Arankar at the Vasto Lord level would not be enough, let alone a powerful Hollow like himself who was as weak as an ant. With the timeline unclear, the only correct thing to do is to quickly strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you might encounter two Ajuchas, and the aftermath of the battle will crush you into pieces. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan felt even more anxious. He quickly familiarized himself with his evolved body and was delighted to discover that he had two new abilities. Ability 1, Concealment. Yi Chuan can hide his Ryatsu to a point where it is almost invisible. Only those with Ryatsu that is 100 times greater than his own can sense Yi Chuan's Ryatsu. Ability 2, Lightning. Yi Chuan can wrap arcs of lightning around the limbs of his centipede lower body. Unfortunately, These lightning can only attach to his body surface and cannot attack from a distance. Upon learning about his two new abilities, Chuan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With these two new abilities, combined with the special terrain of the Hueco Mundo Sand Sea, Chuan would be the best hunter and could greatly speed up his devouring evolution process. As for the means of long-range attack, I have those too. Chuan showed a barely perceptible smile under the mask, and then his mind kept flashing back to the scene of witnessing the alien Jillian releasing Zoro. Then, the pale index finger of his right hand pointed forward, and a wisp of black and red Ryatsu gathered at the fingertips. 5 seconds later, a black and red beam of light burst out from Chuan's fingertips and shot towards the distant sand dunes. Boom! A huge roar was accompanied by a cloud of dust. Chapter 4. Ahem, just one shot completely drained me. Chuan looked weakly at the big crater in front of him caused by his Zoro and smiled with satisfaction. The power was about half of that of the alien Jillian Zoro. As Minos Grande's signature skill Zoro, Chuan actually learned Zoro in the powerful hollow stage. Am I a genius? Chuan scratched his head, which was completely covered by the mask, with his pale big hands, and said with some pride, "It seems that it's not durable enough. And the charging time is also a bit long. It seems that at this stage, this move can only be used as a trump card." Feeling that the Ryatsu in his body had reached the bottom, Chuan spun his tail towards the sand and drilled directly into the sand layer. Then Chuan's entire body entered the sand layer. As everyone knows, the entire Hueco Mundo is composed of a high concentration of spirit particles, so Chuan only needs to stay in Hueco Mundo to restore his Ryatsu. However, in order to prevent himself from being attacked by other hollows when his Ryatsu is at the bottom, he hides under the sand layer after activating the breath retention technique and waits for his Ryatsu to recover. It was not until several hours later, when Chuan felt that his Ryatsu had almost recovered, that he emerged from the sand. After half a month of exploration, he already knew the distribution of various levels of void in the Sand Sea. If he went deeper, he would easily encounter Jillian groups and ajuchas. Therefore, Chuan chose to return the same way. He planned to devour a large number of newly born voids in the outer area first, and then gradually explore forward after he was promoted to a giant void. Chuan was sneaking in the sand. Although he was now nearly 8 meters tall, he was able to move silently thanks to the help of his breath control. Boom, boom, boom. On his way back, Chuan suddenly noticed that the sand layers in the nearby area were vibrating to varying degrees, and loud noises continued to be heard from the front. There are hollows fighting ahead, and the battle is extremely fierce. Relying on the blessing of breath holding, Chuan bravely swam towards the source of the loud noise. Then he saw a scene that shocked him greatly. What is this? 100 hollows eating each other. The so-called 100 hollows devouring each other means that more than 100 giant hollows will entangle with each other and devour each other due to some special circumstances. The one that wins in the end will be promoted to Jillian. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Chuan, who was under the sand, saw this and immediately activated his ultimate power, hiding under the sand and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Each of the group of voids fighting in front of him was a giant void that was one level higher than Chuan. Chuan used his breath-concealing ability to move freely across the battlefield, and no giant void noticed his presence. This breath suppression method is indeed very useful. Chuan, hiding in the shallow sand, stared intently at the giant virtual beings fighting in the field, trying to see if he could take advantage of any opportunity. Suddenly, Chuan noticed that there was a giant hollow in the form of an octopus in front of his left. Facing the siege of 2 giant hollows that looked extremely similar, completely black and resembled hyenas, it was retreating step by step. These 2 hyenas look very similar, the only difference being the length of their teeth. It seems they are quite intelligent and know how to work together to kill prey. The short-toothed hyena drew the octopus's attention in front, engaging in a grappling battle with the 8 massive octopus legs. The long-toothed hyena then launched a sneak attack from behind. Puff! 2 sharp teeth pierced into the back of the giant octopus's head like 2 steel knives. The octopus felt a sudden surge of pain, its 8 octopus legs dancing wildly in the air. Simultaneously, countless bubbles erupted from its massive mouth. The moment these bubbles made contact with the 2 hyenas, they burst, blasting the octopus itself, along with the caster, into a horrific explosion. It seems this giant octopus has some brains, but not much. He's even willing to injure himself to escape the clutches of these 2 hyenas. In this battle of 100 voids, Even if he manages to escape the clutches of these two dogs, he'll be unable to escape unscathed by blowing himself up halfway. Chuan commented with interest from the sand layer below. Ah. The long-toothed hyena that was affected by the explosion at the back had cracks all over its body, and bright red blood flowed from the hyena, which was as big as a hill, all over its body, like a red waterfall. After a roar, the long-toothed hyena raised its right paw, which suddenly became extremely strong. Its four sharp and thick claws were like four sharp steel knives, and it grabbed the giant octopus fiercely. Crash! For hideous wounds were slashed across the giant octopus's back, and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. The bone mask atop the octopus's head was also shattered. A huge, half-broken mask plummeted to a sudden stop on the sand dunes. Having freed itself from the octopus's grip, the short-toothed hyena, with a look of excitement on its face, charged towards the broken mask. Just as it was about to snatch it up, the sand layer shook rapidly, and a figure with a human-like upper body and a centipede-like lower body suddenly rushed out, snatched away the incomplete mask that was the same size as its body, and then drilled into the sand layer again. Ah! Seeing this, the short-toothed hyena was stunned for a moment, then let out an unwilling howl towards the sky, because it could no longer sense the ryatsu of the little bug that stole its prey. The long-toothed hyena Su, who was fighting with the octopus Su, also noticed this situation at this time. However, due to the octopus Su's desperate counterattack, the two hyena Su had no time to care about other things, and had to join forces to deal with the half-crippled octopus Su in front of them. Fortune and honor are found in danger. Under the sand several miles away from the place where the 100 voids were eating each other, Chuan looked at the huge dark white mask that was almost as long as half of his body and smiled with satisfaction. This wave of huge profits. Without time to admire his trophy, Chuan swam in the opposite direction for another 2 hours to prevent the two giant hyenas from catching up. Only then did he finally feel relieved. Although the possibility of the two hyenas, with their limited intelligence, being able to track him was extremely small, he was still cautious. 10,000 years. Chuan slowly emerged from the sand and repeatedly confirmed that there were no other Su within a few kilometers. Then he went under the sand again, swimming to a depth of about 10 meters below the sand, and began to swallow the half-mask from the octopus Su. Crunch, crunch. It tastes good, a bit like seaweed-flavored soda crackers. Chuan took a bite and found that the half-mask contained far more spirit particles than the remaining limbs of the giant earthworm Su. Although both were made of the same material as the giant Su's body, the spirit particle content was not at the same level. After all, one was the core mask, and the other was the remaining limbs of the alien Jillian that he had discarded. Chapter 5. Hueco Mundo, the New Land. As the name suggests, this large area is the activity range of the New Desert and belongs to the outermost area of the entire Hueco Mundo desert. Roar. A violent roar was heard. Looking towards the source of the sound, I saw a figure that was originally human-shaped, but in the next moment it was wrapped in a white liquid and turned into a half-human high spider. Apparently, this was the final struggle of a half-hollow soul, finally transformed completely into a hollow in Hueco Mundo. When Chuan first discovered him, he thought he had met a human in Hueco Mundo, but when he got closer, he realized that this person had lost his mind and was only one step away from hollow. Chuan's huge body rushed out from the sand at lightning speed and swallowed the spider, which was only half a person's height, as if it were a small dessert. Instead of losing your mind and fighting like a beast to survive, why not become my nourishment and let me take you to eternity? Chuan patted his belly and sighed to the spider that had turned into a spirit particle. From then on, Chuan hid in the desert of this new land, searching for new hollows that had been born. With his status as a powerful hollow and premeditated hunting, it could be said that there was no risk at all. After all, Chuan is different from ordinary hollows. He has human thinking. He is still very weak at this moment. If he challenges an opponent who is much stronger than himself like some battle maniacs, he will undoubtedly be crazy. After all, he has no sealed power, and he doesn't have any plugins. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed, and Chuan's body had grown to about 10 meters in size. He was still staying in the new land to hunt new vulnerabilities. On the one hand, it was for hunting, and on the other hand, he wanted to see if there were any beings in the new vulnerabilities who could maintain human consciousness like himself. It's a pity that no similar species were found, but its body length has increased a lot. After testing, Chuan's zero was several times more powerful than when he first mastered it, already 70% of the power unleashed by the original Jillian. Most importantly, he was no longer the one-shot stunner. With Chuan's current Ryatsu capacity, he could already fire 2 shots before being exhausted. This means that when he encounters a strong opponent, he can use the breath retention to hide in the dark, first give him a zero, and then go up to clean up the mess. In this way, almost no hollow below Minos Grande can withstand his attack. Although he is still in the category of strong hollow and has not yet been promoted to giant hollow, according to his estimation, as long as he hides well in advance, he can take the initiative and easily defeat even a giant hollow. As for Jillian, who is at the Minos Grande level, Chuan is probably still not strong enough to handle it now. He is still a little scared when he thinks of the appearance of the alien Jillian that day. But that can't be counted like that. That alien Jillian is an exception among Jillians, and its combat power must be far beyond that of ordinary, unintelligent Jillians. A place where hundreds of hollows devour each other. After more than 10 days of brutal fighting, the 100 giant hollows that devoured each other were finally about to compete for the final winner. The field was a mess of rubble and broken walls. Huge body parts were everywhere, and blood of various colors soaked the nearby sand. Only 2 black, identical hyena-like creatures remained, the only difference being one with longer tusks and the other with shorter ones. They were the same 2 giant hyena-like creatures that Chuan had snatched from his clutches that day. However, the size of these 2 giant hollows was even larger than when Chuan first saw them, and there were many new wounds on their bodies. In short, they looked very miserable. Under normal circumstances, these 2 hyena voids would have one final fight, with the winner devouring the loser and then being promoted to Jillian. But these 2 voids did not fight, but instead came together to lick each other's wounds. Then, a strange scene occurred. The 2 hyenas' bodies began to melt simultaneously, transforming into 2 pools of pitch-black liquid. The 2 pools of liquid then merged together, forming an even larger pool of black liquid. Gulp, gulp. The black liquid actually began to boil like boiling water, and then the pure black liquid began to slowly rise and turn into a giant cylinder. Then a dark white bone claw stretched out from the black cylinder, grabbed the black cylinder violently, and tore it apart, revealing a huge head belonging to Jillian. However, unlike the ordinary Jillian, there was a row of sharp teeth on its mask. This is not the end yet. After the black shell is completely fallen off, another huge head emerges, but this head does not have sharp teeth on its mask. 2-headed Jillian. Another alien Jillian. Roar. The 2 heads of the 2-headed Jillian roared at the same time, as if celebrating their successful advancement. Pa pa pa. As soon as the roar stopped, applause and a gentle voice were heard. Oh my, I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward this time. It's actually a Jillian of the alien species. I will present you as a tribute to the great Lord Berrigan. I will definitely be rewarded. Jillian's 2 massive heads turned toward the source of the sound. Standing on a distant sand dune was a figure, approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, resembling a humanoid. Its body was a pink hue, and a rose pattern graced its white mask. Its sturdy limbs contrasted with its slender waist, and a pure purple flower bud sprouted from its back, creating a strange, eerie appearance. This body is huge for humans, but for Jillian, an alien species that is nearly 100 meters tall, it is like an ant. But the newly advanced alien Jillian didn't dare to move at all, because they felt the terrifying Ryatsu above that tiny figure. More importantly, it was the suppression that came from the bloodline, which was the natural suppression of the superior over the inferior. 2-headed Jillian has already determined that the tiny fellow before him is definitely their superior being. Ajuchas. Who are you? The 2-headed Jillian with sharp teeth slowly opened its mouth, but its speech was unusually slow, as if it was not yet accustomed to speaking. I am Charlotte Kulafang, the Supreme King of Hueco Mundo and Admiral of Lord Berrigan Luzenbairn, the Lord of all Voids. The feminine voice sounded again. Greetings, Charlotte, Mistress. The 2-headed Jillian was obviously quite intelligent. Feeling the terrifying Ryatsu emanating from Charlotte Kuropon's body, he immediately complimented her wholeheartedly. However, he had just completed a promotion and gained language skills, but he didn't seem to be very good at speaking. His speaking speed was very slow, and his pronunciation was not very accurate. Don't be nervous, kid. Lord Berrigan really likes you promising juniors. Come with me to meet the king. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte Kurufang used the sound turn to appear next to the 2-headed Jillian. The tiny him actually dragged the huge body of the 2-headed Jillian away from this place and headed towards the Shuya Palace in the heart of the entire desert. Chapter 6. On the contrary, Chuan in the new land still knew nothing about what happened in the land of Baishu mutual devouring. still happily hunting a group of new Su. His Ryatsu and size are still growing steadily. A snake-shaped Su, about 4 meters long, was using its body to tightly bind another pig-shaped Su. The snake-like body kept twisting, and then suddenly exerted force to tighten its body. Crack. Following a muffled sound, Zhu Xingshu's bones and tendons were broken, and he died instantly. Just when Snake Su was about to taste his prey on the spot, the sand layer below shook, and a huge white centipede tail suddenly emerged from the ground behind Snake Su, with dark golden lightning patterns swirling on the tail. Boom! With the violent blow, the snake-shaped creature was directly knocked several meters deep into the sand layer. Hiss! Feeling the pain, the snake-like creature hissed, and then struggled to get up. Hey! As a mere new hollow, you have enough pride to not faint immediately after being hit by my tail whip. Chuan's upper body also slowly emerged from the sand layer. Looking at the tenacious snake-shaped void, he couldn't help but utter a sound of admiration. However, despite his admiration, he did not stop attacking. I saw golden arcs of lightning flashing on the limbs of the centipede's tail, and they fell directly towards the snake-shaped object again. Sizzle! As a sharp electric current flashed by, Chuan even smelled a hint of the aroma of barbecue. Looking at the charred snake-shaped void, Chuan shook his head helplessly. It seems the heat is a bit too high, but he didn't mind, and stuffed the snake-shaped thing into his mouth like eating spicy strips, making his cheeks bulge, but it returned to its original state after a while. After eating the snake-shaped virtual being, Chuan looked at the corpse of the pig-shaped virtual being lying on the side, and rushed forward to devour the pig-shaped virtual being in no time. The long snake catches the pig, and Chuan is behind it. After completely digesting the two Su, Chuan patted his belly with satisfaction. It has been 2 months since he came to this world. Now he has completely adapted to the life in Hueco Mundo, but occasionally he misses the games, animations, entertainment activities, and of course the young ladies in his previous life. This world also exists in the present world. If I can become a high-ranking Minos Grande in Arankar, I should still have a chance to return to human society. Thinking of this, Chuan shook his head helplessly. What's the point of thinking so much? When the timeline is unclear, the only truth is to become stronger. Chuan quickly adjusted his mentality. Just when he was about to look for other prey again, he suddenly noticed movement in front of him. Is there something happening up ahead? Chuan hid his entire body beneath the shallow sand and swam quickly towards the source of the sound. Woo 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 woo. As far as the eye can see, there is a scarred little yellow dog being chased by something invisible. The little yellow dog jumps up with all its might and barely avoids an invisible whip. Then some invisible giant suddenly swings around and throws the little yellow dog 7 or 8 feet away. Rhubarb. The sudden appearance of the little yellow dog immediately brought Chuan's memory back to his past life. When he was a child, Chuan picked up a young little yellow dog. The little yellow dog grew up with Chuan. That period was the most cherished childhood of Chuan. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. One day, 3 years later, Chuan never saw the little yellow dog again after school. Only a bloody dog leash was left. Chuan never kept a dog again after that. If it weren't for the barely perceptible dark white mask on the little yellow dog's face and the round hollow on its belly, Chuan would almost have thought it was his Dahuang, because they looked so similar. It's just a weak newborn puppy, not my Dahuang. The unknown being that had been following the yellow dog didn't directly prey on it. It was clearly toying with and killing the dog-like creature. It's clear that this creature has a high level of intelligence. Ryatsu's observations indicated that he was significantly superior to Chuan. However, Chuan judged that as long as he took the initiative, he would definitely win. So he stopped hesitating. Let's K him first. The index finger of his right hand poked out of the sand layer, and a trace of black and red Ryatsu gathered at the fingertip. Call out. A black and red beam of light carrying a terrifyingly high temperature brushed against the dog-shaped tail and shot behind it. Zero only touched it a little bit, and the little yellow dog's tail was melted by the high temperature, leaving only a black scar. Woo! The little yellow dog screamed and rolled to the side. Roar! A shrill roar came from behind him, and then a huge figure appeared. It was a dark green lizard, about 5 meters tall and about 30 meters long. In the hands of this big lizard were 2 sharp and huge bone spurs. At this moment, it was opening its mouth wide, spitting out its scarlet tongue that had been blown to pieces. It was staring coldly in the direction of Chuan, and the brutality in its eyes was beyond words. Lizard? No, it should be a chameleon. Judging from Ryatsu and size, this chameleon should be at the level of a giant hollow, 1 level higher than Chuan at this time. Seeing the chameleon reveal its true form, Chuan immediately felt relieved. Its tongue, which served as a weapon, had been blown to pieces by a zero. Chuan was confident that he could defeat the half-crippled giant chameleon. Damn it! Who dares to assassinate me? I'm going to tear you into pieces. The giant chameleon-like creature actually spoke in human language and spoke viciously towards the direction where Chuan was. Unexpectedly, the intelligent fellow that Chuan had been looking for so hard would be met here in this way. However, Chuan did not intend to talk to it. He continued to sneak under the sand layer, came to the back of the chameleon's suit, and slapped it quickly with the tail, carrying a trace of lightning arc, knocking the unsuspecting chameleon back. Damn it! How dare you get in my way? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chuan ignored the chameleon Sue's crazy screams and took advantage of the moment when he was unable to get up due to the lightning to swim in front of him, with the front half of his body emerging from the sand. He clenched his fists, and golden arcs of lightning wrapped around his fists and hit the softest belly of chameleon Sue madly. Chuan's lightning bolts could only attach to the centipede's limbs in the lower body at the beginning, but now they can attach to the entire body. Ola ola! Under Chuan's fierce set of turtle punches, the chameleon Sue, who was originally lying on his belly, was beaten into a sieve. One punch left a bloody hole and dark green blood splattered everywhere. Sizzle! Unfortunately, the beast's blood is corrosive. Chuan's fists were burned by the dark green blood, and his punching speed slowed down. Chapter 7. Oh no! This blood not only has a burning effect, but also contains toxins. Chuan felt the Ryatsu in his body suddenly stagnate. As the amplitude of Chuan's attack weakened, the chameleon hollow, who was originally pinned down by Chuan, began to regain its ability to move. Chuan suddenly felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Puff! The bone spurs tightly grasped by the chameleon's two front paws directly pierced Chuan's back. This beast actually knows how to use weapons. Apparently, this chameleon Sue actually used bone spurs that came from nowhere as weapons. The two sharp spikes easily broke through the stratum corneum on Chuan's back and pierced into his body. Chuan couldn't help but cry out in pain. It has been more than 2 months since Chuan crossed over. Although he has been promoted to a powerful virtual being, the reason why he has evolved so quickly is mainly due to his human thinking. He still lacks experience in plant hunting or obtaining resources. In a one-on-one head-on fight like this, he was accidentally disturbed by the poisonous blood. Not to mention that the target he was fighting against was a giant void that was 1 level higher than him. Therefore, while Chuan was being hit hard, he was also trying his best to resist the pain, stay calm, and come up with a plan to deal with it. Because he knew that the opponent's Ryatsu and size were both higher than his own. If he accidentally fell into the opponent's offensive rhythm, he would be in great danger. Lightning! Chuan roared angrily. Dark golden arcs of lightning began to burst out from his entire body. Currently, Chuan was unable to use the lightning as a means of long-range output, but as luck would have it, the chameleon Sue pierced 2 bone spurs directly into his back, giving Chuan the opportunity to counterattack. Sizzle! Feeling the massive electrical current flowing through the 2 bone spurs in its claws, chameleon Sue was about to release them, but Chuan wouldn't give him the chance. He simply grabbed chameleon Sue's 2 front claws with his backhand. At the same time, the centipede's tail quickly wrapped around the chameleon, who endured the pain of the 2 bone spurs piercing through his body and continued to release lightning arcs. Die! The chameleon Sue had just gained a slight advantage when Chuan quickly counterattacked him. His entire body was charred by the electric shock, and he had no choice but to beg for mercy with difficulty. It was obvious that this Sue also retained human intelligence like Chuan. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never abuse a dog again. Dog abuse. Are you kidding? Do you think I killed you because you abused dogs? No. I just want to eat you. Besides, you don't know that you are wrong. You just know that you are going to die. Chuan looked at the chameleon begging for mercy under him with a sinister smile on his face, but he had no intention of stopping and continued to release lightning at maximum power. Chuan knew that if he stopped, he would face a crazy counterattack from the opponent. Since you can speak, you must possess memories from your human days, just like me. We are the same kind. We can team up to hunt these inferior creatures. Together, we can even take down Minos Grande. Chameleon Sue continued to chatter. Chuan remained unmoved, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Since you've chosen to be a hunter, you must be mentally prepared to become the prey yourself. Why say so much? Just be at peace and be on your way. After saying that, Chuan opened his mouth, and a strand of black and red Ryatsu gathered in front of his mouth. It was Zoro. Since Chuan had previously released Zoro through his fingers, but this time his hands were suppressing the enemy, he could only release it through his mouth. Therefore, the release speed was obviously much slower than that of fingers, but at least it was successfully released. Looking at the Zoro that was about to be completed in front of him, Ampere Shinsi knew that if he let this Zoro explode at such a close distance, he would definitely die. He immediately wanted to stick out his long tongue to fight back, but unfortunately, his tongue, which he was most proud of, had already been blown up by Chuan's first Zoro. You lunatic, if Zoro explodes at such a close distance you'll also be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Chuan completely ignored Shinzo Abe's hysterical roar and quickly completed Zero's charging. Boom! After a loud bang, a cloud of dust rose up. Shinji Ampei was a criminal in Karakura town. His childhood love of killing cats and dogs earned him the dislike of his classmates, teachers, and even his parents. As he grew older, he became a criminal of all kinds. During a robbery and murder, he was shot and killed by a police officer with a shotgun. After his death, his obsession did not fade away, so he turned into a hollow and entered Hueco Mundo. However, he never expected that he did not lose his mind like the other hollows. Instead, he and the others retained their memories as human beings. In just a few years, he was promoted from a new hollow to a giant hollow, and was even not far from Jillian. On this day, after finally discovering a rather intelligent dog named Xingshu, he thought of killing it for fun and ended up encountering Chuan. Ahem. When the smoke and dust cleared, Chuan, whose body was in tatters, let out a violent cough. Looking around, I saw only minced meat and broken masks scattered all over the ground. The chameleon hollow had been smashed to pieces by Zero. Chuan endured the severe pain and quickly pulled out the two sharp bone spurs stuck in his back. Crash! Bright red blood flowed out from the two blood holes on the back. Oh! Chuan grimaced in pain, yet a smile lingered as he gazed at the remains of the chameleon hollow before him. Chuan had single-handedly slain a giant hollow a level higher than his own, and this wasn't just any giant hollow. Woof woof woof! The dog-shaped hollow that had been scared away by the aftermath of the fight between the two returned to Chuan, holding a fragment of the chameleon hollow's mask that had been blown away by Zero. Chuan also understood its meaning. He stretched out his big hand to take the mask and casually threw it into his mouth. As the high concentration of spirit particles dissolved in his body, Chuan felt comfortable all over. His originally bruised body began to slowly recover, and his Ryatsu, which was blocked by blood poison, also began to recover. The dog-like figure was now like a puppy, looking at the enormous Chuan with a fawning expression and desperately wagging its tail. Unfortunately, its tail had been singed by Chuan's Zero, making it look a little comical, trying to wag its tail, but failing to do so. I was just hunting. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. If you're fine, then get out of here, or I'll eat you too. Seeing the little yellow dog's awkward posture, Chuan immediately spoke impatiently. Then he began to eat his spoils with relish. But then he looked at the pitiful dog in front of him, picked up a small piece of meat from the ground, and threw it to the little yellow dog. Get out of here when you're done eating. To Chuan, it was just a small piece of minced meat, but compared to the little yellow dog, it was bigger than its entire body. The little yellow dog took it aside with great effort and started eating it. Chapter 8. After a while, Chuan had eaten the entire body of the chameleon Su, and the mask that had been broken into several pieces was also swallowed by him. This time, the fight with the giant-level chameleon hollow was dangerous, but the gains were also very gratifying. Although Chuan's body size did not increase at all, and was still more than 10 meters, his Ryatsu almost doubled, which was equivalent to doubling his strength. Chuan was confident at this time. Even if the chameleon Su was resurrected and fought him again, even if he did not use Zero to blow up the chameleon's tongue in advance, he was still confident that he could win. The little yellow dog Su beside him also ate up the piece of meat that was a circle fatter than his entire body. Now the little yellow dog is much stronger than before. Woof woof woof. The little yellow dog barked at Chuan a few times with a hint of joy. You said you could help me heal my injuries? Although the dog was just barking like an ordinary puppy, Chuan could understand its meaning for some reason, so he gently picked up the puppy and placed it on his shoulder as it said. The little yellow dog jumped from his shoulder to Chuan's back and gently licked the two bloody holes on his back that were about to scab over. A magical scene happened. The scars that would have taken a long time to heal fell off in an instant, and Chuan's back was as smooth as new. I didn't expect you to have this skill. If that's the case, then follow me. Woof woof woof. Hearing Chuan's words, The little yellow dog barked happily twice, as if in response to Yi Chuan, and then stood obediently on Yi Chuan's left shoulder. Yi Chuan used his tail to wrap up the two bone spurs that had severely injured him, and quickly left the place with the little yellow dog. In an underground cave formed by hardened sand, a little yellow dog was lying in a corner and snoring, as if he was still digesting the flesh and blood he had eaten before. Yi Chuan stared at the two huge bone spurs in his hands in a daze. He was seriously injured by these two bone spurs in the previous battle. He originally wanted to eat the two bone spurs together, but found that his current teeth could not digest the two bone spurs at all. He almost broke his teeth after taking a bite, so he left them. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that the two bone spurs resembled the spikes on Jillian's neck. He wondered how the chameleon had acquired them. Remembering the previous incident where he'd been poisoned by striking a chameleon with his bare hands, Yi Chuan decided to keep the two bone spurs and use them as weapons. Every man on Blue Star has a dream of becoming a martial artist, and Yi Chuan is no exception. In his previous life, he even studied swordsmanship with a certain kendo master for a period of time, for which he paid a considerable amount of tuition. He never dreamed that the sword skills he learned for fun would actually come in handy one day. Yi Chuan carefully recalled the swordsmanship courses he had learned. The 8 basic swordplay moves are thrusting, chopping, lifting, hanging, clouding, pointing, collapsing, and intercepting. Obviously, these two bone spurs are only suitable for Yi Chuan to use with a rapier, but fortunately, quality is more important than quantity. Yi Chuan only needs to practice the rapier to deal with those virtual beings with low intelligence. Yi Chuan raised a bone spur with both hands, with his arms in line with the spur, and thrust it forward. Suddenly, a strong wind whistled, which looked quite realistic. This cycle repeated itself over and over again, as Yi Chuan practiced stabbing with his sword in the air in the underground cave. Becoming a hollow is indeed much more convenient than being human. In his previous life, due to long-term overtime work and extremely low exercise frequency, he would be exhausted after performing 2 sword flowers. Now, Yi Chuan has stabbed thousands of times in a row without any sign of fatigue. At this time, the little yellow dog Sue, who had already woken up, stared at the big guy in front of him with a confused look on his face, not understanding why he kept attacking the air. Hueco Mundo Sansi, a new land. Quack! A 5-meter-tall, fiery red, bloated frog was chasing a small yellow dog the size of a normal dog in front of it. Seeing that the small yellow dog was moving so fast, he was about to lose it, but for some reason the small yellow dog suddenly slowed down. This made the frog-shaped Sue, who had originally wanted to give up, chase again. Suddenly, the dog-shaped Sue that was being chased in front suddenly stopped when it ran to a sand dune. Seeing this, Frog Sue let out a strange cry and pounced madly towards his prey. However, as soon as he landed, he was pierced by a sharp bone spur that emerged from the sand. Sizzle! At the same time, the violent power of the lightning arc was transmitted to the whole body through the bone spurs, and the electrocuted frog was in excruciating pain. Quack! The frog suddenly screamed in pain and stared at the dog-shaped figure in front of him, wanting to tear it to pieces. Unexpectedly, the little yellow dog did the opposite and jumped out from the hole under the frog's belly. Yi Chuan jumped out from the sand at the right time, and with a fierce slash of the bone spur in his hand, he cut the frog in half. Well done, rhubarb! Yi Chuan began to divide the spoils beside the sand dunes. He tore off a frog's hind leg and handed it to the little yellow dog. Yi Chuan also started eating again. During this time in the new land, the little yellow dog would lure the enemy, and then Yi Chuan would be responsible for the attack. Using this method, the two of them had already killed over a dozen voids, including 5 powerful ones. This hunting efficiency was several times greater than Yi Chuan's previous efforts alone. With the actual combat in the past few days, Yi Chuan has become more and more proficient in using the rapier, and he has been able to attach his lightning to the bone spurs for a long time. Just now, he relied on this trick to kill the frog virtual who was at the same level as him in one blow. The only flaw is this bone spur. It was originally the perfect length in the hands of the giant chameleon Sue, but it is actually a bit too long for Yi Chuan to use it as a sword with his current size. But this is not a problem. Yi Chuan feels that the Ryatsu in his body has accumulated to a certain level. It seems that as long as he eats another new hollow, he can advance to a giant hollow. By the time the body grows, it should be able to perfectly fit these 2 bone spurs. Therefore, Yi Chuan did not plan to delay and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He would make a concerted effort to be promoted to the giant virtual level today. Roar! As a result, before he took a few steps, he met a new crocodile like Sue, who was charging towards Yi Chuan fearlessly. What a coincidence, isn't this? Looking at the crazy crocodile, Xiao Huang, who was originally standing on Yi Chuan's shoulder, jumped down obediently, blinking his big eyes and looking at the crocodile, with some confusion as to why he was seeking death. Yi Chuan was also not vague. He thrust out the bone spur in his hand and directly turned the ignorant new student into a skewer. Yi Chuan, who killed the crocodile in one blow, did not choose to swallow it immediately. He directly took the crocodile Su's body back to the underground cave, because Yi Chuan, who was about to be promoted to a giant Su, needed a relatively safe promotion space to prevent being attacked by Su of the same level. Chapter 9. In the underground cave, Yi Chuan had already devoured the crocodile that came to his door. At this moment, he stretched out his body completely, and his centipede-like tail wrapped around the rock pillar beside him, and the dark golden Ryatsu all over his body was surging. The aura around him was also rising rapidly, and at this moment it reached its peak. A dark golden light rose from the underground cave, broke through the sand layer, and rushed towards the sky, scaring the little yellow dog that stayed in the desert waiting for Yi Chuan to break through. Roar! As this dark golden beam of light erupted, some newly born and powerful hollows in the surrounding area felt a Ryatsu that was no less powerful than Minos Grande, and were frightened and fled in all directions. Not far away, a giant creature, over 5 meters tall, with a wingspan of over 30 meters and 4 wings on its back, resembling a moth but not a moth, a bird but not a bird, looked towards Yi Chuan with a hint of joy, and then flew directly towards him. This is a giant hollow ascending to Minos Grande. Why is there a Minos Grande in the new land? God is really helping me. This Minos Grande is at its weakest right now. If I can devour it, I will definitely become a Minos Grande. Thinking of this, Sandovici couldn't help but speed up his flying speed. Apparently, she mistook Yi Chuan for Jillian, who was being promoted. Woof woof woof. At this time, the dark golden Ryatsu light column had begun to converge slowly. As Sandovici approached, the little yellow dog who was waiting outside the sand layer felt that this huge Ryatsu was approaching and anxiously called out to Yi Chuan. Chirp. The next moment, the sky seemed to darken. Sandovici had already arrived, his wings like a cascading cloud, obscuring the sky. Sensing the massive creature above, the little yellow dog barked even more anxiously. 2 iron feathers like steel knives fell from its wings, trying to kill the troublesome dog below. The little yellow dog reacted very quickly and rolled over, narrowly avoiding the sniping of the 2 iron feathers. Woof woof woof. Even though he was sniped by Tieyu, the little yellow dog still did not forget to anxiously remind Yi Chuan. Seeing that the puppy was so slippery, Sandovici was too lazy to care about this insignificant dog anymore. Instead, he swooped down as he watched the Ryatsu beam of light that was about to retreat. She wanted to devour this new Minos Grande while it was at its weakest. Iron Swallow Feather Kill. Sandovici flapped his wings again, and dozens of iron feathers rushed towards the center of the light column like arrows. Relying on this killer move, she has defeated countless giant hollows of the same level. Now, she believes that using this move to deal with a new Jillian is no problem. After all, most Jillians are stupid fools. However, as expected, the scene of countless iron feathers piercing the flesh and blood, causing the Jillian to roar in pain, did not appear. Instead, there was a sound of metal clashing. Then, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing a half-human creature covered in golden tattoos, more than 20 meters long, with a human-like upper body and a centipede-like lower body. Sandovici's eyes froze immediately. Not Jillian. Is it a giant hollow like me? But this Ryatsu is Minos Grande level. She didn't have time to think about it, as she knew that the strange giant void in front of her was not easy to deal with, so she used the Iron Swallow Feather killing technique, aiming at the void's most vulnerable eyes. Seeing dozens of iron feathers attacking again, Yi Chuan did not dodge or evade, as if he did not take these iron feathers seriously at all. Ding ding ding. With a swing of Yi Chuan's right arm, dozens of iron feathers were blocked by him. Sandovici's heart sank when he saw that his iron feathers, which were superior to those of the same level, did not even leave a trace on Yi Chuan's right arm. Can we reconcile? Sandovici spoke tentatively. All previous signs indicated that this half-human hollow should have intelligence like her. First you attacked my pet, then you interfered with my advancement, and now you want to reconcile? Are you kidding me? Yi Chuan looked at the giant bird in the sky that spoke human language and spoke indifferently. We can hunt down those other mindless hollows together. We can even team up to hunt down Jillian. Sandovici continued to persuade with his words without giving up. Another meaningless nonsense like this. Is it true that the higher the intelligence, the more afraid of death? Chuan shook his head in disdain. Then, his giant tail swung, and a lightning whip shot out from the tail, striking the large bird in the air. Chew! Transcendent was directly hit by this lightning whip that was almost ultimate and fell from a high altitude, landing heavily on the sand. Then Chuan actually used the Xiangzhuan technique to teleport in front of Transcendent. He pressed her bird head with his right hand and fired a zero. Bang! The huge explosion was accompanied by a cloud of smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards, a hurricane arose from the ground. With a bloody hole on his head, Transcendent flapped his wings rapidly and retreated quickly, hoping to create some distance between him and Chuan. Unfortunately, all this was in vain. In front of Chuan, who had already mastered the ring turn, Transcendent's proud speed was simply not worth mentioning. Impossible. You are not even Minos Grande. How can you master Xiangzhuan and Zero? Transcendent saw Chuan use Zero and Xiangzhuan in succession, and he didn't even have the thought of resisting. Transcendent is willing to submit to you and serve you as my master, my powerful master. Chuan, who was about to kill, stopped immediately after hearing what the bird-shaped virtual said. Your name is Transcendent? That's right, my future master. After receiving the affirmative answer from the bird-shaped hollow, Chuan couldn't hide his excitement. But he did not intend to let go of the bird-shaped void in front of him. He immediately swung the centipede's tail, and a thick thunder whip shot out again. Seeing this, the broad wings on Transcendent's back fell off by themselves. She actually gave up her own organs permanently and gained a short burst of speed in order to avoid Chuan's thunder whip attack. Chuan looked at Transcendent with interest. Without her wings, she looked a little strange like a wingless bird. He's quite decisive. This heroic act of self-sacrifice did allow Transcendent to avoid one lightning whip, but what about the second one? Chuan followed up with a loud whirl and swung out another lightning whip. Transcendent was not afraid at all. She gritted her teeth, and her tail met the lightning whip like a long whip. Sizzle! The lightning whip was like an unparalleled divine sword that directly cut off Transcendent's cautious tail. Immediately, Chuan made a bold move, grasped the bird's head with both hands, and twisted it violently, and Transcendent's head and body were directly separated. Then I took a closer look at the giant bird's posture, and it indeed matched the image of Transcendent in the original novel. You should know that in the original work, Transcendent is a former Espada member number 105, who came from Ajucha's Arankar. However, at this time, she is not even Minos Grande. Obviously, the time point where Chuan is in is still a long time away from the original storyline, which means that he has a long time to develop. Only in this way can he have the capital to gain more benefits in the original storyline and ultimately achieve the goal of transcendence. Originally, Transcendent had quite a few roles in the original work. He first appeared in the Arankar arc and was defeated by Ishida Yuryu. Finally, he was resurrected as a zombie by Kuratsuchi Mayuri to fight against the Quincy in the Thousand-Year Blood War. But now he was killed by Chuan before he could grow up. This move will definitely have a certain impact on the plot of the original novel, but Chuan doesn't care about the impact. Who made her provoke Chuan? Thinking of this, Chuan directly stabbed the tail of his centipede into the body of Transcendent, and then the huge bird corpse disappeared into thin air in an instant. This is one of the new abilities Chuan gained after his promotion to Giant Hollow, Soul Eater, which allows him to directly absorb the opponent's spirit particles through the mouthparts on his tail. From then on, he no longer needs to devour the opponent's corpses every time, which would inevitably cause a great loss of the spirit particles contained in them. However, Soul Eater can perfectly absorb the opponent's spirit particles. In addition, Soul Eater can also allow Chuan to permanently seize an ability from the opponent, but this ability-stealing move can only be activated once, so Chuan must choose which ability to seize with great caution. In addition, he also gained a second new ability, Clone. He can split his physical body to create a clone that shares the same soul with it. But splitting the clone requires consuming his own Ryatsu. He has just been promoted and is likely to fall in rank if he uses it carelessly, so he does not plan to use this ability for the time being. In addition, his old abilities, Breath Condensation and Lightning, have been enhanced to varying degrees. Now Chuan's lightning can be transformed into a thunder whip for long-range attacks. And he also mastered the ring, Turn in Advance. All in all, Chuan's promotion to Giant Hollow has made his strength improve qualitatively. He estimates that he can defeat Jillian even if he faces her now. Chapter 10. Chuan first dug out the little yellow dog that was buried in the sand sea during the previous battle, and gave the remaining bird head of Transcendent to the little yellow dog. Earlier, at the critical moment of promotion, thanks to Xiao Huang's reminder, Yi Chuan was prepared for Transcendent's surprise attack. This bird head carrying a mask, which contains half of Transcendent's Ryatsu, is Yi Chuan's reward to it. The little yellow dog walked towards the huge bird head happily, and then a burst of light yellow Ryatsu emanated from its body, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, what came into view was an extremely handsome dark yellow giant dog that was 3 meters tall and more than 8 meters long. It swallowed the huge bird head into its stomach in one gulp. This is the true form of the little yellow dog. He followed Yi Chuan in hunting various hollows. Although he could only get some scraps each time, it was enough for him to grow rapidly. Now he is no longer the weak new hollow when he first met Yi Chuan, but a powerful hollow. Now that he has obtained the head of Transcendent, becoming a giant hollow is just around the corner. After digesting Transcendent's head, Da Huang turned into a little yellow dog and happily wagged his non-existent tail at Yi Chuan. With my current strength, Transcendent, also a giant hollow, is no match for me. It's time for me to head there. After thinking about this, Yi Chuan no longer hesitated. He looked at the little yellow dog in front of him and spoke slowly. The place I'm going to next is too dangerous for you. It's time for us to part ways. With your current strength, just stay in this new land and protect yourself. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing this, Da Huang let out a roar, and his voice seemed full of reluctance. Yi Chuan leaned down and stretched out a finger to gently stroke the little yellow dog's head, and the little yellow dog licked Yi Chuan's finger affectionately. Tough little dog. Try your best to survive. Yi Chuan waved his hand and said goodbye to the little yellow dog that looked very similar to his previous life. Then he dived directly into the sea of sand. The whimpering sound of the little yellow dog could be heard in the distance. However, Yi Chuan ignored it. The reason why he brought the puppy with him was because when he saw it, he was reminded of Da Huang in his previous life, and he felt a little sympathy for it. Secondly, he needed this weak, newly born hollow to help him attract prey. Now that Yi Chuan had advanced to the level of a giant hollow, his true combat power rivaled that of Minos Grande. He no longer needed to rely on the little yellow dog to lure his prey. Furthermore, with the little yellow dog's current strength, as long as he stayed within the new land, there was virtually no threat to his existence. Therefore, when it was time to separate, Yi Chuan did not hesitate at all. After all, Yi Chuan's own plan of transcendence was the most important thing. His destination this time was the Minos Grande forest located at the bottom of the sand layer. Yi Chuan has been rushing down the sand layer at the fastest speed. Before, due to his lack of strength, he only dared to sneak on the surface of the sand layer. This is the first time he has gone so deep into the sand layer. He didn't know how long he had been swimming. Yi Chuan only remembered that he had been diving, but still had not entered the legendary Minos Grande forest. If he was not familiar with the original book and knew that the Minos Grande forest was just under the sand, he would have doubted whether he had taken the wrong path. Finally, after Yi Chuan dived day and night, he finally couldn't dive anymore. Is this a rock formation? Yi Chuan banged his masked head against the rock formation in front of him, only to find it was incredibly solid and unable to continue diving. Already irritated by the long journey, Yi Chuan immediately lost his patience and fired a zero at the rock formation. Bang! After a crisp sound, Yi Chuan's entire body lost its balance and fell from a high altitude. While falling, Yi Chuan glanced at the surrounding environment. The surrounding area was full of giant tree trunks hundreds of meters high, and the sky was as dark as ever. Is this the Minos Grande forest? I'm here. Yi Chuan spun his tail and hooked onto a tree trunk, then landed safely. As soon as he landed, he found himself in the middle of a group of giant virtual beings fighting each other. Being caught off guard, Yi Chuan was unable to start concealing his breath in time, and just appeared here like that. Hey guys, are you busy? The group of giant hollows who were originally fighting happily stopped and started to besiege Yi Chuan together when they saw the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in. A giant squid-shaped hollow opened its mouth and spit out a stream of ink with a corrosive smell towards him. Yi Chuan retreated instead of advancing, hooking his tail on the tree trunk again to avoid the attack, and then launched a lightning strike, covering his whole body in the lightning arc. He swung the lightning whip in his hand, and with one whip, the soul of the giant squid hollow was whipped out. Then his tail directly pierced into the flesh of the squid hollow, launching the soul-eating attack to devour it completely. Although this squid hollow is a giant hollow like Yi Chuan, its strength and combat power are far inferior to Transcendent, not to mention Yi Chuan. It was defeated in one encounter. We've dealt with one, now it's your turn. Yi Chuan sneered and rushed towards the remaining dozen giant voids. He was very satisfied with the big gift package he received when he first arrived in Minos Grande Forest. He could have a good meal. Duh. Chapter 11. Sizzle. The power of thunder enveloped his entire body, and the thunder whip in his hand swung continuously, with each swing a giant void being destroyed. After Chuan was promoted to a giant void, his use of lightning had reached a new level. Bang! The thunder whip carried the power of thunder and had an unparalleled range, cutting off the waist of a giant worm-like lazy creature. Then Chuan's giant tail followed and launched the Soul Eater. This ghoul really makes me happy. In this way, Chuan killed and activated Soul Gourd to devour the defeated giant hollows. So every time Chuan killed a Ryatsu, his Ryatsu became stronger. Therefore, after a series of battles, Chuan not only showed no signs of exhaustion, but became more and more courageous, as if he was a never-stopping killing machine, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of these giant voids. Every time the thunder whip was swung, a giant would die. Chuan had just killed a giant ape-like void with a whip when suddenly 3 giant voids appeared behind him, coming one after another and trying to tear Chuan to pieces. Unfortunately, just as their minions were about to touch Chuan suddenly teleported 100 feet away, and it was Xiangzhuan. After Chuan digested the Ryatsu of the monkey hollow, he calmly turned his head and looked at the giant hollows that had tried to attack him before, revealing a cruel smile. Don't worry, take your time, it will be your turn soon. In this way, the group of voids that were fighting before shifted their targets to besiege Chuan, but it was still useless. Now Chuan could kill the giant void of the same level as easily as killing a chicken. Soon, only a giant indigo lizard remained of the 20 or so giant hollows fighting. Ryatsu, sensing the frailty of the giant lizard, shook his head. This hollow must have been a newly promoted giant hollow. Its size and Ryatsu were not particularly impressive among the giant hollows, so Chuan had saved it for last. At this moment, Lizard Su saw Chuan as if possessed by a killing god, killing more than a dozen beings of the same level. Even though it was not very intelligent, it was still frightened and trembling all over. This was a fear from the soul. Chuan didn't even bother to look at it, and just swung a thunder whip at him. Bang! After a crisp sound, half of Lizard Su's body was directly blown to pieces by a thunder whip. Just when Chuan was about to activate Soul Eater to suck the lizard hollow alive, he suddenly found that the half of the lizard hollow's body that was blown to pieces suddenly grew countless flesh granulations at an extremely fast speed, and then quickly squirmed and merged together to form a new body of the lizard hollow. However, the reorganized lizard hollow's body seemed to have become a little smaller, and its Ryatsu was also reduced. Seeing this scene, Chuan, who was originally a little uninterested, immediately widened his eyes, and his face under the pale mask revealed ecstasy. This is high-speed regeneration. Ha ha ha. After searching high and low for something, it comes to you effortlessly. Chuan just laughed out loud. He immediately bound the lizard tightly with his giant tail and then used Soul Eater. However, this time he did not simply absorb Ryatsu, but used the ability to seize it, which could only be used once. The moment Chuan gained the ability to acquire this new skill, he immediately thought of high-speed regeneration, a bug-level ability unique to Hollow. He had originally thought that since the high-speed regeneration ability was rare and only high-level Hollows above Ajuchas could use it, he estimated that it would take a long time for him to obtain this ability. Unexpectedly, he encountered a giant Hollow with the high-speed regeneration ability just after arriving in the Minos Grande Forest. Minos Grande Forest, you are truly my treasured place. Chuan used the centipede's giant tail to tightly wrap around the lizard, and then launched a lightning strike, which electrified the lizard all over and made it open its mouth wide. Chuan seized the opportunity, stuffed his tail into the lizard's mouth, and then launched a Soul Eater. Of course, Chuan did this not because he had any special hobby, but because it was a necessary condition for activating the Soul Eater's ability to seize the soul. After all, he would not be interested in a giant lizard. Woo woo. The lizard's foreclaws trembled violently, and then its body twitched continuously. Then it became ashen-faced, as if it had lost something most important. Then a flash of light passed by, and the lizard's body shrank rapidly, becoming only 4 or 5 meters long. Is this degenerated into a powerful weakness? Chuan was stunned when he saw the changes in Lizard Su. Then, a golden arc of lightning flashed between his right index finger and slashed across the white stratum corneum on his left wrist. In an instant, the skin was torn and the blood flowed out, but in the next moment, the granulation tissue on the arm squirmed and the cut wound was restored to its original state. If there was no blood on the arm that had not yet dried up, Chuan would have suspected that he was hallucinating. High-speed regeneration. I can high-speed regeneration. Chuan laughed out loud again as he looked at his recovered arm. In the Shinigami world, the offensive power was surprisingly high. Sometimes, the difference between masters could easily be just one move. Having high-speed regeneration meant that as long as the opponent couldn't crush him, he could fight a war of attrition with him. Moreover, if he is unfortunately injured in battle after being promoted to a jutsus, he will lose the qualification to evolve. However, after obtaining high-speed regeneration, Chuan no longer has such concerns. Thinking of this, Chuan couldn't suppress the smile. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small lizard that had lost its high-speed regeneration and degenerated into a powerful hollow. Chuan used Soul Eater on him again, but this time he didn't take away his abilities but devoured them directly. Just like that, the lizard that had degenerated into a weak one was eaten clean by Chuan. It's not that I, absolutely must eat you. It's more that you've lost your abilities and degenerated into a powerful hollow. You simply can't survive in this Minos Grande forest. Instead of wandering around, why not become my nourishment? Let me lead you to eternity. Don't thank me. After all, you gave me such a valuable ability as high-speed regeneration. Consider this your repayment. Alas, I am always too soft-hearted. This is not good. Just like that, when he first arrived at the Minos Grande forest, Chuan killed 19 giant hollows of the same level in one battle. Oh, no. It should be 18, because the lizard had finally degenerated into a powerful hollow and could no longer be considered a giant hollow. After this battle, Chuan not only obtained high-speed regeneration, but also his own Ryatsu increased by more than 10%. 18 giant hollows can only increase my Ryatsu by 10%? I wonder how I compare to that alien Jillian back then. Every time his strength improved, he would compare himself with that alien Jillian. That Jillian had given Chuan, who had just arrived in Hueco Mundo, a great shock. And it was because I had seen him use Zoro and Chuan that he was able to master these two powerful moves so early. Chapter 12. At the same time that Chuan devoured the group of voids in the Minos Grande forest. Somewhere in the Hueco Mundo desert, a Jillian with a special pattern on his mask is facing off against another hollow with scars all over his body. If Chuan sees it again, he will definitely recognize that this ghost is the alien Jillian that he met when he first arrived in Hueco Mundo. The other hollow that was confronting him at this time was only about 3 meters tall, with a thin body, a clown-like white mask on its inverted triangle head, and the sharp nails on its hands were like 10 sharp blades. There were also many broken limbs of ordinary Jillian around the two. It was obvious that this alien Jillian had experienced a big battle before. You, Jillian, you are so rebellious and audacious. How dare you kill all my men? Submit to me and become my loyal servant. I, Sta Murov, will spare your life and even bring you to an audience with the great lord of Hueco Mundo, Berrigan Luzenbairn. Sta Mrev, whose mask resembled a clown, looked at the powerful alien Jillian in front of him and spoke word by word. You be asterisk 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 D. You're not worthy of my submission. Sooner or later, I will storm into the Kuya Palace, defeat Berrigan, and ascend the throne. The alien Jillian showed disdain on his face, opened his mouth, and spit out a zero at Sta Mrev. Seeing this, Sta Mrev raised his hands above his head and fired a zero. Boom! The two powerful zero shells collided with each other, creating a deafening roar that sent a howling wind through the surrounding desert. When the smoke and dust cleared, both sides stood there unharmed, and the two zero were evenly matched. Sta Mrev's eyes widened with anger. He was a great jutsus, but he was evenly matched with a Jillian in a zero fight. Moreover, the Jillian was injured. If this matter were to be reported to the Kuya Palace, he would be finished. But as an jutsus, he couldn't lose face, so he immediately pretended to be calm and said, Foolish Jillian, how dare you disobey me, Star Murov, your superior jutsus? Upon hearing this, the Jillian actually made human-like movements and started laughing. Ha ha ha, you still have the nerve to call yourself a jutsus? You are nothing but a useless person with a broken body, who has permanently stopped evolving and relies on constantly devouring Jillian to barely keep from falling into the rank of a jutsus. Damn it, how dare you? After being verbally abused by the alien Jillian, Sta Mrev stood there in a daze for a long time without being able to utter a word. However, the originally white clown mask covering his face turned visibly red. After turning red, it looks more like a clown. Roar! Sta Mrev let out a roar, and then the Ryatsu around his body suddenly increased. The purple-black Ryatsu between his palms gathered into energy bombs and swung them out madly, aiming at the alien Jillian in front. It was obviously a false bullet. Almost at the same time, he flashed, turned and came to the side of the alien Jillian, intending to dig his steel-like nails into her neck. Just as the nails were about to touch Jillian's neck, Jillian activated a whirlwind and narrowly avoided the attack. He then moved directly above Sta Murav and stomped down with a large, skeletal foot, intending to crush Sta Murav to death. The powerful kick of the alien Jillian made the surrounding white sand fly all over the sky. This kick sent Sta Murav directly into the sand. Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and with his upper body exposed, Sta Murav raised his hands to resist the huge, bony foot. The friction between his sharp nails and the sole of Jillian's foot caused sparks to fly. Damn it, you damn Jillian! Sta Murav roared again, releasing all his Ryatsu without reservation, and finally bounced off the alien Jillian's big feet, turning into a stream of light and rushing out of the sand. At this moment, Star Murav, wrapped in purple-black Ryatsu, raised his hands high, fingers crossed. His aura reached its peak at this moment. Evil bite. Sta Murav transformed into a black and purple ghost face and rushed towards the alien Jillian at an extremely fast speed, biting his neck. The neck of the alien Jillian was like foam encountering concentrated sulfuric acid, and it quickly melted under the cover of a black and purple light. Within a few breaths, 1/3 of Jillian's thick neck was melted. At this moment, the alien Jillian's left hand grabbed his injured neck out of thin air, and Sta Murav, who had been hiding, was caught in his hand. I got you. The alien Jillian ignored the injury on his neck and clenched his left hand hard. Sizzle. The alien Jillian's hand holding Sta Murav also began to dissolve. Hee, my evil bite is emitted through my body surface. If you grab me like this, it will only speed up your death. Sta Murav's triumphant voice came. However, the alien Jillian still did not show any panic on her face. She raised her left hand and was about to put Sta Murav into her mouth. You want to dissolve me, don't you? Then let's see whether you dissolve me first or I digest you first. No, don't. You. Seeing how crazy the alien Jillian was, Sta Murav was obviously panicking and wanted to say something, but the alien Jillian ignored him and swallowed him directly. Ah! Jillian screamed in agony and then half knelt in the desert. It was clear that Star Murav was still burning his esophagus. After several hours, Jillian, half kneeling on the ground, motionless, suddenly struggled to stand up. The wounds all over her body began to slowly heal under the nourishment of a stream of purple-black Ryatsu. At this time, the alien Jillian had a smug smile on his face, and then patted his belly gently. This pathetic Ryatsu can't even help me advance, and you still have the nerve to call yourself an Ajuchas? And don't call me Jillian, I have a name. My name is Grimjow Jagerjax. In the forest of Minos Grande, Chuan, who had just had a full meal, was wandering around, looking for a new target. Roar! Is this sound a lone Jillian? Soon Chuan came to the place where the sound came from, and saw Jillian roaring for no reason. It's a shame you're just an ordinary, mindless Jillian, but you're enough to measure my strength. Chuan was not afraid at all when facing Jillian, who was one level higher than him. Instead, he rushed forward with a sinister grin. Duh. Chapter 13. Call out. Chuan used the sound of turning and teleported a distance of 100 feet in an instant, going directly behind Jillian. Compared to Jillian, who is nearly 100 meters tall and 20 meters long, Chuan seems a little short. The centipede's huge tail wrapped directly around Jillian's legs. Jillian's pale, bony giant foot was entangled in an instant, and then Chuan launched a lightning strike. Sizzle. The violent arc of lightning shot out directly along Chuan's tail, gave Jillian a foot massage. Roar. Jillian screamed in pain, looking up to the sky. He then noticed Chuan behind him. His massive head spun around, his mouth wide open, and a black and red zero was aimed at Chuan. Chuan used his tail to pull hard, and actually tore Jillian's feet off. Roar! Jillian screamed in pain again, then lost her balance and fell to the ground. Boom! Jillian's huge body fell down, crushing the giant trees in the forest. The zero, which was halfway charged, exploded directly in his mouth. Chuan took the opportunity to swing out the thunder whip, splitting Jillian in half from the middle. In this way, the lone Jillian was dealt with so cleanly and neatly by Chuan. Chuan took a closer look at the circle of sharp bone spurs on Jillian's neck, and then he basically confirmed that the 2 bone spurs he had obtained from Chameleon Sue were indeed from Jillian. Originally, he had planned to use the 2 bone spurs as a 2-handed sword after being promoted to Giant Hollow. However, Yichuan's strength was greatly improved after the promotion, and the two bone spurs could hardly break Yichuan's defense. So he simply absorbed the two bone spurs with Soul Eater. Yichuan raised his tail high and activated Soul Gnawing again. A dark golden Ryatsu burst out from the spikes on his tail, forming a huge vortex of spirit particles. In a short while, it completely absorbed Jillian's body that was broken into two pieces. As the huge Ryatsu merged into his body, Yichuan opened his arms with a look of enjoyment on his face. Comfortable. Unexpectedly, devouring a lone Jillian could actually increase Yichuan's overall Ryatsu by 60 to 70%. Feeling the surging Ryatsu in his body, Yichuan stretched out his body. Yichuan now felt that if he faced the same Jillian again, Zero would probably be able to kill him easily with a head-on attack. I just don't know how it would be against that alien Jillian from back then. Although Yichuan was still a giant hollow at this time and had not yet been promoted to Jillian, the ordinary, unintelligent Jillian was no longer his opponent. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter those ajuches led by a group of foolish Jillians, his life will basically not be in any danger. As for whether he would meet Vasto Lord, the number of Vasto Lords in the entire Hueco Mundo could be counted on one hand. Yichuan thought that his luck was not that bad yet. What's more, he also has the magical skill of concealing his breath. Yichuan estimated that if he activated concealing his breath now, ordinary ajuches would probably not be able to discover his disguise. Therefore, his courage immediately grew, and after concealing his breath, he headed towards the depths of the Minos Grande Forest. Since there is no white sand in the Minos Grande Forest, Yichuan cannot hide his body under the sand, and Ryatsu can only hide his body, but not his body. Because Yichuan's travel speed is very slow, he mainly hides his tracks all the way. During this period, Yichuan encountered many lone giant hollows, and Yichuan killed and devoured them one by one. It must be said that the Minos Grande Forest is indeed a treasure land for Yichuan, who has a ghoul. His efficiency and utilization rate in devouring hollows with Soul Eater were much more convenient than swallowing them directly. Other hollows rely on eating to devour their own kind, which is time-consuming, and their corpses gradually dissolve into spirit particles, dispersing into the air of Hueco Mundo. Furthermore, while devouring, they must also be wary of sneak attacks from other hollows. If they become careless and allow another hollow to take advantage, they could lose their prey at best, or even become prey along with their own prey. It's great that there are no middlemen making a profit from the price difference. Yichuan chased a giant hollow that looked like an electric eel. This electric eel could release light blue voltage all over its body. Yichuan had a feeling that if he could devour the Ryatsu of this hollow, his lightning power would be improved, so he started to chase this hollow. It has to be said that the speed of this electric eel is extremely fast among the giant eels. Yichuan had to use the sound spin several times in a row before he caught up with it. A lightning whip flew across the sky and struck the electric eel swimming in the air in front of it. The electric eel was immediately surrounded by blue electric light and rushed forward again for nearly 100 meters. However, its speed was faster than Yichuan's lightning whip, and it directly knocked the electric eel down from the air. Yichuan flashed in front of the electric eel and used the centipede's tail to cut it in half. Then he activated the Soul Eater and began to absorb the electric eel completely. After a while, Yichuan slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and when he raised his hand, the thunder whip shining with dark golden light appeared in his hand again. Really? A hint of ecstasy appeared on Yichuan's face covered by the mask. After devouring the electric eel, Yichuan's Ryatsu didn't increase much, but his understanding of lightning seemed to have instantly gained some new insights. This lightning whip was originally derived from Yichuan's lightning. Originally, the lightning whip felt like a physical whip in his hand. After devouring the electric eel, Yichuan felt as if the lightning whip had become an organ of his body. He could make it move however he wanted, and with his mind, the lightning whip could be made longer or shorter, softer or harder, all at his will. Just as Yichuan was immersed in the joy of his improved lightning ability, he suddenly sensed a hint of strange Ryatsu. This Ryatsu is elusive, like a candle in the wind, as if it will disappear in the next moment. But Yichuan clearly felt the difference between this Ryatsu and the hollow's Ryatsu. If the hollow's Ryatsu was a ball of fire, then the small amount of Ryatsu he sensed was like a piece of solid ice. Could it be a Shinigami? Yichuan carefully sensed the location of the faint Ryatsu and began to move in that direction. From what he could sense, the strange Ryatsu was already very weak and posed no threat to him at the moment. He then boldly headed forward, hoping to see if there was anything unexpected to gain. According to the direction Ryatsu indicated, It should be right here, right? Chuan, following his perception of that hint of Ryatsu, came to a lush giant tree, but found nothing. After searching carefully, I found that the faint sound of Ryatsu was coming from a small tree hole. This cannot be blamed on Chuan. With a total length of more than 20 meters, even if his lower body has been moving underground, his upper body alone is 10 meters high, so it is naturally difficult for him to see the tree hole at the root of the tree that is only half a person's height. Due to his size, Chuan had to stick his tail into the tree hole and pull out 2 items directly. It turned out to be Chapter 14. Chuan used his tail to pull out a pure black Shiba suit and an unsheathed katana with a notched blade from the tree hole. Is this a death suit and a sealed state? Chuan placed the tiny Zanpakuto in his palm and clearly felt that the strange Ryatsu from before was coming from this sealed state. At this moment, Zanpakuto was like a small toothpick compared to Chuan's huge body. Just like playing with figurines in my previous life, I fiddled with this sealed state with many cracks for a while. Then a sudden thought came to him. Can I use this Zanpakuto? So, Chuan tentatively transferred his Ryatsu into the sealed sword, and strands of dark golden Ryatsu slowly flowed into the blade through Chuan's palm. Chuan's Ryatsu came into contact with the original Ryatsu in the blade, and wisps of memory fragments flowed directly into Chuan's mind like a movie. A handsome man with purple hair and a tall stature, holding a black spear, stood proudly in the Minos Grande forest, fighting with a group of voids. The spear in his hand swept across, carrying terrifying power, and a Jillian fell with every shot. Ito Kai was originally a homeless man in District 77 of the West District of Rakongai. Due to the very poor security in District 77, the living conditions of the residents were relatively poor, not to mention Ito Kai as a homeless man. The young boy wandered around Rakongai all day long and made a living by stealing. This went on for a long time, and the young Ito Kai grew into a young man. Because of his sturdy physique and arms longer than those of an average adult, he was always successful in fights. Therefore, the gangsters in Rakongai District 77 gave him the nickname Gibbon. Until one day, the 77th district in the western part of Rakongai was suddenly invaded by a group of hollows of unknown origin. Jinglingting immediately sent a group of Shinigami to the area to eliminate the hollows Kasumigauji Kamakawa from the noble Kasumigauji family. This was the first time that Ito Kai saw the woman who was as bright as the sun. She killed the hollow who invaded Rakongai cleanly and neatly, and saved Ito Kai from the hollow's mouth. When Ito Kai saw the graceful figure and cold-faced Kasumigauji in Chuan, he was so bold as to step forward and tease her. The result was obvious. With one Bakudo shot from Kasumigauji Kamakawa, Ito Kai's hands and feet were tied behind his back, trapping him in place and unable to move. Originally, because Ito Kai offended the nobles, the Shinigami who was traveling with Kasumigauji Kamakawa wanted to kill Ito Kai, but was stopped by the kind-hearted Kasumigauji Kamakawa. My name is Kasumi Aji Kamakawa, and I'm the 13th seed of the 11th division. I only like the strong. If you really like me, then work hard to become stronger. If one day you can defeat me, then... Ito Kai remembered Kasumigauji Kamakawa's words clearly. In his knowledge, the only ones who can defeat Shinigami are Shinigami. He, who was originally lazy and careless, actually participated in the selection of Mao's Spiritual Academy and successfully passed the entrance in one try and graduated successfully after several years. He also took the initiative to choose to join the 11th division where Kasumigauji Kamakawa was. In the following decades, the originally unknown Ito Kai unexpectedly came from behind and successfully rose from an unknown little Shinigami of civilian origin to become the 3rd seat of the 11th division. His strength far surpassed that of Kasumigauji Kamakawa, and he fell in love with Kasumigauji Kamakawa during their subsequent side-by-side battles. The Kasumigauji family behind Kamakawa also witnessed Ito Kai's potential and agreed to marry him. As long as Ito Kai became the vice-captain of a certain team, he could officially marry Kasumigauji Kamakawa. Just when everything was going in a good direction, a piece of news came that Kasumigauji Kamakawa suddenly left Ito Kai without saying goodbye and joined the Hueco Mundo expedition to Hueco Mundo to conquer Minos Grande. As a member of the Kasumigauji family, although a collateral branch, Kasumigauji Kamakawa is also a noble and would never be assigned to a death squad like the Hueco Mundo expedition. Ito Kai, who was quite suspicious about this matter, went to the Kasumigauji family many times to ask for an explanation, but the Kasumigauji family has always been vague about it. However, Ito Kai, who came from a commoner family, had no way to deal with the Kasumigauji family. He could only give up his position as a chief officer and join a new round of Hueco Mundo expedition, heading to Hueco Mundo, hoping to reunite with his fiancée. Unfortunately, their team encountered a strange space fluctuation when they set out. As soon as they came out of the Black Cavity, they came directly to the Minos Grande forest. Soon, Ito Kai and his group fell into the encirclement of the Hollow Group. The rest of the team members were quickly killed or injured under the siege of a large number of hollows. Only Ito Kai escaped with his powerful strength. In the next few years, Ito Kai stayed in the Minos Grande forest, killing hollows and searching for the whereabouts of Kasumigauji Kamakawa. Xia Dalu and Yin Chuan were not found, but quite a few of Su were killed. Until one day, he attracted the attention of two Ajuchas. These two Ajuchas brought their own Jillian army and came to surround and kill Ito Hai. Ito Kai is indeed the third member of the Berserker Squad, Squad 11. His strength is definitely at the level of vice captain. Facing the siege of hundreds of Jillians, he was still able to fight his way out, and even in the end he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and died together with the two Ajuchas. At this moment, the last scene flashed through Yi Chuan's mind. Let's fight to the death, Kamikaze Maru. With a soft hum, the sealed state in Ito Kai's hand turned into a pitch-black spear. Surrounded by a strong wind, the spear rushed towards the group of voids in front of it, moving forward fearlessly. At this point, the hint of Ryatsu lingering on the sealed state completely disappeared. Alas, Brother Hai is such a man. But it's a pity that his brain is not very good. From the general situation learned from the remaining Ryatsu of Ito Kai, Yi Chuan knew without a doubt that the disappearance of Kasumigauji Kamakawa must be related to the Kasumigauji family. Why did Ito Kai rush to Hueco Mundo to look for him in such a hurry? Of course, this is also partly due to the god's perspective. After all, in the original anime, the Kasumi family seemed to have caused a lot of trouble. As the chief officer, Ito Kai cannot touch the Kasumigauji family. What if he is the vice captain? If the vice captain is not a good option, then what if he becomes the official captain? Ito Kai's life was extremely short compared to the long lifespan of Shinigami. In other words, Ito Kai had the qualities of a captain. This was also the fundamental reason why the Kasumigauji family did not object to the marriage. If he had learned Bankai, would Ito Kai, wearing the captain's Haori, still be so passive when he went to Kasumiyaji's house to seek an explanation? A captain-level figure, not to mention the Kasumi family. Even the four great nobles dare not look down on him. Hey, Brother Hai, why are you so impatient? If I were you, I would just wait until I'm strong enough, and then all problems will be solved. Although their positions were different, Yi Chuan couldn't help but feel sorry for Ito Kai, and in the end, he could only sigh. Chapter 15. After Ito Kai's Ryatsu completely dissipated, Yi Chuan's Ryatsu no longer felt blocked, and it poured into the sealed state like seawater. Suddenly, Yi Chuan felt dizzy. He looked up and saw that the surrounding scenery had changed drastically. It was obviously no longer the Minos Grande forest, nor even in Hueco Mundo. Looking at the low earthen houses and messy streets around him, Yi Chuan felt confused. Is this? Section 77, Rukongai West District. Yi Chuan found himself in a scene exactly the same as the Rukongai in Ito Hai's memory. Am I in the spirit world? No, this is the inner world. This is Ito Kai's inner world. Just when Yi Chuan was confused, a handsome and tall purple-haired young man suddenly appeared at the end of the long and chaotic street. He was wearing a death tyrant suit and holding a sealed state. Ito Kai. Looking at the handsome man walking towards him quickly, Yi Chuan spoke tentatively. The purple-haired man did not answer, but ran towards Yi Chuan quickly unsheathing the sealed sword at his waist, and slashed towards Yi Chuan from a distance of dozens of feet. The next moment, Ito Kai was 3 feet in front of Yi Chuan and slashed with the sword. So fast. Is this Shuanpa? In a hurry, Yi Chuan had to attach a lightning arc to his right arm and hurriedly resist. Puff! The bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, and Yi Chuan's huge right arm was cut off by Ito Kai with one blow. Fortunately, Yi Chuan reacted quickly and immediately created distance with a sharp turn. He then used his tail to wrap up the broken arm on the ground and placed it in the gap. Just when the broken arm and the squirming granulation tissue at the wound were about to stick together, the purple-haired man attacked again. The long sword in his hand turned into a pitch-black spear in an instant. He waved the spear lightly from a distance and shot out a gust of wind, which directly blew Yi Chuan's broken arm, which was about to heal, into pieces. Damn, such a fast speed. Yi Chuan cried out in pain and quickly retreated again, performing several consecutive rotations before he left the range of the strong wind created by the pitch-black spear. The tissue at the gap of the broken arm squirmed wildly, and finally the severed right arm was restored. Since the severed arm was blown up, regenerating it would consume much more Ryatsu than gluing it together and then regenerating it. However, Chuan did not feel any consumption of Ryatsu in his body. This completely confirmed that he was in Edo Kai's inner world at this moment. But Chuan clearly remembered the setting of the king and the mount in the original Shinigami work, which was that if the king was killed in the spiritual world, he would really die. Looking at Edo Kai, who was charging towards him again and trying to tear him into pieces, Chuan made random remarks. "I can help you find Kasumideru Kamakawa." Upon hearing this, the purple-haired man immediately stopped, squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, and a look of pain on his face. "My wife, Yunkawa. I am Edo Kai? No, I am Kamikaze Maru." Chuan saw the purple-haired man in front of him behaving strangely, as if he was crazy. He had no way to leave this inner world. Chuan did not dare to ask, and could only stand there and watch what happened. After a long while, the purple-haired man gradually calmed down. Then he looked at Chuan and spoke slowly. "I am Kamikaze Maru. I exist to carry on my master's will, to retrieve Kamakawa." After saying this, the purple-haired man waved his hand, and Chuan suddenly felt dizzy again. When he came to his senses, he suddenly found himself back in the Minos Grande forest again. "Am I back?" It seemed like Chuan had spent quite a while in his inner world, but in reality, it was only less than a second in the real world. But Chuan still felt a lingering fear when he recalled everything that had happened before. The joy that Chuan had felt in Hueco Mundo over the past few days of constantly consuming various voids and becoming stronger was shattered by the impact. A Shinigami at the vice-captain level is so powerful. No, we can't slack off and must continue to become stronger. Chuan quickly calmed himself down and began to review the past. This accidental knowledge of Edo Kai's past was not without benefit. At least he had all of Edo Kai's memories during his training. He immediately raised his left hand and pointed at the giant tree in front of him. Heido number 4, White Thunder. Chuan called out the Heido number and performed the Ryatsu according to the method Edo Kai remembered. Although Edo Kai was the third seed of the famous 11th Division's melee squad, he was still good at using Kaido techniques, and his most proficient one was this White Thunder technique. 1 second later, 2 seconds later, 30 seconds later, still nothing happened. Okay, so it turns out Hollow Ryatsu really can't use Shinigami's jutsu. But Chuan didn't feel discouraged, he was just giving it a try. What really made him happy was that the sealed sword in his right hand had become more than 10 meters long and fit his body shape perfectly. "I think I'm the only Hollow in this world who has Zanpakuto before Arankar." Apparently, the experience he had previously had in his inner world had actually given him the right to use this Zanpakuto, and he had all the memories of Edo Kai practicing slashing techniques and past battles in his mind. What he lacked now was actual combat. This is a deputy captain level killing technique. Now, as long as he can master these killing techniques, his strength will make a qualitative leap in the shortest time. Chuan raised his right hand lightly and slashed with a knife. A sharp knife light flashed, and a giant tree next to him, which was 100 meters tall and with a trunk diameter of more than 5 meters, was cut down by Chuan's knife. Boom! The giant tree fell down, raising a cloud of dust and crushing a number of low shrubs. Well, it's worthy of being the work of Wang Yu, the sword god Nemewu. What a wonderful treasure. Chuan looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand and liked it more and more. As he injected Ryatsu into it, the Zanpakuto, which was originally full of cracks, was restored to its original state and became brand new. The sword also adapted to his body and became 10 meters long. Chuan played with the giant sword in his hand over and over again, just like a child who had received a new toy. Roar, roar, roar. The 7 Jillians roared loudly and surrounded the tiny giant void that dared to challenge them, as if they were going to rush over and tear it into pieces in the next moment. Alas, just a few mindless, ordinary Jillians. Can you give me a decent opponent? If you can't get a Juchas, at least give me an alien Jillian. Chuan seemed a little uninterested, then raised the Zanpakuto plus version in his hand and swung several times. 7 blades flashed by, and all 7 Jillians were split in 2. Then the Soul Eater was activated, and a dark golden vortex appeared at the tail of Chuan, swallowing up all 7 Jillians. Feeling the increase of Ryatsu in his body, Chuan smiled comfortably. 6 months had passed since Chuan acquired the Zanpakuto, and during that time, He had mastered every single one of the slashing techniques from Ito Kai's memory. Furthermore, during that same 6 months, Chuan had devoured Jillian everywhere, and his Ryatsu was now 4 or 5 times greater than when he first arrived at Minos Grande Forest. Ordinary Jillian is no match for him. Duh. Chapter 17. Roar. Ian Gray uttered a roar. Immediately, the Jillians around him retreated far enough away to leave enough space for him and Chuan. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Ian Gray took the lead and used the loud turn, coming directly in front of Chuan. His 2 scorpion claws were like 2 sharp scissors and pierced Chuan's face. At the same time, Chuan pulled back and then blocked with a knife in his right hand. Clang! Sparks flew when the pliers met the blade. Chuan swung his left hand downward, unleashing a 10-meter-long lightning whip. Seeing this, Ian Gray stepped into the air, his spirit energy erupting beneath his feet. He unleashed a resounding rotation and retreated 10 meters. Bang! The lightning whip carried unparalleled force and smashed several giant trees. Just when Ian Gray thought that he had left the attack range of the lightning whip that seemed to have missed the target suddenly stretched out and turned in an arc, like a flexible lightning snake attacking Ian Gray's back. Sizzle! Just as the razor was about to pierce Ian Gray, the scorpion tail behind him also stretched out, and the sharp tail needle carrying the black Ryatsu collided with the razor. Bang! The powerful Ryatsu collided with a deafening roar, and the whistling wind caused the surrounding giant trees to sway continuously. While Ian Gray was busy resisting the sudden attack of the thunder whip, Chuan turned around and appeared above him, holding up the long sword in his hand. At this moment, arcs of lightning were swirling on the long sword. With a sudden chop, a huge dark golden sword light carrying the power of thunder appeared. Ian Gray had just tried his best to withstand the sudden attack of the thunder whip, but faced with the sudden huge sword light, he had to dodge sideways in a hurry. As a result, he failed to dodge in time, and his right arm was cut off directly. Puff! A large amount of blood flowed out from the broken arm, and Ian Gray covered his broken arm with his hand with a pale face. This was not the end yet. The aftermath of Chuan's full-strength sword strike split the mindless Jillian, who was closer behind him, into 2. So strong. If I weren't injured. Although Ian Gray was enslaved by Hubert Allen and degenerated into a Jillian, he always believed that he was an Ajuchas and not a lowly Jillian. Therefore, after he sensed the strength of Chuan Ryatsu and mistook Chuan for Ajuchas, he was eager to fight him fairly to prove that he was still the proud Ajuchas he once was. Chuan looked at the half-scorpion Su in front of him, whose arm he had cut off. Rarely did he continue to pursue the victory, but stopped and looked at the Su in front of him with complicated eyes. Through fighting with him and the contact between the 2 sides Ryatsu, he found that his opponent's fighting spirit was not strong, but rather seemed to be seeking death. I don't need my opponent's mercy. Ian Gray looked at Chuan, who suddenly stopped, and the dark Ryatsu around his body immediately exploded, and countless sharp needles shining with black and purple light burst out from the scorpion tail behind him. Seeing these Ryatsu-shaped needles shooting towards him, Chuan shook his head. He had originally thought that he would have a good fight with this half-human scorpion, but the result was still a crushing defeat. However, the half-scorpion in front of him knew that he was no match for Chuan, but still dared to show his fangs to him. He was indeed a respectable opponent, so he decided to give such an opponent the respect he deserved. He immediately grasped the hilt of the knife with both hands, and with arcs of lightning wrapped around the blade, he swung out with all his strength again. The dark golden blade light reappeared, as if painting the sky golden. So strong, not to mention me, whose strength is less than 60% of my peak. Even I at my peak strength would probably not be his opponent. He can definitely defeat Hubert Allen. This was the last thought in Ian Gray's mind. The blade light dissipated, leaving a giant crack on the ground that was more than 10 meters long, as well as the remains of the half-human scorpion. Chuan stepped forward and activated his soul eater to absorb all the corpses on the ground without wasting a single bit. As the last broken arm was absorbed by the dark golden vortex behind Chuan felt unprecedented satisfaction. A Jillian that has fallen from the level of an Ajuchas has a Ryatsu comparable to that of 100 ordinary Jillians. How delicious must a real Ajuchas be? When killing the half-human scorpion, Chuan found Ryatsu belonging to another hollow on his body. If his guess was correct, this Ryatsu should belong to the Ajuchas behind him. Don't worry, I'll find you soon. At the same time, Hubert Allen, who was eating in the nest, suddenly shuddered. Chuan, who had just digested the half-scorpion, looked at the foolish Jillian around him who had fallen into a riot because of the death of his commander, and licked his lips. He continued his hunting journey. This half-Scorpio guy is such a good person. Not only did he give himself to me, he also gave me over 100 ordinary Jillians. While Chuan was slaughtering the fleeing Jillian group, he was remembering the half-human scorpion he had just killed. Soon, more than 100 Jillian were completely devoured and digested by Chuan. At this time, the Reiatsu in Chuan's body increased by about 50% compared to before the battle. Thank you for the gift, brother Centaur. More importantly, Chuan finally felt a sense of fullness. He had a hunch that as long as he devoured 100 or 200 ordinary Jillians, or in Ajuchas, he could be promoted to Jillian. Right now, even though I haven't been promoted to Jillian yet, I already possess Ajucha's level combat power. If I were to officially become a Jillian, I'm afraid I'd be able to directly rival Vasto Lord, right? Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Thinking of this, Chuan began to raise his own Reiatsu to ultimate, feeling the trace of Ajucha's Reiatsu on the half-human hollow. He must strike while the iron is hot to find the Ajuchas behind the half-human hollow and use his flesh and blood as nourishment for his own advancement. Carefully feeling the distance between him and that touch of Reiatsu, Chuan walked all the way south. After walking for most of the day, Chuan finally felt that he was getting closer and closer to the Reiatsu. At the same time, he also felt hundreds of Reiatsu belonging to Jillian around that Reiatsu. One intact Ajuchas plus hundreds of Jillians is a bit tricky, but not unsolvable. Chuan looked at the nests on the 4 giant trees in front of him and began to hold his breath. He decided to first eliminate all the Jillians stationed outside and then go deep into the nest to kill the Ajuchas. Chuan acted immediately, hiding himself and planning to start from the outermost area and hunt down these Jillians. Call out, the sound moved, and a sword light that was as fast as ultimate directly killed the Jillian who was on guard at the outermost edge, and then used the Soul Eater to absorb it. Just when Chuan was about to do the same to the second Jillian, Hubert Allen in the nest suddenly opened his eyes. Enemy attack. Roar. Following Hubert Allen's angry roar, the group of Jillians who were standing in a daze under the giant tree suddenly started to run wild, and all noticed Chuan who was about to make a move. Sure enough, we can't use the same methods we used against those mindless Jillians against the Ajuchas. Chapter 18. Roar. 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 Hundreds of Jillians followed Hubert Allen in a roar. Along with these roars, Chuan felt that the Reiatsu in his body seemed to be a little bit blocked. Is this a combo skill? I never thought this Ajuchas could control so many Jillians to perform a combo. Chuan had a slight headache. You have the aura of Ian Gray on you. That idiot should die. And you actually lured me here by actively exposing my Reiatsu. And as a Minos Grande, you're actually holding a Shinigami's Zanpakuto? Interesting. A half-human, half-snake creature, only 4 or 5 meters tall, flew out from the nest in the giant tree, stood on the trunk, and looked down at Chuan. You think you can kill me by yourself? You're simply courting death. The Reiatsu I left in Ian Gray sensed it the moment you killed him, so I've been waiting for you on full alert. Chuan looked up at the half-human snake on the tree trunk, which was quite small compared to himself. The powerful Reiatsu erupting from his body showed that he was the leader of this group of Jillian. Similarly, the alien Reiatsu found in the body of that special Jillian before belonged to the Ajuchas in front of him. This was also Chuan's first time meeting a serious Ajuchas, so he was looking at the other party curiously. Now I'm giving you a chance to pledge your allegiance to me. Mutilate yourself and let me plant the snake venom in you. Then swear allegiance to me, Hubert Allen, and I'll let you go this time. How about that? The Ajuchas named Hubert Allen spoke again. Apparently, like the centaur before, he mistook Chuan for an Ajuchas. As for asking Chuan to mutilate his body, it was naturally to make Chuan fall from the level of Ajuchas. However, what he never expected was that not only was Chuan not an Ajuchas, even Jillian was not just an ordinary giant hollow. Snap! Hubert Allen snapped his fingers, and hundreds of Jillian around Chuan began to accumulate zero and aimed at Chuan. Seeing this scene, Chuan immediately felt a headache. After a brief silence, Chuan's right hand holding the knife cut off his left hand with one stroke. In an instant, Chuan's left arm gushed out like a red fountain. As you offer, my loyalty, Lord Hubert Allen. Chuan threw the Zanpakuto in his right hand to the ground, picked up the fragment in his left arm with his right hand, and held it high in the direction of Hubert Allen. Seeing Chuan's series of actions, Hubert Allen was stunned at first, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha! Well, I like decisive guys. He snapped his fingers again, and the hundreds of Jillians around him stopped charging zero at the same time. Then he came closer to Chuan and was about to pick up the broken arm that Chuan was holding high to enjoy it. But suddenly he discovered that the tissue on his broken arm, which was bleeding profusely, was wriggling rapidly. In an instant, his left arm regenerated, and the regenerated left arm, holding a dark golden lightning whip, shot towards Hubert Allen. "This is super!" Call out. Hubert Allen, reacting quickly, retreated with the thunder whip following him like a leech. He was fast, but Chuan's thunder whip was even faster, striking him squarely on the mask. Roar! The half-man snake who was hit head-on by the thunder whip let out an earth-shaking roar. Looking closely, a hole was directly blown out of the mask on his face. Threads of bright red blood flowed from his cheek through the gap in the mask. "How dare you damage my body?" Hubert Allen screamed frantically. His body was damaged, and the most important mask was damaged. This meant that from now on, he would never have the chance to evolve into the highest level Vasto Lord. He also needs to constantly devour Jillian to barely maintain himself from falling into the rank of Ajuchas. This cunning Ajuchas in front of him not only possessed the high-speed regeneration that all Ajuchas dreamed of, but also destroyed his evolutionary path. "I'm going to tear you apart alive. I'm going to tear you apart alive." Hubert Allen screamed crazily, trying to control a group of Jillians to form a battle formation to snipe Chuan. How could Chuan give him a chance? With a wave of his hand, the Zanpakuto on the ground returned to his hand by itself. Then he immediately followed up with a loud slash and chopped Hubert Allen's face several times. The half-human snake had no choice but to use the same technique to retreat at high speed. At the same time, the nails on both hands instantly extended, and all 10 nails carried black and red Ryatsu, which shot out like a cannonball, colliding with the sword light of Chuan, raising a cloud of dust. "Damn it, you despicable sneak attacker." Chuan's unexplained combination of feigning surrender followed by a surprise attack stunned Hubert Allen. Noisy. Chuan ignored Hubert Allen, raised his left hand slightly, and a black and red zero was charged in a very short time and blasted towards his face. Hubert Allen's snake tail also condensed into a zero, which was also a bunch of black and red snakes, and collided with the zero released by Chuan. Boom! The two zeros collided with each other, raising a cloud of dust. Hubert Allen's zero arrived first and penetrated Chuan's zero, creating a bloody hole in Chuan's waist and abdomen. Ahem, it turns out that challenging Ajuchas by jumping 2 levels is still a bit of a stretch. If Chuan only competes with Ryatsu, he is now stronger than the special Jillian Ian Gray he fought before, but there is still a certain gap between him and the serious Ajuchas. The reason why he was able to injure him was due to Chuan's unexpected attack. Although Chuan succeeded in a sneak attack and shattered his mask, causing damage to his body, the weakening and degradation of Ryatsu is a long process. Today, Hubert Allen is still a genuine Ajuchas. The more times like this, the more he couldn't show his weakness. Chuan's abdominal tissue began to move and high-speed regeneration was activated, and his injuries were completely healed in an instant. Using high-speed regeneration to repair such injuries would be a heavy burden on Ryatsu, so he decided to attack with all his strength and strive to kill the opponent quickly. Hubert Allen, who had recovered from his shock at this moment, watched as the injuries he had caused to Chuan were healed again by Chuan's high-speed regeneration. Damn it! If I had high-speed regeneration, I could restore my form. An emotion called jealousy instantly filled Hubert Allen's body, so he began to control his Jillian Legion, which was standing there in a daze, to send Zero to kill Chuan. At the same time, Chuan knew that he could not delay any longer. If he delayed any longer and allowed Jillian to surround and kill him, he would be the one to die. He gathered all his Ryatsu and used the strongest sword he could. Thunder Slash. This sword move is a combination of the slashing technique he learned from Ito Kai's memory and his own lightning ability. This is Chuan's trump card. Chapter 19. Boom. The slash of the sword is like the explosion of spring thunder, which is why Chuan named this move Thunder Slash. As the sword was swung out, about 70% of the Ryatsu in Chuan's body was instantly consumed, and an extremely thick dark golden thunder carrying an unmatched sword energy slashed towards Hubert Allen. What a fast knife! Hubert Allen felt Chuan's earth-shattering slash and immediately used his innate ability, opening his mouth and spitting out a large amount of black mist toxins. Then these black mist toxins entangled with each other to form a giant poisonous mist snake, which collided with Chuan's thunder slash. At the same time, the Zero, as mentioned by many Jillians under Hubert Allen, also completed their energy. Hundreds of black and purple beams were fired at Chuan. Bang! The thunderous sword that looked like a long dragon collided with the poisonous fog snake, making a loud noise. The thunder slash split the giant snake into two, including Hubert Allen, who was hiding behind the giant snake. But those hundreds of zero also attacked Yi Chuan at the same time. For a moment, sand, rocks, and dust filled the sky. This is impossible. I won't accept this. With a final terrified scream, Hubert Allen's body exploded in half. Pooh! The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Yi Chuan stood in the huge pit, slowly spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. At the same time, his entire shoulder was blown away without a trace. Luckily, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been blown to pieces. Looking at the mess all around, Yi Chuan said with lingering fear. When Yi Chuan, who had just delivered his strongest blow, was about to be killed by hundreds of zero, he used zero to blast a hole in the ground and hid in the hole to avoid a large amount of damage from zero. Even so, his entire shoulder was still blown to pieces. However, he simply protected his head and internal organs tightly. After a while, the granulation tissue on his hideous wound began to wriggle, and soon Yi Chuan, who was originally seriously injured and dying, recovered as before. Although he had recovered, Yi Chuan's energy was extremely weak and the Ryatsu in his body was almost dried up. But Yi Chuan knew that now was not the time to relax, so he forced himself to stay alert, used the sound to stagger to the remains of Hubert Allen, and activated the Soul Eater to devour him. Without having time to digest it carefully, he picked up his knife and killed the hundreds of Jillians around him. These Jillians had no intelligence and were controlled by the snake venom, making their movements slow. Without a leader, they were even more stupid than ordinary Jillians. That was why Yi Chuan could go on a killing spree in such a weakened state and devour them all. When Yi Chuan had killed half of the animals and had not yet digested them properly, he felt a sense of fullness, so he had to suppress it temporarily and continue killing. Only after killing all the Jillians present did Yi Chuan ascend to the nest that originally belonged to Hubert Allen. Only then did he stop suppressing his urge to be promoted and carefully digested the spirit particles he had previously devoured with the Soul Eater. Yi Chuan curled up his whole body, and dark golden Ryatsu surged out of his body like a tide, wave after wave. Then a dark golden beam of light appeared like a pillar supporting the sky, reaching up to the sky and down to the underworld. At this moment, the area within hundreds of miles with Yi Chuan as the center could sense this huge aura. 100 miles north of Yi Chuan, there was a lone, centaur-shaped Ajuchas. Suddenly, he looked towards Yi Chuan with a look of fear in his eyes. Is there an Ajuchas being promoted to Vasto Lord? What a wonderful feeling. Is this the leap of life? At this moment, Yi Chuan was in the middle of the light column and cried out in comfort. He felt as if he was being wrapped by a pair of warm hands. The feeling was like a spring breeze and was indescribable. Then the beam of light dissipated, revealing Yi Chuan's figure that was 100 meters tall. After being promoted to Jillian, Yi Chuan did not change into the same general body shape as the other 99% of hollows, but became more like a human. His entire body was as black as ink, with dark golden lightning patterns all over his body. His original centipede tail had transformed into something like armor, growing together with his helmet-like mask and wrapping around Yi Chuan's back. The hollow hole that originally grew in the center of the waist, abdomen, and tail has moved to the position of the heart. Feeling the surging Ryatsu in his body, Yi Chuan had no doubt that the Ajuchas that had previously put him in a difficult battle might not be able to withstand even an ordinary blow from him. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chuan, who was over 100 meters tall, looked at his pair of skeleton-like feet and jumped excitedly, causing the ground to shake. Yi Chuan looked around himself and found that his feet were the only part of his body that resembled Jillian the most. However, Yi Chuan was very satisfied with this. After all, he could only swim around by relying on his tail before, and now he was very happy to have grown a pair of feet again. You've grown bigger too? Yi Chuan looked at the sealed 40-meter-long sword beside him and smiled knowingly. The sword had grown in proportion to Yi Chuan. But, with Yi Chuan's strange laugh, his body shrank rapidly, from 100 meters in size to only about 2 meters in height, very similar to a normal human. The giant sealed state also turned into the size of a normal sword as Yi Chuan Ryatsu was retracted. This is the new ability that Yi Chuan awakened after being promoted to Jillian, Rui. The only function of this Rui is to control the size of the body to shrink within a certain proportion. After Yi Chuan used the Rui, he shrunk his body to the smallest size and became what he is now. With Yi Chuan's current humanoid appearance and human-like body, coupled with his majestic Ryatsu, anyone who sees him would probably shout, "Vasto Lord." Chuan decided to use this smallest form as his regular form from now on. After all, Jillian's body was too big, and even if he used the concealed breath, it could only hide Ryatsu, not that mountain-like figure. Chuan casually swung his sword, and a powerful sword light surged out, and more than 10 towering trees collapsed one after another. Not bad, not bad. This power is more than 10 times stronger than before the promotion. Chuan's eyes lit up immediately. I wonder if I can defeat Ito Kai at this moment. At this moment, he had just been promoted and was full of fighting spirit. Although he was only promoted to the lower-level Minos Grande Jillian, this Jillian obviously could not be judged by common sense. After all, in the original work, no Jillian was seen killing ajuchas like butchering dogs. Although Ito Kai was once the third in command of the 11th Division, his actual combat ability was among the best among all the vice-captains, so it was suitable for testing his current strength. Chuan then no longer hesitated and immediately followed the same approach as before, injecting his own Ryatsu into the Zanpakuto, while at the same time using his own consciousness to communicate with the inner world hidden in the sword. With a familiar feeling of dizziness, the scenery around Chuan began to blur. Soon, the towering trees of the Minos Grande forest turned into a series of low, earthen houses. It was the Rukongai in Ito Kai's memory. It really works. Chapter 20. After a while, a purple-haired man wearing a Shinigami suit, with a tall figure and holding a Zanpakuto appeared at the end of the chaotic street. But this time Chuan did not retreat, but used the Xiangzhuan technique to rush forward. Call out. Chuan flashed and appeared directly behind Ito Kai, stabbing him with a knife. Ito Kai raised his sword to block, then slashed Chuan in the face with his backhand. Chuan used his waist and abdomen to lean back to avoid the knife, and then took advantage of the momentum to kick back Ito Kai. Then he tapped his left hand repeatedly, shooting out dozens of black and red balls of light, blowing the surrounding low earthen houses into ashes. It was the virtual bullet. Facing the bombardment of the virtual bullet, Ito Kai Shumpa shot out continuously, almost becoming an afterimage. In the next breath, the earthen house that had turned into dust returned to its original state. After all, this was the inner world of Ito Kai, and not the real Rukongai. 804 White Thunder. Ito Kai pointed a finger and a white lightning shot towards Chuan, but Chuan fired another virtual bullet to neutralize it. Who said the 11th Division can't use kaido? They use vellay very well. Chuan complained in his heart. Ding ding ding. As the battle between Chuan and Ito Kai reached a fever pitch, various wounds appeared on both of their bodies. However, the only difference was that the wounds on Ito Kai's body accumulated more and more, while Chuan's wounds were healed by high-speed regeneration as soon as they appeared. Seeing that Chuan could not be defeated by the slashing technique alone, Ito Kai immediately withdrew, raised the Zanpakuto high above his head, and shouted, "Let's fight to the death, Kamikaze Maru." The long sword in his hand suddenly turned into a pitch-black spear carrying a strong wind, and then attacked Chuan again. "Ha ha ha, good job." Chuan laughed loudly, and with a flick of the sealed stayed in his hand, a force of thunder immediately attached to the blade, and fought together with the spear surrounded by the strong wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Divine Wind style, 7 blades wind kill. Ito Kai fired 7 times with his gun, and 7 whirlwinds like meat grinders swept towards Chuan. Chuan was not afraid either. He swung the long sword in his hand fiercely, and after a loud bang, he directly cut out a huge arc of lightning. It's the Thunder Slash. The Thunder Slash after the promotion was much stronger than the ajuchas that killed the centaur, so it directly cut through the 7 hurricanes. Puff. The powerful and domineering lightning arc directly cut a deep scar on Ito Kai's body that was visible to the bone. From the left shoulder to the waist and abdomen, the bones are visible. However, Ito Kai completely ignored the fatal injury and continued to fight with Chuan. However, Chuan clearly felt that the opponent's speed had slowed down. Sure enough, even in the inner world, injuries will still affect the state. Divine Wind Style 2, Wind Dragon Roar. I saw Ito Kai waving his spear with both hands. Hula. Amidst the howling wind, a gale force dragon took shape in an instant, charging down towards Chuan. This was clearly Ito Kai's ultimate move. Seeing this, Chuan raised his knife horizontally. A wisp of black-red Ryatsu and a dark gold lightning arc intertwined on the tip of the knife, and in an instant it turned into a ball of light intertwined with black-red and dark gold. King Zero Light. The terrifying Zero with 2 colors intertwined as Chuan finished speaking, then shot towards the Wind Dragon. This flash of Wang Su is the new ability Chuan gained after he was promoted to Jillian. In the original novel, only Arrancar at the level of Espada or Minos Grande at the level of Vasto Lord can use Wang's Zero Light. Chuan, however, mastered it naturally after being promoted to Jillian. The terrifying King's Zero Light easily broke through Ito Kai's Wind Dragon and turned it into nothingness. Even Ito Kai, or Kamikaze Maru, disappeared into thin air after taking the flash of King Zero's light. The moment after he defeated Ito Hai, Chuan returned directly to the real world after a dizzying moment. After the second battle with Ito Kai, Chuan had a clear understanding of his current strength. His current Ryatsu is far higher than that of Ito Kai, who is at the vice-captain level, but his fighting skills and killing techniques are inferior to Ito Kai. That's why he fought with Ito Kai for so long. If the two had the same skills, Ito Kai would not have been able to last more than a few rounds in his hands. However, there was no way around it. Chuan was just a social slave in his previous life. Some of his combat skills came from his own experience as a hollow, while the vast majority came from Ito Kai's memories. In other words, these were all just imitations of Ito Kai. So naturally, there was no way he could surpass the original owner. It would be great if I could further my studies at Soul Society. However, if he enters Soul Society, he will probably be condemned by everyone. Chuan, who was daydreaming, suddenly had an idea and thought of a way to sneak into Soul Society. Half a month later, somewhere in the Minos Grande forest. You, a great Vasto Lord, instead of going to the Palace of Night to challenge Berrigan, you're here to embarrass an Ajucha like me. An Ajuchas that resemble the centaur spoke in grief and anger. Am I being mistaken for Vasto Lord again? But we can't blame the centaur for admitting his mistake. After all, who among Jillians can kill Ajuchas with just one blow? Chuan smiled without saying a word and swung his sword again, and the centaur Ajuchas died with hatred. Then Chuan's skilled Soul Eater completely absorbed the Ajuchas. But it didn't end there. Just after absorbing the centaur Ajuchas, the centipede armor connected to the mask on Chuan's back suddenly split into a small piece, and then the mask on his back squirmed and instantly returned to its original shape. As soon as the split centipede landed on the ground, it instantly enlarged and turned into a giant centipede 10 meters long in the blink of an eye. The white mask covered the front of the sharp mouthparts on its head. What Chuan just used was the clone ability he gained after being promoted to the giant virtual. Because of his weak strength, he had never used this ability until now. The clone created by the method of clones has the same soul as the original body and shares the same consciousness. This clone was created by Chuan using all the Ryatsu of the centaur Ajuchas he had just devoured. Chuan's original body and clone looked at each other, just staring at each other in bewilderment. It's an amazing feeling to be looking at yourself. Chuan sensed that the Ryatsu emitted by this clone had definitely reached the level of Ajuchas, with nearly 20% of the original body's Ryatsu. In terms of total Ryatsu alone, it was even stronger than Chuan's before the promotion. However, when creating the clone, Chuan did not give it special abilities such as lightning and breath control in order not to deplete the original power of his own body. Therefore, he does not have special abilities that suit his characteristics like normal Ajuchas, and only has general skills such as Ring Zero. Therefore, this clone can only be regarded as a blank Ajuchas, but that is enough. Chuan's right hand swiped into the void, and the originally calm void directly cracked into an irregular large hole, followed by a black cavity as black as ink. Chuan's clone jumped high and jumped directly into the black cavity, embarking on a journey to the present world, and then the black cavity quickly closed. Chapter 21. Karakura Town. A wave of twisted ripples flashed across the sky, and then an extremely irregular crack formed. Behind the crack was an Uzumaki-shaped black cavity. A pale centipede with a body length of more than 10 meters crawled out from the black cavity. It was Chuan's Ajucha's clone. Since this clone was born not long ago, Chuan was not yet proficient in using his pure centipede body. In addition, it was his first time to enter the real world through the black cavity, so he was delayed in the black cavity for several days before arriving in Karakura Town. Chuan carefully surveyed Karakura Town. He had never imagined it had already entered the modern world, with utility poles and small, single-family houses everywhere. He felt as if he had returned to a small county town in his past life. Based on his own experience in Hueco Mundo, he estimated that it was still at least 100 years away from the Shinigami plotline. He imagined that Karakura Town should be in the Sengoku or Edo period, where the average height of the people was only 1.4 meters and people would commit suicide by seppuku at any time. Unexpectedly, Karakura Town has already entered the modern society at this moment. Chuan shook his head and said, This little day is not that little day. Then he didn't think any more about it, and couldn't wait to implement his plan. Roar! The centipede clone roared towards the sky, and then Ryatsu belonging to the level of Ajuchas began to sweep across Karakura town. Somewhere in Karakura town, a middle-aged balding Shinigami wearing a Shinigami suit was grappling with a powerful hollow in front of him, holding a sealed state. The trouble is actually with a powerful hollow. If I had known about this garrison mission, I wouldn't have accepted it. I don't know why I always run into some tough guys every time it's my turn to do a garrison mission. The middle-aged man named Kaido Koichi is an ordinary member of the 13th Division and is responsible for the garrison in this area. With his strength, he would have no problem dealing with those newly transformed hollows. But it was still a little difficult to deal with the powerful hollows. Wasn't it agreed that only new hollows would appear in this area? How could such a strong hollow appear? This guy is probably not far from becoming a giant hollow. Kaido Koichi complained as he fought against this powerful hollow that looked like a mosquito. Clang! Sparks flew when the sharp mouthparts of Mosquito Void collided with the sealed state. Kaido Koichi didn't hold it tightly, and the sealed state in his hand flew out. Damn it, Hado no San. Just when Kaido Koichi lost Zanpakuto and could only urge Kido to fight hard, a huge wave of Ryatsu swept over, sending chills down his spine. Mosquito Su, who was originally showing off his power, was so frightened by the huge Ryatsu that he ran away in panic. After feeling this terrifying Ryatsu, Kaido Koichi picked up the Zanpakuto that was knocked away and looked at the source of the Ryatsu with a look of horror on his face. This terrifying Ryatsu, could it be Minos Grande? A low-level team member like Kaido Koichi, who came from an ordinary background, naturally had no idea what Ajuchas were. He simply knew that there was a so-called Minos Grande above the giant hollow. Damn the Technology Development Bureau. How the hell did they do that testing? How did they let Minos Grande into the real world? If I ever make it back alive, I'm going to complain to you. Just feeling the Ryatsu made Kaido Koichi feel powerless, but he still ran towards the source of the Ryatsu while holding Zanpakuto and cursing. Oh, you took the bait? But this Ryatsu is too weak. Feeling a faint Ryatsu approaching him, Chuan knew that his plan was half successful. From a distance, Kaido Koichi looked at the terrifying Ryatsu emanating from the gigantic centipede, and his hand holding the knife trembled constantly. What level of void is this? The Minos Grande in front of him was more terrifying than any other hollow he had ever seen in his life. Then he saw the centipede Minos Grande start to destroy the street, pulling up telephone poles, and seemed determined to destroy the street completely. Kaido Koichi had to swallow his saliva and rushed towards the terrifying Minos Grande with his knife in hand. You have great courage. Chuan looked at the weak Shinigami in front of him, who was as weak as an ant, and actually let out a strange cry and rushed towards him. With a sweep of his tail, he sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Kaido Koichi rolled 3 times on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. Of course, Chuan deliberately let this happen. If he killed this weak Shinigami at this moment, it would likely affect his own plan. As a result, the weak Shinigami just stood up and staggered towards him again. Just as Kaido Koichi was limping towards Chuan with a knife again, a young man wearing a Shinigami suit, with black hair, deep blue eyes, a tall figure, and a heroic face suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he stopped Kaido Koichi with a warm smile on his face. You've done a great job, now let me do it. Kyan, Vice Captain. How could Kaido Koichi not recognize the young man in front of him? He was the new vice captain of their 13th Division, Shiba Kyan from the noble Shiba family. Oh, you finally took the bait? I didn't expect the person to be Shiba Kyan. Chuan's plan is very simple. The purpose of sending his clone to the world is actually very simple, which is to let the Shinigami kill his clone. Because according to the setting in the original work, innocent souls who turned into hollows will be reborn as humans and enter soul society after being killed by Shinigami. The guilty souls will fall into hell. If he is found not guilty, he can split himself into a human body and enter the soul society. If you are found guilty, you will go to hell. Chuan won't lose anything. That's why he specifically created a clone, and then deliberately came to the human world to expose Ryatsu in order to attract Shinigami to kill the clone. A Shinigami like Shiba Kyan, a vice captain, is more than enough to help Chuan complete his plan. As for a weaker teammate like Kaido Koichi, even if Chuan stood still and let him chop him, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Roar! Chuan roared at the tiny Shiba Kyan in front of him, and then a purple-black Ryatsu took shape in front of his mouthparts that were like a crusher. A black and purple Zoro took shape and blasted towards Shiba Kyan. Shiba Kyan lifted Kaido Koichi with one hand and used Shuinpa to help him dodge the Zoro. It's actually Ajuchas? Why would a Minos Grande of this caliber suddenly go mad in the real world instead of seeking advancement in Hueco Mundo? Shiba Kaien looked at the centipede-shaped ajuches in front of him with a puzzled look. Then he said to Kaido Koichi behind him, "This Minos Grande is very troublesome. Please contact the Technology Development Bureau to apply for the restriction to be lifted. As a vice-captain level being, because his own Ryatsu is too strong, he will be restricted to 80% of his Ryatsu before being allowed to enter the real world. Now this Minos Grande feels a little tricky for him, so he has to apply for the restriction to be lifted." He then raised his Zanshu's Pakuto high in his hand and muttered, "Let Suiten Sakamaki go, Nejibana." The sealed long sword instantly transformed into a trident-shaped spear with a spiral end. Then he turned the spear in his hand, causing a stream of water to flow, which attacked the centipede Minos Grande like invisible sharp blades. And the next moment, a strange scene happened. The centipede Minos Grande actually gave up defense and rushed forward, taking the powerful blow with his face. "Sure, that hurts. Shiba Kaien's unlimited release can't kill me in one hit." The centipede Minos Grande, which was cut into pieces by countless water streams, suddenly turned around and rushed towards the tip of Shiba Kaien's gun. This. Shiba Kaien looked on in bewilderment as Minos Grande, who had bumped into his Zanpakuto and was thinking about it, slowly turned into spirit particle dust and dissipated. Kaido Koichi, who was taking out a special mobile phone to contact the Technology Development Bureau to help Shiba Kaien apply for the lifting of the restriction, also had a depressed look on his face. At the same time, the call finally connected and the voice of a staff member from the Technology Development Bureau came from the other end. "Mashimoshi, this is the Technology Development Bureau." Chapter 22. In the Minos Grande forest, Chuan, who was originally hunting Minos Grande, suddenly grinned. It actually worked. Rakongai is the first place that all the dead souls arrive at when they enter the Soul Society. The bustling crowds around him gave Chuan the feeling of squeezing into the subway early in the morning to go to work in his previous life. A dense crowd of people were queuing up to enter a huge, oval-shaped building. Chuan was standing in the crowd and was pushed forward without having to move himself. Chuan looked up and saw that everyone had to go through a gate. In front of the gate was a long wooden table. Several Shinigami dressed in deathly hate costumes were sitting in front of the wooden table. Everyone who passed through the gate was given a wooden sign. After waiting in line for a long time, it was finally Chuan's turn. "I saw a man in a death suit sitting at a wooden table without looking up. This is your ID card. You've been assigned to the East District." Without waiting for Chuan to ask, he threw a wooden sign with the word "Dong" written on it to Chuan. Is it so casual? Then, Chuan was squeezed out by the crowd. He followed the signs and came to the entrance of a cave with the 4 big words East, South, West, and North written on it. Chuan walked into the cave with the word East written on it. "After walking in the dark tunnel for a long time, I finally saw a ray of light. I moved towards the light and finally saw an open wilderness. In front of me, I saw a huge portal shining with white light." Chuan was pushed into the gate by the crowd behind him. A ray of dazzling white light made Chuan unable to open his eyes. "New soul, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and hand in your ID card for registration." Chuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself still in a huge building. In front of him was a huge table. A young female Shinigami with white hair looked at him with displeasure. "Come and register quickly, or you'll be sent to District 80. Chapter 23. Once again, for the sake of distinction, Chuan's Soul Society clones will be collectively referred to as Ito Makoto. Makoto Ito took out his ID card and followed the instructions on it to go to the residence allocated for him by Soul Society. I had just taken 3 or 2 steps when a timid voice came from behind me. Are you also heading to your residence?" Ito Makoto turned around and found that a short, very thin girl wearing a floral kimono suddenly called her. When seeing this girl, Ito Makoto suddenly remembered that he had seen her before in front of the same column as him. He didn't expect that she was also assigned to the 57th district like Ito Makoto. "Hello, my name is Iwasaki Eri. I can't read the map. Could you please take me to where I live?" The more Iwasaki Eri spoke, the redder her face became, and the softer her voice became, until it was as soft as the hum of a mosquito. "So you're a directionally challenged person." Ito Makoto slapped his forehead helplessly. "Okay, then come with me." In this way, Makoto Ito took Eri Iwasaki to their residence. Along the way, Eri Iwasaki kept chattering, and the two became familiar with each other. "Chung-jun, don't you remember anything about your life?" "Of course I don't remember. Only when we have no memories can we dispel our obsessions in life," and be reborn into Soul Society. Of course, what Ito Makoto said was a lie. It should be said that it was not entirely a lie. When he first arrived at Soul Society and was reincarnated as a human, he did lose his memory and fell into confusion for a short time. The real body far away in Hueco Mundo awakened him in an instant through the special connection between souls. After a while of conversation, she found that this woman was unusually talkative. However, this was also the first time that Ito Makoto had spoken to a human since he traveled through time, so he did not feel impatient. The next moment, the identity card in Ito Makoto's hand began to light up, reminding him that he had arrived at the residence arranged for him by Soul Society. Looking at the row of townhouses, Chuan and Iwasaki Eri walked forward together and knocked on the door in front. After a while, an old woman less than 1.4 meters tall and wearing geisha makeup came out and opened the door. 2 new people were assigned today. Those guys at Jingling Court are such a bother to me every day, and they don't even seem to pay me more rent. The old woman complained a little impatiently, but when he looked up and saw Ito Makoto, a blush appeared on his face. What a handsome young man. I feel like my youth has returned. Come on, please come in. The old lady immediately and warmly invited Ito Makoto to come in. Seeing the huge difference in the old lady's attitude before and after, Iwasaki Eri curled her lips helplessly and followed the two of them in. My name is Sanwa. You can just call me Grandma Sanwa. Jingling Court will arrange housing for every resident who has just arrived in Rakongai. The cost of the first 3 years will be covered by Jingling Court, and after that, you will need to pay the rent yourself. Well, Granny Sanhua looked at Ito Makoto's handsome face again, and then said shyly, of course, if it's this young man, he can stay as long as he wants. Makoto Ito looked at Grandma Sanhua's wrinkled face, which looked like a blooming chrysanthemum when she smiled, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Eri Iwasaki, who was standing next to him, had a frown on her face. Grandma Sanhua brought Ito Makoto and Iwasaki Eri to a spacious guest room, took out 2 futons, and asked Iwasaki Eri and Ito Makoto to sit down. Iwasaki Eri skillfully knelt down with the futon in her hand. Ito Makoto was stunned for a moment before he followed her example, placing the futon under his body and kneeling down. He was really not used to it. He took the cup of hot tea poured by Grandma Sanhua and drank it all in one gulp. Call. Ito Makoto let out a long sigh. This cup of hot tea was the first human food he had enjoyed since he traveled through time. Feeling the warm tea with the fragrance of tea leaves spreading in his throat, Makoto Ito was so excited that he almost cried. In his previous life on Blue Star, he didn't like drinking tea. However, after traveling through time and space and having been away from human food for a long time, he finally felt the fragrance of tea. You have to know that he lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood in Hueco Mundo. Roar. Just as Chuan was drinking tea, a roar that was particularly familiar to him came into his ears. Boom. Suddenly, a large pale claw broke through the roof and grabbed the 3 people in the house. Just as the giant claw was about to catch the 3 people, Ito Makoto picked up the 2 of them and disappeared from the spot. He performed Shuanpa according to the method Ito Kai remembered, and successfully took the 2 away, placing them in a safe corner outside the house. Then he jumped onto the roof, then deliberately slowed down his pace to lure the void away. He didn't stop until he had walked a distance. Although he was reincarnated as a human, he did not lose his Ajuch's level Ryatsu. Seeing that there was no one around, he felt relieved. He rushed to the giant skeleton-like hollow with a Shuanpa and punched its mask. Although Ito Makoto has lost his Minos Grande body and cannot use skills such as Siro Siengran, with the support of Ajuch's level Ryatsu, he is able to kill this giant hollow with just his bare fists. With one punch, the mask of the virtual being shattered, and the being flew backwards, rolling more than 10 meters away. Call out. Makoto Ito took advantage of the victory and caught up with the giant hollow in a flash. Bang! 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 A series of lightning-fast straight punches were thrown directly at the face of the giant hollow. In just a few breaths, Ito Makoto had already thrown 40 or 50 punches in a row. Roar! With an unwilling roar, the giant void mysteriously turned into dust and drifted away. Ito Makoto grabbed a tiny particle that looked like dust and shone with a faint blue light. What is this? Suddenly, Ito Makoto's keen spiritual sense detected several strange Ryatsu. There are still a few more. Sensing something strange, Ito Makoto first collected the unknown small particles. Then he used Shuanpa again, tapping his feet repeatedly to move in the air, heading in a certain direction. Soon he arrived at the outskirts full of haystacks. Looking from afar, he found that there were several giant voids wreaking havoc in front of him, and many Rukongai residents were swallowed by those giant voids. Ito Makoto gazed at the giant hollows, lost in thought. If they were giant hollows emerging from the black cavity, as a former hollow, he would have immediately noticed the cavity's fluctuations. However, he didn't detect any signs of disturbance within the black cavity. It was as if these hollows had appeared out of thin air. Then there is only one possibility, that these hollows were born in Soul Society and were brought into being by special means. When Ito Makoto thought of this, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. Aizen Sosuke. Thinking of this, he stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. He hadn't really grown up yet, and it was too early for him to enter Aizen's sight. Therefore, he did not step forward to stop those giant hollow souls. If these hollows were really made by Aizen, he must be observing and recording the experimental data somewhere at this moment. Besides, if there is a disaster, it should be handled by the Shinigami of Soul Society. As long as it does not threaten their lives, what does it have to do with him, a new resident of Rakangai? Not long after, a team of Shinigami wearing death hatchet suits and riding Shunpo arrived and began to clean up these giant hollows that were devouring living souls. These Shinigami were just ordinary soldiers, and they soon found themselves in a tough battle with these giant hollows. At this moment, a black-skinned, curly-haired Shinigami wearing a Shinigami suit and goggles came to the scene with a Shunpa. Chapter 24. It's Tosen 5 seat. A Shinigami from the 9th Division recognized the man, who turned out to be Tosen Kaname, the 5th seat of the 9th Division at the time. Tosen Kaname stood in midair, pulled out the sealed stade in his hand, stretched it out in front of him, and muttered, "Chut, Suzumushi." Complete set of Suzumushi. As Tosen Kaname finished speaking, an invisible vibration sound came from the blade. Several giant hollows that were wreaking havoc in the field stopped their movements instantly, and the Shinigami soldiers who were originally engaged in a tough battle withdrew one after another. Then Tosen Kaname slowly swung a knife. The knife was not fast, but it strangely left an afterimage. Suzumushi's second style, Red Locust. Suddenly, countless sharp blades shot towards the group of voids below like rain. With just this one move, the giant void creatures were pierced through and died instantly. As expected of the Tosen 5, they defeated so many giant hollows so easily. A bloated Shinigami soldier complimented Tosen. Tosen flashed and appeared in the crowd, then slowly spoke to the fat man who complimented him. "Downstairs, you will go and appease the people. I need to report to the captain regarding the hollow group's surprise attack." After saying this, Tosen Kaname disappeared in a flash. No one noticed that he was holding several rice-sized crystals emitting a faint blue light in his hands. Except for Ito Makoto. Sure enough, it's Aizen who's causing trouble. When Ito Makoto saw Tosen appear and secretly took the crystal from the killed hollow, he was certain that the culprit behind this hollow disaster must be Aizen Sosuke. "Oh, it's not nice for you to peek in here secretly." Just as Ito Makoto was about to return to his residence, a discordant voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ito Makoto turned his head and saw a boy about 13 or 14 years old standing behind him. He was wearing a Shinhei uniform and had silver hair. He was squinting his eyes and looking at him with a smile on his face. Ikamaru Jin. Ito Makoto looked at the young man in front of him who was smiling at him, and felt the majestic Ryatsu emanating from his body, and suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. If his true form came, he might not be afraid of Ikamaru Jin at this point in time, but now in Soul Society, he is just a new soul with only Ryatsu. He is definitely no match for Ikamaru Jin, who was the 3rd seed of the 3rd Division when Zanpakuto was in his hands. It is possible that Ikamaru Jin has already learned Bankai. Therefore, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend to be nice to him. What a terrifying hollow. You Shinigami must have worked so hard. Makoto Ito pretended to be extremely frightened and kept patting his chest with his right hand. Ikamaru Jin continued to look at Ito Makoto with a smile. Suddenly, Ikamaru Jin's expression changed, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and the dagger-like Zanpakuto in his hand stretched out in an instant. He slashed towards Ito Makoto. In the end, the knife grazed Ito Makoto's left ear and killed a hollow hiding behind him. Makoto Ito fell to the ground in horror, trembling all over and too scared to speak. It's quite dangerous out in the wild these days, so it's better not to run around. Ikamaru Jin's lazy voice sounded again, and then he sheathed his sword and left without looking back. A few minutes later, Ito Makoto slowly stood up. The look of fear on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by an indifferent expression. With Ito Makoto's Ryatsu, he had naturally sensed the presence of the hollow a long time ago. Since Ikamaru Jin was always by his side, he had to hide his abilities. He didn't want to expose himself as a newly reincarnated soul who could use kaido before entering the Shino Spiritual Academy. This would make anyone suspicious. Moreover, this hollow was very weak, just a new hollow. Therefore, Ito Makoto did not take it seriously. This void did not drop tiny crystals emitting blue light after its death, like the previous giant voids. After dusting himself off, Ito Makoto returned to his residence. In a dense forest somewhere in Rakongai, a man wearing a death suit and black-framed glasses was standing with his hands behind his back. He always had a faint smile on his face, looking so elegant and easygoing. At this time, two figures slowly walked over. They were Tosin Kaname and Ikamaru Jin. Tosin Kaname saw the man kneel down on one knee and offered the tiny crystals emitting blue light hidden in his hands with both hands, and then said with a little frustration, "Lord Aizen, the experiment failed. Those giant hollows still couldn't maintain consciousness for long." Another giant hollow containing a fragment got separated from the main group and must have been killed by members of other squads. Aizen Sosuke smiled slightly and took the crystal from Tosin Kaname. "It's okay, the experimental data this time is already great." Turning to look at Ikamaru Jin standing beside him. Did you find anything unusual over there?" The young boy Ikamaru Jin smiled and scratched his head. "I dealt with a newly escaped hollow, and everything else is normal." Residential area in the 57th district of the East District. Makoto Ito and Eri Iwasaki were sitting around a small table with Granny Sanwa, enjoying the thank you banquet that Granny Sanwa had prepared for Makoto Ito. Eri Iwasaki could be said to have benefited from Makoto Ito's presence. As for the old residents living here, they naturally do not receive this treatment. Iwasaki Eri looked at Ito Makoto with excitement. "Shinkuin, you're amazing. You were able to take the two of us so far in such a short time. Maybe I was an athlete in my past life, so I can burst out so fast in a crisis. It took me a lot of effort to attract this hollow away, and I held on for a long time before the Shinigami came." Ito Makoto spoke nonsense. Obviously, Granny Sanwa and Eri Iwasaki did not notice the scene of him killing the giant hollow with white lightning speed on the roof. Grandma Sanwa complained with a lingering fear on her face. "These Shinigami in the Seriidii are damnable. I pay them so much money every year, yet they can't even guarantee basic public security. If it weren't for Achong, I'd be finished today." The three of them were constantly complaining about the Shinigami of Seriidii. Perhaps because they had shared hardships, Iwasaki Eri seemed to have become very close to Granny Sanwa, whom she had only known for a day. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the three of them were almost done eating. Ito Makoto suddenly asked, "Grandma, I want to apply for the Shinyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Do you know how to register?" After hearing what Ito Makoto said, Iwasaki Eri was stunned at first and then looked a little lonely. Granny Sanhua was silent for a while. Then she slowly stood up and took out 2 envelopes from the cabinet behind her and handed them to Ito Makoto. "I really can't do anything about you. With your status as a newbie at Rakongai, you definitely won't be able to apply to the Mouse Spiritual Academy within 3 years. Take this old woman's letter of recommendation to CO to you. He'll make an exception and let you take the exam." "Thank you, Grandma." Makoto Ito sincerely thanked Grandma Sanwa. "You're such a jerk. You've only known me for a day and you've already snatched away my precious gift. We agreed that my recommendation letter will only allow you to take the test in advance, but the test is incredibly difficult, with a pass rate of less than 10%. Whether you can pass depends on your own ability." Upon hearing this, Ito Makoto nodded in agreement. Grandma Sanhua picked up the leftover bowls and was about to wash them, but was stopped by Eri Iwasaki and Makoto Ito. "Grandma, let's go help you wash the dishes." At this time, Grandma Sanhua, whose bowl and chopsticks were snatched away by the 2 men, stood there blankly as if recalling the past. What a pair of energetic children. If Yuantai were still alive. Chapter 25. At night, in the clean and tidy guest room, Ito Makoto lay on the tatami to rest. He lived in a single room that Granny Sanhua had prepared for him alone, while Iwasaki Eri lived in the same room with Granny Sanhua. As for other old residents, they do not receive this treatment. Ito Makoto looked at the tiny particle in his hand, which shone with blue light like sand. Combined with Tosin Kaname's actions during the day, it was obvious that this object was closely related to Aizen's experiment. This can't be. The 5th Squad Barracks. In the vice captain's private room, Aizen Sosuke was lighting an oil lamp and writing something at the table. "Call out." Suddenly, there was another person in the room. He had dark skin and long dreadlocks. It was Tosin Kaname, the 5th seat of the 9th Division at that time. "Lord Aizen, the lost Hogyoku seems to have entered the residential area of Rakongai and has not been seen since." The missing Hogyoku fragment seems to have been obtained by a Rukongai resident. Hearing this, Aizen smiled calmly, as if he didn't care about the loss of the Hogyoku fragments. It's nothing. It's just an unstable defective product. We can only use it once. It poses no threat to us. We can just make a new one later. After listening to Aizen's calm words, Tosin Kaname felt relieved and disappeared from the spot in a flash. 7 days later, Ito Makoto went out early because today was the monthly admissions test of Mao Spiritual Academy. At this time, a petite figure had been standing at the gate of the residence waiting for a long time. When I got closer, I saw that it was Eri Iwasaki. At this moment, the girl was holding a package in her hands, and her face flushed as she looked at Ito Makoto walking towards her, as if she had returned to the state when they first met. Shinjun, this is the robe I made for you with the fabric I earned from working at my mother-in-law's place these days. Looking at the girl's pretty face that was as red as clouds, Ito Makoto couldn't help laughing. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not know what Iwasaki Eri was thinking? But his goal was to reach the top and seek transcendence, so naturally he would not stop for a beautiful little flower by the roadside. He took the package from Iwasaki Eri and said softly with a smile, "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, Miss Eri." Iwasaki Eri, who had originally prepared countless words in her mind, was suddenly speechless when she looked at this man who had only been with her for a few days but had deeply fascinated her. I could only look at Ito Makoto's receding figure and say, "Have a safe trip, Shinjun." Makoto Ito didn't look back, but just waved his hand behind him to say goodbye. He didn't notice that the girl behind him had tears in her eyes. Is this the Jingling Court? It's definitely more magnificent than in the anime. Looking at the magnificent and majestic castle in front of him, Makoto Ito couldn't help but sigh. The grandeur of Jingling Court forms a sharp contrast with the low-rise bungalows scattered throughout Rukongai, as if the two should not be products of the same world. It's really the same in every world. Located in the very center of Soul Society, the Siriidii is the political and military headquarters of Soul Society, and is also where many nobles and Shinigami reside. When Ito Makoto arrived at the Qinglu Gate, the east gate of Jingling Court, he found that many young people were already queuing at the door. It was obvious that these people were also rushing to take the entrance examination of Mao Spiritual Academy today. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Ito Makoto's turn. He handed his ID card to Si Danfong, a strong man who was nearly 10 meters tall and had 2 axes on his waist, for inspection before he was allowed to enter the city. Following the guidance of the large group, Ito Makoto soon arrived at the destination of this trip, the Shino Spiritual Academy. Makoto Ito lined up again with the large group of test takers. Everyone handed in their ID cards one by one. Makoto Ito handed Granny Sanhwa's ID card and his own card to the Shinigami, who was sitting on the counter at the door to register. Ito Makoto looked at the long queue in front of him and immediately started to wonder, how long will this line last? Just when Ito Makoto was looking at the endless team in front of him and feeling puzzled, a middle-aged man wearing a Shinigami suit, with a burly figure, sunglasses, and a ponytail suddenly walked out from the side. You, and you, follow me. The middle-aged man called out several people from the team, including Ito Makoto, and walked directly into the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy through the small door on the side. Because you hold the token, you have the opportunity to participate in the assessment in advance, but don't be too happy too soon. If you lack the talent, you will still not be able to pass the assessment. The middle-aged man looked at them impatiently while chattering nonstop. The higher-ups are really annoying. It's really annoying that I have to take care of you people with connections every time. Ito Makoto immediately understood that this middle-aged man should be the Odayu that Grandma Sanhwa mentioned. It seems that the filial piety in Rukongai was not evenly distributed. Otherwise, Odayu wouldn't have such a strong grudge. Ito Makoto and his companions listened to Odayu's complaints along the way, and then followed him into a hall. There were already quite a few people waiting in the hall for the entrance exam. These people obviously had letters of recommendation like Ito Makoto and others, or they were simply related to some nobles in Jingling Court, so they could be among the first group to take the exam. Because a group of people who have no connections are still queuing outside the gate. Ito Makoto looked up and found that in all the teams, there were 4 special machines lined up in front. Each machine was tied to a half-human high scale, and behind the scale were energy storage crystals that held Ryatsu. This is a Ryatsu measuring instrument made by the Technology Development Bureau. Just hold the handle on the instrument to easily measure your spiritual power. Spiritual power is divided into 20 levels. Only those who reach level 9 are eligible to take the next exam. Oh, why am I telling you all this? I don't think any of you can make it to the next round. Odayu crossed his arms and glanced at Ito Makoto and the others with some contempt. After all, according to the relatives he had received in the past who came with letters of recommendation, only a few of them could pass the first round of assessment. At the same time, the examinees who were lined up in 4 rows were whispering to each other. It was obvious that everyone was very nervous, because most of the people who took the exam for the Mouse Spiritual Academy failed at the first level. It can be seen that everyone who took the exam was more or less nervous. Of course, this did not include Ito Makoto. Silence. Anyone who dares to make loud noises again will be disqualified from the exam. Perhaps it was too noisy. The 2 Shinigami guards standing nearby shouted at the same time to stop them. Suddenly, the examination room became silent. Not long after, a figure wrapped in a white robe slowly walked out of the door at the back. Chapter 26. I, Yano Xingyan, have been entrusted by Central 46 to preside over the entrance examination for the Mouse Spiritual Academy. Now I declare that the first Ryatsu test of the entrance examination officially begins. The man covered in a white robe spoke immediately after seeing that the equipment had been debugged. As soon as he finished speaking, the 16 Shinigami in Shinigami uniforms who were in charge of supervising the exam surrounded the 4 instruments from 4 directions to prevent anyone from cheating. Hasegawa Masami, Spiritual Power Level 13, failed. Maurisawi, Spiritual Power Level 17, failed. Inagaki Masaki, Spiritual Power Level 11, failed. Suzuki Kigo, fail. A series of failures at the very beginning made the atmosphere even more tense. It's so hard. 9th level spiritual power is so hard to achieve. Damn it. Just to get a recommendation to participate in the entrance examination, I borrowed high-interest loans from those bastards in District 79. If we don't get selected this time, our family will be finished. A thin man with green hair, standing in front of Ito Makoto, was holding his head in his hands and muttering to himself. Kage Yoshio, 9th level spiritual power, passed. At this moment, a different voice finally sounded, easing the extremely tense atmosphere in the field. I passed. I passed. The young man named Kage Yoshio couldn't help but shout out loud when he saw that he had passed the Ryatsu test. The invigilator on the side looked at the complacent Kage Yoshio with a speechless expression. You've only passed the first level. Go take the second level test. It was not until the invigilator reminded him that he remembered that he had not completed the assessment, and he immediately went to the next examination room in a sullen mood. Matsumoto Ranjiku, 7th level spiritual power, passed. It's actually a 7th level Ryatsu. Those elite soldiers in the squad are probably only this strong. This little girl's Ryatsu is so powerful. The rules state that reaching the 9th level of spiritual power or above is considered passing the assessment. But most of the people who have passed the assessment in the past have just reached the 9th level of spiritual power, and there are not many who have even reached the 8th level of spiritual power. How can it not be surprising that someone has now directly exploded with the 7th level of spiritual power? The surrounding students whispered again and looked at Matsumoto Ranjiku in front of them with envy and jealousy. Of course, more of them were male students who were obsessed with her. Chuan, who was originally bored, heard the sound coming from the field and looked up in surprise. He saw that the person being tested in front of the team was a girl with big wavy blonde hair, about 14 or 15 years old. She had a charming face. Although she was young, she had a sense of beauty that could not be concealed. A faint mole at the corner of her mouth added 3 points of charm to her. The most eye-catching thing about this woman is undoubtedly her too huge. It seemed as if Ito Makoto's eyes were under some magical power, and he couldn't take his eyes off the 2 things. Odayu, who was originally leading the team, raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw this scene. He had worked diligently in the Soul Team for so many years, but now he was only at the 8th level of spiritual power. Now a little girl had the 7th level of spiritual power. How embarrassing for him. Watching the mature Matsumoto Ranjiku walk to the next examination site, Ito Makoto held his chin with interest. At this point, Matsumoto Ranjiku should have already had the Spirit King's nail taken from her by Aizen. Even with this, she still has 7th level spiritual power left. If she were in her perfect state, what level of spiritual power would she have? Shimazu Baioi, 11th level spiritual power, failed. Maihahue, 9th level spiritual power, passed. Kubo Teruya, 20th level spiritual power, failed. Nagasawa Masami, 9th level spiritual power, passed. Shingon Ihwa, 10th level spiritual power, failed. The assessment was still in progress when Ito Makoto suddenly heard a familiar name again. Hisagi Shohei, 7th level spiritual power, passed. I didn't expect he was in the same class as me. Interesting. Chuan looked up and saw a thin boy, about 12 or 13, calmly looking at the Ryatsu meter. His eyes were determined. The number 69 was tattooed on his left cheek, and the skin around the tattoo was slightly red and swollen, clearly having been applied recently. 2 7th-level spiritual powers. The remaining candidates were suddenly in an uproar. The appearance of 2 exceptional applicants had intensified the atmosphere in the examination room, as if they were the ones who had scored a 7th-level Ryatsu. Even the examiner was a little surprised and then burst into hearty laughter. Yes, this year's candidates are truly talented. Yano Xingyan's hearty laughter spread throughout the examination room. Then, after being reminded by the deputy examiner, he realized his gaffe. He coughed lightly to stop the noise and continued the test. After a long time, it was finally Ito Makoto's turn. Sukata Shinji, 9th-level spiritual power, passed. I passed. A voice that was so excited that it was trembling a little sounded. It was the green-haired man who had been muttering in front of Ito Makoto. Don't make any noise. Go and take the 2nd-level test. The invigilator waved his hand helplessly and sent him away. Is it finally my turn? Even with the recommendation letter from Granny Sanwa, Ito Makoto still had to wait for such a long time. He was a little doubtful whether those who were queuing outside the gate could finish the assessment today. Take a deep breath and walk over to the Ryatsu tester. Take a deep breath and hold the handle. Then a dazzling golden light began to flash in the examination hall, and it was not until more than 10 seconds later that the light gradually dissipated. This is 5th-level spiritual power. The invigilator who was reading out the results beside the tester was speechless. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Ito Makoto, 5th-level spiritual power, passed. There was an uproar when the invigilator said this. What's going on? Is this Ryatsu tester broken? Those who were eliminated earlier because their spiritual power was not up to the 9th level began to make a noise, and among them, the one named Kubo, who was at the 20th level of spiritual power, shouted the loudest. Quiet. Xingyano on the stage raised his whole body to Ryatsu, and an invisible pressure immediately swept towards the candidates in the examination room. Some candidates were so frightened by this Ryatsu that they couldn't breathe comfortably, especially those students whose spiritual power was less than the 9th level. On the other hand, the 20-level Ryatsu named Kubo was so shocked by this Ryatsu that he lay on the ground gasping for breath. However, Ito Makoto felt that this Ryatsu was just SOSO, and he walked leisurely towards the next level test location as if nothing had happened. However, this cannot be blamed on the candidate's overreaction. After all, Ikamaru Jin, who was called a child prodigy more than 10 years ago and is now the 3rd seat in the 5th division, was only a 6th-class spiritual power during the entrance examination. Soul Society's division of spiritual power is simple. Level 9 and below means weak Ryatsu or no Ryatsu. 9th-class spirits are generally the level of Shinigami reserve members who have not yet graduated. The normal level of ordinary soldiers is 8th-class spirits, and 7th-class spirits are elite soldiers. The 6th level of spiritual power is the level of a chief officer. 4th and 5th grade spiritual powers are vice captains, although most active vice captains are 4th grade spiritual powers. Even if a 5th grade spiritual power cannot become a vice captain, it is at least a high-ranking officer. This is also the reason why it caused such a sensation when Makoto Ito detected the 5th level spiritual power. As for the 3rd class and above spiritual powers, there is a general term called captain level. Odayu, who had initially looked down on Ito Makoto and the others, said with a playful smile to the other Shinigami soldiers who had led the team in. You see, I just said he would definitely pass the test. Chapter 27. Yano Xingyan didn't care about being shocked and directly came in front of Ito Makoto with a shunpa. He wanted to see who this genius with 5th level spiritual power was. Your name is Ito Makoto? Yano Xingyan took a look at Ito Makoto's thin file, which was only one piece of paper, and then patted Ito Makoto's shoulder with a kind face. You are truly the young who are to be feared. The future of Soul Society depends on young people like you. Yano Xingyan first praised Ito Makoto, and then changed the subject. Ito, are you interested in joining the 6th division after graduation? The 6th division is a special team within the 13th division of the Godei that protects the nobility. Almost half of them are members of the nobility. As long as you are willing to join the 6th division, I am willing to act as a matchmaker for you to marry a descendant of my clan. This is the best opportunity for you to change your status. Hearing this, Ito Makoto couldn't help but understand that this old man wanted to recruit him into the 6th division. But this made sense, as the 6th division, also known as the Noble Division, was closely related to the Central 46, which was in power. Zengyan Yano represents the interests of Central 46. If Ito Makoto is really a Rukongai resident with penultimate talent, then joining the 6th Division and marrying a noblewoman, as he said, is indeed the best shortcut to changing his destiny. But Ito Makoto is a time traveler with a god's perspective. If he remembers correctly, the current group of members of the 46th Chamber and their cronies who are in power will be wiped out by Aizen Sosuke before the plot begins. If I ran over and joined them foolishly now, wouldn't I be ramming my neck into Kyoka Suigetsu? Master Yano, thank you for your kindness. I have only passed the Ryatsu test and have not yet taken the subsequent exams. I don't know the results yet, and I am afraid I have failed to live up to your high expectations. Makoto Ito looked very frightened and ignored him. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. With your Ryatsu aptitude, you'll be accepted into the academy even if you get 0 points on all the subsequent tests. So, whenever you figure things out, you can always come find me at the 6th Division Storm. I'm always here. Go take the test first. Lord Yano, I will then go and take part in the next assessment. Ito Makoto bowed to Yano Zengyan and walked straight towards the second round of the examination room. Yano Zengyan looked at Ito Makoto's departing back with a smile on his face, a gleam of shrewdness in his eyes. As an experienced man, how could he not hear the rejection in Ito Makoto's words? But he just thought it was the arrogance that a genius with the potential to be a captain should have. But it doesn't matter. Time will teach this genius how to make choices. He believed that this young man named Ito Makoto would eventually follow the path he set, because it was the fastest way for a commoner like him in Rukongai to achieve social status. It's a pity that Makoto Ito can't read minds, and he didn't know that this old man had come up with such a big drama in his mind. Step through a heavy wooden door painted red and full of ancient charm, and walk through the long corridor. At the end of the corridor are these 4 rooms. Ito Makoto walked into the first room. It was a spacious room filled with various protective gear. In the corner sat a bored young man, yawning and covering his mouth. Seeing Ito Makoto's arrival, he finally perked up a bit. My name is Dong Xiangshu, and I'm also the examiner of this round of white hits. All you have to do is defeat me. As he spoke, Dong Xiangshai still sat on the stool in the corner and did not get up. What are you still standing there for? Come on, attack me. Seeing that Ito Makoto didn't move, Togo Shu, who was sitting on a wooden bench, also hooked his finger at Ito Makoto with a lack of interest. Oh well. Seeing that he still had no intention of getting up, Ito Makoto had no choice but to rush over, as he said, and punch Togo Ju directly in the face. Although Ito Makoto did not use Shuanpa, with the blessing of the 5th level spiritual power Ryatsu, his speed has reached ultimate. Dong Xiangshu, who was originally sitting in the chair calmly, also noticed that this candidate seemed a little different from the other candidates, but it was too late. That's not right. Bang! A heavy punch hit Togo Shai's face. The poor white hits examiner was bleeding from the nose and had a large bruise on his face. What was worse was that his butt was directly hit into the wooden wall. This was actually the result of Ito Makoto holding back. At first, he'd seen Togo Shiya's confident demeanor, believing his white hits to be impressive, but he ended up taking Ito Makoto's punch with his face, completely defenseless. If he hadn't managed to hold back at the last moment, the result would have been more than just a nosebleed. He felt that this person's level was not as strong as the giant Su who was killed by him in his residence that day. Why are you pretending to be so powerful if you don't have any real strength? A moment later, Dong Xiangshu, covering his nose, also signed the assessment form tremblingly. Ito Makoto, white hits 100 points. Not long after, Ito Makoto arrived at the second room. This room was very lively. Many candidates who had entered the second level earlier were queuing here waiting. This room was as spacious as the first room and also looked like a dojo. The only difference was that there were several wooden racks in this room, and on the racks were specially made wooden swords. Apparently, this room tests the 4 Shinigami arts: slashing, punching, ghosting, and walking. The one competing on the field at this time was the blonde little lowly Matsumoto Ranjaku. Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was still a little girl at that time, had her wooden sword knocked away by the examiner in just a few moves. The examiner then wrote down the assessment form in a flourish. Matsumoto Ranjaku, 70 minutes of slicing. It was only then that Ito Makoto discovered that the examiner in charge of beheading had a tall stature, narrow eyes, and a shiny bald head. Madarame Ikaku. How could Chuan not recognize that this person was Madarame Ikaku, the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, who played a lot of roles in the original work? Then 4 more people took the test. As a result, 3 of them were killed in one blow, and only 1 person took the blow. But Madarame Ikaku gave these players 60 points. Soon it was Hisagi Shohai's turn. Examinee, Hisagi Shohei is here. Teacher, beware. Young Hisagi politely bowed towards Madarame Ikaku. Hey, kid, stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Madarame Ikaku laughed strangely and hooked the wooden sword in his hand towards Hisagi. Hisagi Shohei held a wooden sword high above his head and slashed at Madarame Ikaku, while Madarame gently raised his right hand and pushed Hisagi back. The seemingly effortless strike caused Hisagi's hands to go numb, and he nearly let the wooden sword slip out of his grasp. Interesting. Seeing that his attack failed to knock the knife out of the little kid's hand, Madarame Ikaku immediately became interested. After several more exchanges, Hisagi Shohei finally took 4 blows before the wooden sword fell out of his hand. Hisagi Shohei, 80 points in the art of killing. After writing down the results, Madarame Ikaku gave Hisagi Shohei an admiring look. Hey, kid, you're right up my alley. Join the 11th Division after graduation. Just as Madarame Ikaku finished speaking, a look of confusion first appeared on Hisagi Shohei's face, and then he became extremely determined. Thank you, Examiner, but I have already decided to join the 9th Division. Tisk, whatever you want. Madarame Ikaku grumbled and said nothing more, and directly called on the next candidate to start the exam. After Makoto Ito's observation, he found that the scores given by Madarame Ikaku never seemed to be lower than 60 points. It seems that all members have passed the killing technique test so far. Soon it was Makoto Ito's turn to take the test. Chapter 28. Makoto Ito first walked to the wooden rack and picked up a wooden sword that suited him. Then he imitated Hisagi Shohei's previous behavior and bowed to Madarame Ikaku. He rushed forward with a quick step and slashed with his sword. Madarame Ikaku, who was originally a little bored, realized at a glance that the candidate in front of him was not simple, so he put away his lazy look and treated it seriously. He immediately held his sword horizontally to block Ito Makoto's powerful blow. Then he adjusted his breathing, held the knife in both hands, and rushed towards Ito Makoto with an excited look on his face. Madarame Ikaku instantly went from being on the defensive to being on the offensive. Who was testing whom? Looking at Madarame Ikaku, who was fighting with him without thinking, Ito Makoto felt helpless and could only complain in his heart. Having said that, he actually enjoyed his battle with Madarame Ikaku. After all, although his original form had used Zanpakuto for a while, it was all spent slashing at hollows in the Minos Grande forest. The only master of slashing techniques he had fought was Ito Kai, who had turned into an obsession. Now that I can compete with Madarame Ikaku, it can be said that I have met a worthy opponent and a talented person. His slashing skills are definitely not inferior to Ito Kai. Ito Makoto was getting more and more frightened as the fight went on. Madarame Ikaku was indeed the 3rd in the 11th Division, along with Ito Kai. His killing skills were not inferior to Ito Kai's, and were even better. Ito Makoto's skills in the Zenkwangwizu style all came from Ito Kai's memory. He is not as good as Ito Kai, let alone Madarame Ikaku in front of him. At this time, Ito Makoto had gradually fallen into a disadvantage, and this was just an entrance examination, so he had to hide his weakness appropriately. Therefore, he found the right opportunity to expose a flaw to Madarame Ikaku and deliberately loosened his hand holding the knife. Snap! The wooden sword in Ito Makoto's hand was cut off with one blow. At this time, Madarame Ikaku came to his senses and stared at Ito Makoto for a long time with his bright eyes, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Hey boy, your name is Ito Makoto, right? You actually have the same last name as that guy. Your fighting style is also very similar to his. If I hadn't known he had no family, I would have suspected you were his son. You must come to the 11th Division after you graduate. Madarame Ikaku said with a smile. It was obvious that he had not been this excited for a long time. The last time he was so happy was when he was sparring with his captain. With great pleasure. Through this battle, Ito Makoto also witnessed the power of Madarame Ikaku. As for the legendary battle-crazed team, the 11th team naturally yearned for it. Not to mention that the 11th team also had an even stronger Zaraki Kenpachi. After careful consideration, Ito Makoto believes that joining the 11th Division after graduation and experiencing countless bloody battles is the fastest way to improve his strength. Upon hearing that Makoto Ito agreed to his invitation to join the 11th Division, Madarame Ikaku immediately burst into laughter. Mr. Examiner, you haven't graded my slashing technique yet. Ito Makoto sighed helplessly. Madarame Ikaku then patted his bald head and picked up a pen to write on the assessment form. Ito Makoto, 100 points in killing techniques. Afterwards, Ito Makoto said goodbye to Ikaku and went to the next level of assessment. He ran as fast as he could to the 3rd room. which was very small, only a few square meters, so the candidates could only enter one by one. Makoto Ito also waited for a while before going in. Concentrate Ryatsu in your palm and try to materialize it. A hunchbacked old man with white hair and chicken skin, wearing a death suit, slowly walked out from behind the curtain at the back of the room. Ito Makoto did as he was told and casually circulated a trace of Ryatsu in his palm. Then a dark golden Ryatsu shone brightly in his palm. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a genius of 5th level spiritual power." Then he wrote on the assessment form with a big stroke of his pen, "Ito Makoto, Kido 90 minutes." It was obvious that Ito Makoto had failed to score full marks in Kido on purpose. If he had been overly outstanding in all aspects, it would have inevitably attracted Aizen's attention. At this time, he should have kept a low profile. After all, this technique of compressing Ryatsu is just the most basic step in releasing Kido, and almost anyone who can release Kido can do it easily. As for the combination of Zanken Kizo, Ito Makoto has already completed the assessment of the 3 items of Zanken Kizo, and now only 1 item of Zo is left. So Ito Makoto went directly to the 4th room. The so-called walking is to test the Shinigami's body movements, among which the classic one is naturally the Shinigami's universal step Shuanpa. However, for candidates who have not yet enrolled in the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, most of them have never learned Shuanpa, so this last level will not be that difficult. Makoto Ito stepped into the last room. Looking around, he saw that the last room was filled with wooden dummies. The placement of these dummies was a bit strange, and each dummies blocked the way forward by constantly swinging their hands. In the room today, there is a capable short-haired woman wearing a death suit. It is obvious that she is the examiner of this final round. If you can pass the puppet formation and come to my side within 5 minutes, you will be qualified. The short-haired female Shinigami looked at Ito Makoto and spoke slowly. Ito Makoto didn't waste any words. He dodged and moved around, and finally walked out of the puppet formation in less than 10 seconds. This is also the reason why Ito Makoto hides his shortcomings and does not use Shuanpa. If he wants to use Shuanpa, he can probably get through it in a moment. Looking at the high score of 95 given by the last female examiner, Ito Makoto smiled calmly. Sure enough, the examinations at the Shinyang Spiritual Arts Academy are nothing but child's play for me now. That afternoon, all the students who had completed the first round of assessment stood outside the Shinyang Spiritual Arts Academy and formed several square formations. Not long after, Yano Xingyan, wrapped in a white robe, suddenly appeared on the high platform in front and said loudly, "Dear students, welcome to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. I hope that you will all learn and succeed in the coming years, and eventually join Godii 13, serve the Siriidii, and fight for the Soul Society." Upon hearing this, there was a burst of cheers in the audience. In the field, the green-haired Tsukada Shinji looked at the report card in disbelief. It showed that only the slashing technique had a score of 60, while the other 3 subjects had a score of 20. He trembled with excitement and said, "I'm not dreaming. Am I going to pass this?" At this time, Yano Xingyan's voice came again. "Starting with this assessment, the system has been reformed. Once you pass the first stage, the Ryatsu test, you'll be considered admitted to the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. The subsequent Zenkinkazu test is only for the convenience of class placement. As long as your character is in good condition and you don't give up in the subsequent tests, you will all be considered to have passed. After the exam, students will need to wait for half a month before officially enrolling in the school. Students can choose to go home or live in the dormitory of the Shinyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Brother Chung, I've already packed your dorm for you. I requested this single room specifically for you. If you have any follow-up needs, just contact me directly. I, Xiaoyu, am always available." Oda Yu followed Ito Makoto with a fawning look on his face, looking like a puppy wagging its tail and begging for mercy to its owner. "Oda-kun, Brother Chung, what do you say? I still like your previous rebellious look. Please recover for a while." Chapter 29. Hueco Mundo, Minos Grande Forest. Chuan, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He is of one mind with Makoto Ito of Soul Society, so what happens in Soul Society is known to the main body in real time. If the clone can reach 5 points of spiritual power, then the main body's Ryatsu is more than 5 times that of the clone. According to the Soul Society's classification of Ryatsu, my current Ryatsu seems to just be able to touch the edge of the 3rd level of spiritual power. In other words, Chuan's total Ryatsu seems to have reached the captain level, but his offensive means are weaker than those of an average captain. In terms of overall combat power, Chuan's true form could be considered a quasi-captain level. However, At this point, he was just a Jillian who hadn't yet reached Arankar. He has not yet reached the limit of the void, and the Arankar incident is still premature. However, improving skills such as slashing can make one's strength increase rapidly in the short term. After all, when other Ajuchas were still eating raw meat and drinking blood and attacking with claws and teeth, Chuan had already started playing with a knife. This is why he decided to let his clone join the 11th Division. What could better help people hone their sword skills than endless bloody battles? Roar. Looking at the group of Jillians roaring towards the sky in front of him, Chuan just nodded slightly. At this moment, all the Ryatsu in his body was released. His aura had already reached its peak. Although they were both at the Jillian level, with Chuan's current Ryatsu, even Ajucha's was far inferior to him. There is only one reason why these foolish Jillian can stare at his Ryatsu instead of running away, and that is that there is someone controlling them behind the scenes. You're not coming out, are you? Chuan simply swung his right hand, and a lightning whip, as thick as an adult's arm and about 100 meters long, took shape in his hand. He then swung it down fiercely, spinning several times in the air and directly crushing the many Jillians into pieces. Immediately, the Soul Eater activated and absorbed all of Jillian's remains. Just as Chuan felt the joy of Ryatsu flowing into his body, his expression suddenly changed, as if he realized something. I found you. Chuan let out a sinister laugh and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. When he reached a certain point, he chopped the air with his knife. Crash! As a slight sense of obstruction was transmitted through the blade, Chuan felt as if the blade had been cut on the water surface. Then, ripples began to appear on the calm space like the water surface. At first, they were very slow, but later they became more and more rapid. Suddenly, a strange fish, only about 1 meter long and covered with black and blue bone spurs, jumped out from the ripples. Bang! Apparently, it was this Ajuchas that had previously manipulated Jillian's group. It was not big in size, but seemed extremely agile. As soon as it appeared, it threw Chuan one tail away. Although Chuan dodged it with a loud turn, he found that the strange fish had dived into another ripple of water. Interesting. This strange fish Ryatsu is not very strong, not even as strong as the centaur that Chuan used to create clones, but his attack method is very interesting. Wow! Water ripples appeared again behind Chuan. Just as the strange fish was about to rush out and use its spurred head to hit Chuan on the back, Chuan moved and swept the long knife in his hand behind him. Clang! There was a sound of collision, and Chuan resolved the attack at the moment when it was about to be attacked. After several rounds of fighting with it, Chuan concluded that this strange fish-like Ajuchas could not hide behind the ripples for long, so it had to come out to harass him from time to time. The interval between each attack is 5 seconds, and the location of each appearance cannot be the same as the last one. After a period of calm analysis, Chuan had completely grasped the attack rhythm of this strange fish. He simply stood in the middle of the field, stopped all his movements, and remained unchanged in the face of all changes. Wow! The water ripples reappeared and appeared above Chuan's head. Lightning! Sizzle! Without even raising his head, he let out a light whimper, and arcs of lightning burst out from his body, shocking the strange fish that was about to attack. Since he knew that it could only stay behind the water ripples for 5 seconds each time, Chuan only needed to calculate the timing and release lightning around his body every 5 seconds. In this way, no matter where it appeared in front of Chuan, it would be injured by lightning. The following battle between Chuan and the strange fish suddenly changes in style. Wow! Sizzle, wow, sizzle! Just like playing whack-a-mole, the strange fish was struck by lightning as soon as it poked its head out. This cycle repeated several times, and the strange fish was electrocuted and gave off a burnt smell. Suddenly the ripples on the water began to move away. It was obvious that the strange fish no longer intended to tangle with Chuan and was planning to run away. "Want to leave? That's not that easy." Chuan laughed strangely, and the thunder whip in his hand suddenly flashed. He seized the opportunity and swung it forward fiercely. As a result, just as the strange fish was about to stick its head out, it was tied up tightly by the thunder whip and pulled back. Chuan didn't waste any time and immediately prepared to draw his sword to kill the Ajuchas that had delayed him for a lot of time. "My king, spare my life. Jiva Barnes is willing to surrender. Please don't kill me." A childish voice came from the mouth of the strange fish, forming a huge contrast with its extremely ugly appearance. "Oh, you can talk. Give me a reason not to kill you." Chuan held the thunder whip in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, looking at the strange fish holding the knife in front of him with interest. Jiva Barnes looked at the 2-meter-tall, pitch-black figure, Minos Grande, with a gloomy expression and complained in his heart, How dare you, a vasto lord, come here and bully an ajuches like me? If you are so capable, why don't you go to the Palace of Night to challenge Berrigan? Apparently, Jiva Barnes, ye also mistook ye Chuan for vasto lord. If he knew that the vasto lord in front of him was actually just a Jillian, his jaw would probably drop. While complaining about Jiva Barnes in my heart, my mouth was very honest. Great Lord Vasto, I know where a group of ajuches gather. I can take you there. There are at least 5 ajuches there, as long as you promise not to eat me. Are you sure? After hearing what Jiva Barnes said, Yi Chuan was a little skeptical, because since he was promoted, he has encountered very few ajuches, only 3 including the Jiva Barnes in front of him. It was natural for him to be a little skeptical that 5 Yi Chuan suddenly appeared. Of course, Great Lord. How dare a humble Jiva Barnes deceive the powerful Vasto Lord? This strange fish kept a very low profile, obviously afraid that Yi Chuan would eat it as sashimi if they disagreed. Okay, I'll trust you for now, but... Yi Chuan lowered his sealed state with his right hand, and the Ryatsu in his hand accumulated, and soon it turned into a crackling ball of thunder. Yi Chuan roughly pried open Jiva Barnes' mouth and stuffed the thunderball directly into it. This was his new application of lightning, compressing it to its ultimate form and injecting it into the target's body. He could detonate this lightning ball at any time, even 1,000,000 miles away. The thunderball would blow Jiva Barnes to pieces. Only after doing all this did he untie the thunder whip and release Jiva Barnes. Chapter 30. My lord, please come this way. Jiva Barnes's ugly fish face, covered with bone spurs, can actually reveal a hint of anthropomorphic flattering smile. Passing through a withered forest and circling a strange swamp, Yi Chuan has been on the road all these days. Hasn't it been here yet? If I find out you dared to lie to me, you know the consequences. Yi Chuan looked at the strange fish in front of him with a slightly cold expression. My lord, you can rest assured that the most loyal Jiva Barnes will never let you down. Yi Chuan had been following the guidance of this strange fish for several days, but along the way, he had not encountered many ajuches, not even Jillian. He encountered quite a few giant hollows, but these giant hollows had low Ryatsu, and hunting them was a waste of time for Yi Chuan now. The continuous rush made Yi Chuan seem a little bored, and he even thought about swallowing this strange fish several times. However, there is no way to do this. The ajuches level Minos Grande are already rare in Hueco Mundo. In addition, the territory of Hueco Mundo is very huge. In the 3 realms, the territory of Hueco Mundo is obviously larger than that of Soul Society and the present world. Since Yi Chuan's travels, his exploration of the entire Hueco Mundo has been very limited. Therefore, although Yi Chuan now possesses the strength of a quasi-captain, he is not complacent at all. Let's not talk about the original plot development. Aizen and his 3 companions are about to take control of Hueco Mundo and subdue Berrigan and other Vasto lords to begin the Arrancar experiment. There are many hidden talents, even in Hueco Mundo itself. Who knows, there might even be a tile-level Minos Grande that didn't appear in the original book. After traveling with Jiva Barnes for several days, Yi Chuan finally sensed a strong Ryatsu. My lord, the ajuches living ahead is named Tan Varric. He is a lone traveler, and his strength is among the best among all the ajuches. He looked in the direction indicated by the strange fish's tail. There was a pool of water in the dense forest ahead, and the powerful Ryatsu came from the pool. You stay here and don't run around, or I will immediately detonate the lightning ball in your body. Yi Chuan gave the strange fish a cold look. The strange fish shuddered and then hid aside obediently. Yi Chuan did not approach the pool of water, but stretched out his right index finger. A strand of black and red Ryatsu gathered at the fingertip, then formed a sphere, and then formed a beam of light that shot out towards the pool of water. Fire one shot first. Bang! A Zero shot directly into the pool. Yi Chuan did not use Wang Su's flash. It was just a regular Zero. Even so, a huge column of water rose up from the pool, which was more than 3 meters long and wide. The entire pool of water was blown up high. The terrifying high temperature evaporated a lot of the water in the pool, raising bursts of white mist. Roar! A shrill roar came from the pool. A figure slowly emerged from the mist. It was an ajuches in the form of a hippopotamus. Its size was similar to the hippopotamus Yi Chuan had seen in his previous life, the only difference being the deep white mask on its face and the pitch-black cavity below its neck. At this time, the hippopotamus was covered with scars, and there was not a single piece of intact skin. He was staring at Yi Chuan with anger. If his eyes could turn into swords, then Yi Chuan would probably have been chopped into pieces by now. He didn't understand why such a shameless Vasto Lord would come and attack him when he was sleeping soundly and had never caused any trouble. When he turned his head to look at the strange fish huddled aside, he finally understood. Jiva Barnes, you despicable ugly fish. You are the one who lured this vasto lord here. Unexpectedly, the strange fish did not respond but made a face at the hippopotamus named Tanvirik and then retreated dozens of feet. Hateful. The hippopotamus opened its mouth wide, and a black and red zero formed in its mouth and shot towards Chuan. Chuan, however, still stood there calmly, as if he didn't take the zero seriously. Just when the zero was about a foot away from him, Chuan stretched out his left hand, grasped the zero, and then gently squeezed it, and the zero disappeared into thin air. Hippopotamus Su looked at his full-strength zero, which couldn't even break the skin of the vasto lord on the opposite side, and a sense of despair rose in his heart. Is this the only level of so-called tapajuchas? Chuan felt the power of this zero and shook his head in disappointment. This hippopotamus hollow's Ryatsu is indeed much higher than the several ajuchas I've seen before, but it seems to only be about 30% to 40% of my own Ryatsu. Even this zero is so weak. After taking Hippopotamus's zero attack head-on, Chuan slowly spoke. Tanvirik, I've already taken one of your zero shots. Your resentment should have subsided. Now I'm giving you a chance. Swallow this lightning ball in my hand and swear allegiance to me, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Although this hippopotamus is not as powerful as Chuan's original body, its strength is indeed the strongest among the ajuchas he has seen so far, so he took the initiative to recruit it. If he wants to gain a certain say in the Shinigami world and deal with the upcoming Aizen Sosuke and Yawatch that is sweeping across the three realms, he must have his own team. He didn't recruit younger brothers before because he was still weak, but now he has the confidence to form a team. It should be noted that the power of the masses is strong and cannot be ignored. One of the important reasons why the two big bosses in the original novel failed was that they ignored the power of the masses. Hippopotamus stared at the dark golden ball of lightning held in the hand of the terrifying vasto lord across from him, knowing that if he ate it, his life and death would be controlled by others. So he roared to the sky and then spoke in human language. You are delusional. Tanvirik will always fight for freedom and will never surrender to anyone. The hippopotamus opened its mouth wide and exhaled a breath of foul air, which then expanded and soon turned into a thick tornado that swept up the surrounding bushes and soil and attacked the mysterious vasto lord. Seeing this, Chuan could only sigh helplessly. What a pity. Then he made a turn that was almost ultimate, avoiding the terrifying hurricane, and rushed directly in front of Hippo Su, slashing him with a knife. Boom! The moment the knife was drawn, a crisp sound came from the blade, like a spring thunder. It's the thunder slash. Faced with such a determined player, he gave him the respect he deserved. Puff! Under Chuan's full-strength sword, Tanvirik's tough skin did not provide any resistance at all. It was like cutting tofu and was directly cut in half. Soul Eater. Then Chuan directly activated the Soul Eater to absorb it. Facing such a determined person, devouring it completely without leaving a trace is also a kind of respect for him. Jiva Barnes, who was hiding in the distance and watching the fight, couldn't help but swallow when she saw this scene. Vasto Lord is so terrifying. He would never have imagined that the powerful being mistaken by so many ajuchas as Vasto Lord was currently just a Jillian. Feeling the endless flow of Ryatsu flowing into his body, Chuan cried out in pleasure. Huh, that's the feeling. Soon, all of Hippopotamus's Ryatsu was absorbed and refined, and Chuan felt that his own Ryatsu had increased by 30% compared to before. When I turned around, I saw a strange fish cowering in the corner. My lord, if you eat Tanvirik, you can't eat me. Upon hearing this, Chuan's face turned black, and he kicked it 8 feet away. Take me to the next ajuchas. Chapter 31. O Lord, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, soaring with wings, the thing that bears the name of man. Truth and moderation, the wall of the most unknown dream, stand alone upon it. Kaido number 33, Blue Fire Falling. In Soul Society, in the training grounds of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, Ito Makoto aimed at the dummy in front of him and shot out a light blue spirit particle flame, which was the fully chanted Song Hoje. Boom! The light blue, highly concentrated spirit particle flames directly blasted the Technology Development Bureau's special dummy into charcoal. Even a large hole was blown out on the ground near the dummy, and sparks flew all around the training ground. The teacher in charge of Kido's training saw this and swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, is this true? This student is way too extraordinary. Then he cleared his throat and said solemnly, Ito Makoto, the intermediate Kido score is excellent. At the same time, he gave him an appreciative look. Is it still a bit too much? Ito Makoto was speechless. In fact, he had already let go of this Zong Huijue. It looked like he had released it completely by chanting, but in fact, he had controlled his Ryatsu very tightly. The power he showed just now was just the level when he gave up chanting. But he didn't expect that this so-called dummy specially made by the Technology Development Bureau was so vulnerable. Is this Makoto? Not only is his killing technique powerful, I didn't expect he is also so good at Kido. It's really beyond my reach. After Ito Makoto finished the test, Hisagi Shohei ran towards Ito Makoto with a look of surprise. Brother Ito, you are so strong. I originally thought I had Shinigami talent, but compared to you, I feel so far behind. From another direction, the very sexy little lowly Matsumoto Ranjaku also came over. You are also great. You must have confidence in yourself, little Shubi and little Ranjaku. Makoto Ito encouraged with a smile. At the same time, he extended his hands and rubbed Ranjaku and Shuhei's heads affectionately. We will do our best. Hearing Ito Makoto say this, the little lowly and the little boy Kaido said in unison, and then the two of them went to take the Kido test with confidence. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Ito Makoto stretched out of boredom, and at the same time, with a smile on his face, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the outside of the martial arts field, where a white-haired boy who was hiding his identity and dared to stay far away and watch Matsumoto Ranjaku. Oh my, I was discovered. What a freak perception. In the southwest corner outside the martial arts field, Ikamaru Jin, who had been hiding in the distance and peeking at Matsumoto Ranjaku, also realized that he had been discovered by Ito Makoto. He immediately squinted his eyes, smiled slightly, and disappeared on the spot. At this time, about 5 months had passed since Ito Makoto joined the Mouse Spiritual Academy. In the first month of school, Ito Makoto, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and Hisagi Shohei had already skipped to the second term, and now all three of them have skipped to the third term. That's why the relationship between the three of them is so good, because the class they are currently in, except for the three of them, all the other students are senior students who have studied for 3 years. Although the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy has 6 terms from admission to graduation, with each term lasting 1 year for a total of 6 years, it is obvious that not everyone needs to complete the 6 years. Brother Ito, there's a hot pot restaurant in the 3rd district of Rakangai South District. They say the food is delicious. I just got my scholarship, so let's go together. After class, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Hisagi Shohei enthusiastically invited Ito Makoto to have dinner together. I have something else to do, so you guys go by yourselves. I'll treat you guys to a meal next time. Makoto Ito smiled and shook his head, politely declining the invitation from the boy and girl in front of him. Then he headed straight to the 80th district of Rakangai West District, the most chaotic place of Seoul society. Walking on a dirty and messy street, I saw sewage and excrement discharged at will, as well as all kinds of garbage piled up on the street. When Ito Makoto covered his mouth and nose and was about to leave the place quickly with Shunpa, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side. He was wearing tattered clothes, had a pale and thin face, dark circles under his eyes, and was holding a dagger full of holes in his hand, staring at Ito Makoto fiercely. Boy, leave behind all your valuables and food. Oh, and leave behind this clean robe of yours, too. The fabric is so fine, it must be worth a fortune. Upon hearing this, Ito Makoto was surprised and looked at the half-dead man in front of him. He didn't expect that the other party didn't even recognize the Mouse Spiritual Academy uniform he was wearing. What was even funnier was that he actually wanted to rob the Shinigami Reserve. I didn't want to waste time talking to him, and just released my Ryatsu for a moment. As a result, as soon as Ryatsu was released, the skinny middle-aged man was shocked and fainted. Looking at the skinny man lying on the ground like a dead dog, Ito Makoto shook his head and left. Such a weakling wasn't even worthy of being killed by him. It was just like when he was walking on the road in his previous life. He wouldn't step on the insects and ants on the road for no reason. This was not his first time coming to this place, but he encountered this situation almost every time he came. The last few districts of Rakangai do not even have a single source of clean water, and even the concentration of spirit particles is the lowest. On the other hand, the so-called nobles in the jingling court do not engage in production, but own more than 80% of the resources of the Soul Society and enjoy the place with the highest concentration of spirit particles and the best environment in the entire Soul Society. So now Ito Makoto can probably understand Aizen and Tosen's thoughts. As expected, wherever there is injustice, there is resistance. After walking through several deserted streets, Ito Makoto finally arrived at his destination, an empty wasteland. There were already 2 people in Death Tyrant costumes waiting in front. One of them had narrow eyes and a shiny bald head, and the other had smooth medium-length hair, a feather decoration on his right eye, and a neck guard around his neck. Correct Madarame Ikaku Ayasegawa Yumachika. Hey, Ito-chan, you're late again. Ayasegawa Yumachika yawned as she ran her hands through her hair. I'm so sorry, Yumachika-senpai. I encountered something on the way and was delayed. Ito Makoto explained with a smile. Okay, enough small talk. Let's get started. At this time, Madarame Ikaku on the side seemed a little impatient. He took out a sealed sword from the package behind him and threw it to Ito Makoto. Then he drew the knife from his waist and rushed towards Ito Makoto with a smile on his face. The sealed state that he threw to Ito Makoto was a sealed state borrowed from another soldier of the 11th Squadron. Because Ito Makoto had not yet graduated, he was not officially awarded the sealed state. Therefore, Madarame Ikaku could only use a wooden sword to fight him, but both sides felt that this was not satisfying enough. Therefore, every time they sparred, Madarame Ikaku would first borrow a sword from another team member, and then secretly give it to Ito Makoto so that he could have a real fight with him. However, this behavior was clearly against the rules. Granting sealed status to students who had not yet graduated without permission was expressly prohibited by Central 46. Therefore, the two chose the 80th district in the West District, far away from the Jingling Court, as the venue for the competition. Chapter 32. Watch this. Madarame Ikaku laughed strangely, drew his sword, and slashed, while Ito Makoto stepped back to avoid the fierce blow. Then he jumped high, holding the knife in both hands, and chopped towards Madarame Ikaku's big bald head. Madarame Ikaku raised his right hand and used the scabbard to block the attack, then slashed at Ito Makoto's waist with his left hand holding the knife. Call out. Ito Makoto quickly distanced himself with Shuinpa. What's wrong, kid? All you can do is hide. Come and fight me head-on. Madarame Ikaku held the knife in his left hand and the scabbard in his right hand, and attacked with both hands at the same time, stabbing Ito Makoto in the face. As you wish. Ito Makoto used Shuinpa to change his body shape continuously, and then chose to appear behind Madarame Ikaku, holding the knife in both hands and slashing horizontally. Unexpectedly, Madarame Ikaku turned quickly, as if he had expected it, and threw the scabbard in his right hand. It hit Ito Makoto's abdomen and then slashed his chest. Ito Makoto also took advantage of the situation and chopped down Madarame Ikaku on the shoulder. Then the two of them retreated with Shuinpa to create distance between them. Makoto Ito looked at the hideous wound on his chest, and Madarame Ikaku covered his bleeding right shoulder with his left hand that was holding the knife. Ha ha ha, what a joy! At the same time, Ito Makoto and Madarame Ikaku actually laughed out loud together. It was obvious that both of them enjoyed this kind of battle where blood was seen as soon as they started fighting. After taking the Zanjutsu exam, he met Madarame Ikaku, and through him, he met Ayasegawa Yumachika. Since he and Madarame Ikaku were both passionate about fighting, the two quickly became close friends. Since joining the Shirnu Spiritual Arts Academy nearly half a year ago, he has had private duels with Ikaku more than 10 times. Now, he has completely digested the slashing techniques he learned from Ito Kai's memory, and has his own understanding of slashing techniques. At the beginning, Ito Makoto's slashing skills were a little immature, and he was often suppressed by Madarame Ikaku, but now he can be on par with Madarame Ikaku. His progress in the past 6 months is very gratifying. Halfway through the fight, Madarame Ikaku suddenly took some gray-brown paste from his scabbard and smeared it on his right shoulder, instantly stopping the bleeding. Ikaku-senpai, you're cheating again. When Ito Makoto saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he was already used to it. Then he reached into his sleeve with his left hand, took out some gray-brown plaster, and smeared it on his chest. The wound on his chest stopped bleeding. Damn it, you brought medicine too. Madarame Ikaku said loudly. Isn't this what I learned from you, senior? Ito Makoto seemed quite speechless about this and could only complain deep in his heart. If the one fighting you was my real body, I'd have to teach you what high-speed regeneration is. That's cheating. But then he changed his mind and thought that if the main body fought Ikaku, high-speed regeneration might not be used at all, unless Ikaku already mastered Bankai at this stage. After a short break, the two fought again. Ito Makoto got into the game more and more. He adjusted his breathing, held the knife with both hands, and slashed Madarame Ikaku with several consecutive blows, forcing him to retreat again and again. This is not over yet. Ito Makoto accumulated Ryatsu, and white arcs of lightning condensed on the sealed blade, and then he swung it fiercely. Boom! The sound of the explosion was like spring thunder. It was the thunder slash. A white arc of lightning carrying unparalleled sword energy struck Madarame Ikaku. Madarame Ikaku rolled over, quickly distanced himself from Ito Makoto, and narrowly avoided the knife. The knife cut a large crack several meters deep in the wasteland beside him. This move is none other than Yi Chuan's original signature move, Thunder Slash. Since the clone did not inherit the original's lightning ability, Ito Makoto had a sudden idea to replace the lightning with the power of Shinigami Kido. The one previously attached to the blade was none other than Hado's 4 White Thunders, which Ito Makoto had practiced to ultimate. Although the Thunder Slash imitated in this way is far inferior to the original, it is still satisfactory. Madarame Ikaku dodged the knife and was secretly shocked. What a freak boy. He gets stronger with each fight. It's only been less than half a year, and he's already improved so much in both his slashing technique and his ryatsu. Thinking of this, he no longer held back, and immediately aligned the scabbard and the handle in his hand, raised it forward and shouted, "Stretch it out, Hozukimaru." There was a flash of white light, and the sealed state and scabbard in Madarame Ikaku's hand instantly turned into a wooden spear with a short sword at the tip and a red tassel at the end. Holding the corner of a spear, a Shuinpa rushed to Ito Makoto in an instant and stabbed him in the face. After Shirkai, both his ryatsu and speed increased to a certain extent. Ding ding ding. Ito Makoto blocked with his sword, and the collision of the two weapons set off sparks. Hozukimaru's spear tip was like a lion majesty spitting out its tongue, and every shot went straight to the vital point. Now, Ito Makoto took advantage of the moment when Madarame Ikaku was about to draw his gun and slashed horizontally, forcing Ikaku to retract his Hozukimaru and use it to block Ito Makoto's powerful slash. Split it up, Hozukimaru. At the same time that Hozukimaru's gun blocked the knife, Hozukimaru split into a 3-section staff. The iron chain connecting the staff tightly entangled the sealed state in Ito Makoto's hand. At the same time, the gun head turned rapidly and slashed towards the back of his head, and he was about to be beheaded. Call out. Ito Makoto instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. Hey, Ikaku-senpai, didn't I tell you that using the same trick twice on me won't work? In the last duel, Madarame Ikaku used this move to scratch Ito Makoto's neck, so he was always on guard against this move this time. Hado number 31, Red Fire Cannon. Ito Makoto, who had created some distance with Shuinpa, appeared behind Madarame Ikaku, raised his right hand, and aimed a red fireball at his big bald head. Ikaku quickly transformed Hozukimaru back into a spear form, and danced with the stick, barely blocking Ito Makoto's red fire cannon that he had abandoned the chant. Hozukimaru collided with the fireball, raising a cloud of dust. Soon, Madarame Ikaku walked out of the dust, his whole face covered in dust, but he was not injured. Ahem, Ito boy, why are you cheating and using Kido? A real man has to fight physically to have fun. Weren't you the one who cheated first, senior? Ayasegawa Yumachika, who was standing by, saw that the fight between the two men had turned from physical fight to verbal fight, and they started to bicker. He immediately said with a dark face, "Are you two kids? You're still bickering. If you want to fight, then do it now." At this time, Madarame Ikaku looked at Ito Makoto with a smile. "Ito boy, you've already mastered that, right? Show me how to use it." Ito Makoto of course knew what Ikaku was talking about and sighed. "Alas, I originally wanted to wait until Jingling Court officially granted me the sealed state before using it, but now I'm being asked to use someone else's sealed state. Isn't that a bit too much? But since Senior wants to see it, then I'll satisfy you." Mountain Elf. Chapter 33. Roar. Just as Ito Makoto held up the sealed state in his hand and muttered something, a sudden roar made the faces of the three people change. Another hollow. Feeling this chaotic and violent ryatsu, Ito Makoto and the other two looked solemn. Why does Rakangai keep appearing hollows for no apparent reason lately? Ayasegawa Yumachika said helplessly, feeling the ryatsu coming from somewhere. If it weren't for the familiar street scenes around him, he would have doubted whether he had come to Hueco Mundo. Ito Makoto was also shocked by this. At this moment, he actually felt the Ajucha's level of ryatsu, and he still did not notice the disturbance of the black cavity this time. This means that this hollow, like the ones that appeared in East 57th District before, was born in Soul Society. Ajucha's born in Soul Society? That's impossible. It should be noted that in order to give birth to a Jillian-level Minos Grande, more than 100 giant hollows need to eat each other together. Or it can only be formed when a giant void with sufficiently high intelligence devours more than 100 giant voids. As for Ajucha's, Jillian would have to frantically devour hundreds of his kind to have a chance of successfully advancing. This was also the reason why there were so few Ajuchas in Hueco Mundo. Of course, this is just the evolution process of ordinary voids, and it obviously does not include perverts like Chuan. In other words, in order to cultivate an Ajuchas level Minos Grande in the Soul Society, it would be necessary to devour at least tens of thousands of Rakongai residents. Rakongai suddenly lost so many people. Even if the Godii 13 was slow to react, I think they would be able to react. That's why Makoto Ito exclaimed that it was impossible. The three of them sensed the violent Ryatsu and used Shuinpa together to rush towards the place. Soon, the three of them found the source of Ryatsu on a severely damaged street. The moment he saw the hollow, Ito Makoto was stunned on the spot. The Shin in front of him looked like a smaller version of Jillian. That's right, it was the most ordinary, mindless Jillian. But now his height had become only 5 meters, much smaller than his original height of nearly 100 meters. The clown-like mask on his face is now only half gone, and the half of his face without the mask has become extremely dark and covered with spikes. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, he barely reached the level of Ajuchas. Is this Arankar? The moment he saw this mini Jillian, Ito Makoto finally understood why the Ajuchas level Minos Grande Ryatsu appeared in Rakongai. Aizen used the souls of more than 100 Rakongai to create this Jillian, and then Arankar it. It has Ajuchas level Ryatsu, which is why Ito mistakenly thought it was an Ajuchas. Just looking at Jillian's appearance, he has not yet woken up from his confused and unconscious state. It is obvious that the current Arankar experiment is still very primitive and very immature. It can only be called a pseudo-Arankar. Looking at the fake Arankar in front of him going crazy, Ito Makoto did not intend to take action. He knew that this must be the work of Aizen Sosuke, and maybe Aizen Sosuke was hiding somewhere and peeping at him at this moment. It would be bad if I revealed my strength too early and attracted Aizen's attention. Although it is more likely that Aizen does not take him, an ant, seriously. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Until this clone has the strength of a strong captain, Ito Makoto has no intention of entering his sight. Besides, it would not be easy for these two to deal with a pseudo-Arankar that is comparable to an ordinary Ajuchas. Bloom, Vine Peacock. Facing the fake Arankar, Ayasegawa Yumichika released his own half-shirkai Fuji Peacock to meet it. Jillian is already ugly enough, but you're uglier than her. How can you be this ugly? It really doesn't fit my aesthetic. The scimitar Vine Peacock transformed into 4 blades, and Yumichika showed a look of disgust as he chopped off the head of the fake Arankar. Stretch out, Hozukamaru. Madarame Ikaku also released Hozukamaru again, and with a sinister laugh, he rushed towards the fake Arankar and shot at the fake Arankar's leg. In this way, with the joint efforts of 2 powerful vice-captain level masters, the fake Arankar had no ability to fight back. Yumichika cut its neck with a knife and cut off its legs directly with a horn and a gun. Roar! Because both legs were broken, this fake Arankar could only cover the wound on his neck with one hand, while the nails of the other hand grew rapidly, stabbing at the 2 people like 5 steel knives. Unfortunately, Kakuzu couldn't even touch their clothes. However, this fake Arankar didn't even seem to be able to use the ring turn. After its legs were broken, it could only lie there helplessly in rage. Roar! He roared and opened his mouth wide, a black and red zero brewing in his mouth. However, Ikaku would not give him a chance. He swung out Hozukamaru and completely cut off his already shaky head. In this way, the fake Arankar was killed cleanly and neatly by the 2 men. Soon, its remains turned into dust and dissipated in the air of Soul Society. Tisk, that's it. Madarame Ikaku looked at the slowly disappearing fake Arankar with a hint of disdain. Then he looked at Ito Makoto. Little Ito, come on, let's fight again. Seeing that Madarame Ikaku looked unsatisfied, Ito Makoto shook his head and then returned the sealed state to Ikaku. Senior Ikaku, let's spar again next time. Disturbed by this sudden fake Arankar, Ito Makoto no longer had the desire to fight. Just when Madarame Ikaku wanted to say something else, he was stopped by Ayasegawa Yumichika. Alright, Ikaku, stop being so willful. Hollows have been appearing frequently in Rakongai lately. The one just now only had half a mask. It's really weird. Let's go back and ask the captain for instructions. After hearing Yumichika's words, Ikaku had no choice but to leave with him reluctantly. Just after both parties left the place, a flash of light appeared on the originally ruined street, and an object like a curtain was unveiled, revealing a Shinigami wearing a Shinigami suit, with dark skin and dreadlocks. It was Tosin Kaname. 11th Squadron Barracks Ayasegawa Yumichika was reporting in detail about her previous encounter with the Hollow to a burly man wearing a captain's haori, an eye mask, an afro, and a small bell tied to each strand of hair. Who else could this person be, if not Zaraki Kenpachi? Oh, You mean this Ito Makoto has great potential and can fight Ikika back and forth without releasing Zanpakuto? Yes, that's right. Madarame Ikaku on the side echoed excitedly. Captain, do we really not need to report this matter to the Captain General? That hollow with only half of the mask left is indeed very strange. Ayasegawa Yumachika asked again with a frown on his face. Zaraki Kenpachi was not interested in the strange hollow at all, and was only interested in Ito Makoto, who could fight Ikaku. It's just a hollow, no big deal. As far as I remember, the 9th Squad has always been responsible for clearing out the hollows in Rakongai. Just go to the 9th Squad barracks and tell Mugiruma Kensei about the situation. Zaraki Kenpachi said nonchalantly. Yes, Captain. At night, somewhere in the dense forest of Rakongai. Lord Aizen, the experiment subject's Ryatsu has increased significantly, almost reaching a level comparable to that of Ajuchis. But he never regained his sanity. It's a pity that he was killed by the 3rd and 5th officers of the 11th Squadron who happened to arrive. Aizen Sosuke stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the report from Tosin Kaname in the back, then turned around and looked at his loyal subordinate with a smile. It's just a low-level Jillian. If it's gone, it's gone. Aizen pushed his black-framed glasses, still looking so calm and composed, as if nothing in the world could move him. Yes, next you need to practice Bankai to a very proficient level. We'll need it for the next plan. Yes, Master Aizen. Duh. Chapter 34. Minos Grande Forest, the Dark Jungle. As the name suggests, this place is in darkness all year round, without a trace of light. My king, the surrounding ajuchas have been cleared by you. A fiery red goat-shaped ajuchas, about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, spoke to Yi Chuan with a flattering look on his face. The goat's fictitious name is Yuan Perk. Like the strange fish Jiva Barnes, he is a follower who swallowed the Thunderball and succumbed to Yi Chuan's tyranny. Yi Chuan had recently encountered all of the dozen or so ajuchas lurking in the Minos Grande Forest. Aside from the strange fish and goat that submitted to him, the remaining dozen or so had all transformed into Ryatsu within Yi Chuan's body. My king, don't go any further. There is probably another Vasto lord living in this dark jungle besides you, added the strange fish Jiva Barnes. Apparently, these two ajuchas firmly believed that their extremely powerful king was the strongest superior, Minos Grande Vasto lord, without realizing that their king was just a Jillian. If you don't dare to go in, just wait for me outside. How could Yi Chuan not understand the hidden meaning of the ajucha's words? These two hollows were subdued by Yi Chuan by force, and the time of subduing them was not long. Naturally, he could not expect them to work for him willingly, so he simply left them outside the dark jungle. Yi Chuan wants to go in alone to meet the mysterious ajuchas. Before leaving, he smiled at the two ajuchas and said, By the way, you two shouldn't get too far away from me. If I can't sense your Ryatsu, the lightning balls in your bodies will probably, boom. Hearing this, the goat and the strange fish were so frightened that their hair stood on end. They immediately expressed their opinions. Why would we run away? We'll just wait here for our king guy to return. Yi Chuan didn't care about it, just sneered and ignored it, turned around, and strode into the dark jungle. Quack! In the dark jungle, there were bursts of crows' cries. Yi Chuan ignored it and just released a little Ryatsu, and all the scattered crows shut up. After Yi Chuan left, the crows merged together and turned into a giant crow. He trembled as he looked at the direction Yi Chuan left. Quack! Here comes another one. Here comes another one. As he continued walking, Yi Chuan noticed that the trees ahead were getting shorter, and strands of dew, made of spirit particles, hung from the branches. Small bats hung upside down from the branches, their eyes tightly closed. It was not until Yi Chuan arrived that these bat hollows opened their eyes in shock at the powerful Ryatsu. Hundreds and thousands of small bats, with green light in their eyes, stared at Yi Chuan. Squeak! Countless bats cried out, and these sounds formed a strange sound wave that rushed towards Yi Chuan. Noisy. Strands of dark golden Ryatsu rose from Yi Chuan's body, then became increasingly dense, until it transformed into a rough dark golden beam of light that shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark jungle at night. The many small bat-shaped hollows that were originally chirping at Yi Chuan were frightened by his powerful Ryatsu and fled in all directions. Suddenly, the entire dark jungle was in chaos. Aren't you coming out yet? Yi Chuan's face was calm. He looked at the nest in front of him, which was as deep as an endless black hole, and spoke softly. Suddenly, a stream of deep green Ryatsu surged out from the nest in front of him. A stream of Ryatsu that was no less powerful than Yi Chuan's surged out from the depths of the nest like a tide, competing with the dark golden Ryatsu in the sky. What a strong Ryatsu! worthy of being the Vasto Lord. Chuan carefully sensed this huge Reiatsu and found that it was on par with his own, or even a little stronger than his current strength. Chuan's Reiatsu level at this point was almost double that of Jillian's when he was first promoted. If Chuan's Reiatsu level when he was first promoted to Jillian was just on the edge of the third-level spiritual power of the captain level, then at this point his Reiatsu is firmly among the best among the third-class Reiatsu, a true captain-level Reiatsu. But even so, his Reiatsu was still slightly suppressed by this Vasto Lord. As expected of Lord Vasto. Seeing the iconic dark green Reiatsu now, he already knew who this Vasto Lord hiding deep in the lair was. Soon, a shadowy figure, almost as powerful as the ultimate, rushed out of the dark cave. Upon closer inspection, it was a snow-white, humanoid creature, roughly the same height and build as a human. The entire body is covered with a layer of pure white keratin, except for the pair of bat wings folded behind the back. A pair of deep green pupils sparkled like two emeralds. The large cavity on the left side of the chest, where the heart should be, was particularly conspicuous. A white mask shaped like a bat has two dark green tear-like lines extending from the corners of the eyes to the jaw. "It's you, Ulquiorra cipher," Chuan said in his heart, with a hint of excitement on his face. "Who are you?" Ulquiorra spoke slowly, looking at the powerful fellow in front of him who had disturbed his slumber. However, his speech speed was really slow, obviously because he had not communicated with anyone for a long time. "I am the future Lord of Hueco Mundo. I am here to conquer you. Submit to me, and I will lead you to where your heart lies." Chuan stated his purpose directly, but the next moment, "Call out." Ulquiorra cipher flashed and attacked Chuan. The first move was as fast as ultimate, and he teleported directly in front of Chuan. The seemingly thin palm was like a steel knife stabbing at Chuan's heart. If G knew it. It turns out that Ulquiorra has developed this habit of stimulating people's hearts a long time ago. "I already have a hollow hole in my abdomen. I don't need you to open another one." Chuan let out a long howl, then pulled out the sealed sword that he had wrapped in a simple wooden scabbard and hung on his waist with his right hand, and slashed directly at Ulquiorra's palm. Puff! A hideous wound was immediately cut on Ulquiorra Cipher's left hand, and blood was flowing out, but in an instant, the flesh and blood rolled and returned to its original state. Apparently high-speed regeneration is also his forte. Seeing that the attack failed, Ulquiorra immediately withdrew and kept a distance from Chuan. Chuan, full of fighting spirit, grinned and then pursued with a knife. Duh. Chapter 35. Don't you like to make a hole in my chest? Why are you running away? Chuan tapped the air with his toes, and Xiangjuan continued to follow. When he got close to Ulquiorra, he held the knife with both hands and continued to slash, forcing Ulquiorra to dodge continuously. At this time, Ulquiorra has not yet become Arankar. Although the Vasto Lord is the Minos Grande who is closest to humans, he is still a monster that eats raw meat and drinks blood. On the other hand, Chuan is different. Although he is also a hollow, he first obtained the sealed state left by Edo Kai, and then arranged for a clone to enter Soul Society and study at the Mao Spiritual Academy to learn the Zanken Devil Walk. Although abilities like Kido Shumpa cannot be used by Chuan as a Minos Grande, slashing techniques and white hits are interchangeable. This is also the reason why Chuan, although his Reiatsu is obviously inferior to Ulquiorra, is not afraid at all. Since he has tools and knows how to use them, he can certainly beat up the primitive people. Facing the torrent of attacks, Ulquiorra was forced to retreat again and again. Suddenly, the huge bat wings behind it opened up in an instant, with a wingspan of more than 2 meters, and slashed towards Chuan like two steel knives at lightning speed. Chuan was unable to dodge and was scratched on both arms by the wings. Then Ulquiorra found the right moment and kicked Chuan away. Bang! With a loud bang, Chuan flew backwards and hit the tree trunk behind him, knocking down dozens of trees behind him and raising a huge amount of smoke and dust. This was not over yet. Ulquiorra pointed with his right index finger, and a dark green zero condensed at the fingertip and shot out towards the front. At the same time, Chuan stood up in the smoke and dust, holding the knife in his right hand and moving it forward. A ray of black and red Reiatsu gathered at the tip of the knife, and he also fired a zero to meet the dark green zero fired by Ulquiorra. Boom! 2 powerful zero collided with each other, creating a doomsday-like scene and causing a massive explosion. A mushroom cloud rose between the two. Then the smoke and dust dissipated, and Chuan's figure appeared. Ahem, so my Reiatsu is still inferior to the real Vasto Lord? There's nothing I can do about it. I'm still just a Jillian. The result of the Zero fight was that Chuan was slightly inferior and was injured by Ulquiorra's Zero. In the distance, Ulquiorra watched as the wounds on Chuan's body squirmed and then healed within seconds. How can you? Seeing that this unfamiliar Minos Grande high-speed regeneration was not inferior to himself, Ulquiorra's eyes widened immediately, revealing a look of disbelief. What's so surprising? Who doesn't know high-speed regeneration these days? The corners of Chuan's mouth curled up slightly under the mask. Then he dusted off the dust on his body and attacked Ulquiorra with a knife again. You should be more than this level. Let me see what you are capable of. Chuan let out a sinister laugh, and then strands of dark golden lightning wrapped around Zanpakuto's blade. Ulquiorra was not to be outdone. He grabbed a spear made of dark green ryatsu with both hands, and it suddenly appeared. Ding ding ding. The sealed state wrapped in dark gold lightning arcs fought with the ryatsu spear for several times, and then they retreated in tacit understanding. Wang Su's flash. This time the two competed with Zero again, and it was not ordinary Zero but the strongest King Zero Guang. Chuan held the knife in both hands, and a Zero of dark gold, black and red took shape in an instant. At the same time, a Zero of green ryatsu and pitch black mixed together shot out from the other side. Boom! An explosion far exceeding the previous ones rose in the dark jungle, and a breath of destruction spread. Most of the dark jungle was destroyed in the fight between the two. Outside the jungle, the goat Su Yuan Perk and the strange fish Jiva Barnes, who were waiting for Chuan's return, were trembling with fear at the aftermath of the battle. Is this a battle between Vasto Lords? While Ulquiorra was still fighting back, Chuan used lightning to penetrate the surface and then sneaked underground. Then he unexpectedly emerged from the ground behind Ulquiorra and slashed him on the back with a knife. Puff! Zanpakuto, carrying the power of thunder, directly cut a huge scar on its back, deep enough to see the bone, and even nearly cut off its left bat wing. But in the blink of an eye, the flesh on its back squirmed and was about to recover. But Chuan naturally would not let him do as he wished, and directly struck the wound with a huge lightning whip. Oh! Ulquiorra cried out in pain, turned around immediately, and without caring about the pain, used his hand as a knife to stab Chuan in the heart. K, are you really that persistent? Fortunately, Chuan knew the original plot, and knew that Ulquiorra's hobby was to dig out people's hearts. Now Chuan's high-speed regeneration is not strong enough to regenerate internal organs. It would be terrible if he was really dug out by him. Clang! Just as Ulquiorra's pale right hand was about to touch Chuan's heart, the limbs on his back that had turned into centipede armor began to stretch rapidly, turning into a white bone armor that tightly protected Chuan's heart. Ulquiorra missed the attack and was grabbed by Chuan's arm, who slashed him horizontally with a knife. A huge wound appeared instantly, stretching from his cheek to his waist and abdomen. At this moment, Ulquiorra was lying on the ground exhausted. The wounds on his body healed quickly with the wriggling of flesh and blood, but a corner of the mask on his face was cut off by Chuan. Just after a gap appeared in the mask on Ulquiorra's face, the aura around him not only did not decrease, but became deeper, as if some qualitative change was about to occur. Is this Aaroncarized? Chuan reached out and picked up the small piece of the fallen mask, then glanced at Ulquiorra lying on the ground, who was undergoing some kind of transformation. Ulquiorra, you are defeated. Feel the new power I give you, a power that transcends the boundaries of the hollow. From today on, I am your king, the only king. This power of Aaroncar is the gift the king gives you. After Chuan finished showing off, he left without even looking back. Yes, he had to run, otherwise he would be exposed. It was true that Ulquiorra was exhausted, but his ryatsu was also at its lowest point. He had achieved his goal by knocking off a small piece of Ulquiorra's mask during the fight. Besides, he was already very satisfied to have fought Vasto Lord to this point in his life as Jillian. If he didn't run now, it would be too late to escape once Ulquiorra got familiar with Aaroncar's incomplete power. Ulquiorra is a high-ranking Minos Grande Vasto Lord. After his mask shattered, he naturally wouldn't fall in rank like the Ajuchas. Instead, he would begin his transformation into Aaroncar. In the original work, Ulquiorra accidentally turned into an incomplete Aaroncar, and then Aizen used Hogyoku to help him turn into an Aaroncar again, and then he became the number 4 Spada. Chuan never expected that he would become the driving force behind his evolution to Aaroncar. By some strange coincidence, he helped him complete his first Aaroncar ahead of time. Ulquiorra, who had just endured a tough battle, was now crouching in place, stroking the pale skin that was exposed beneath the gap in his mask. His Ryatsu had actually risen to a higher level than before. Yuan Perk and Jiva Barnes looked at Yi Chuan, who came out alone, and spoke weakly. "How is the battle going, my king?" "Humph, stop talking nonsense and walk faster." After saying that, the three of them quickly left the dark jungle with a loud noise. Soon, Ulquiorra, who had become roughly familiar with the incomplete Arrancar and whose power had surged, also appeared outside the dark forest. He stared blankly at the direction where Yi Chuan had left, and then muttered to himself, "King?" Chapter 36. Somewhere in the Minos Grande forest, the goat and the strange fish were guarding the periphery, while Yi Chuan was hiding in a cave somewhere, observing the small piece of the incomplete mask he had obtained from Ulquiorra. After looking at it for a long time, Yi Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing the mask, Yi Chuan's Ryatsu did not increase in the slightest, but he felt as if he had gained something special. It really works. Yi Chuan felt the changes around him and immediately smiled. The world of Hollow has a strict hierarchy. Being able to devour many Jillians and become a Juchas is already a rare existence. As for the upper-level Minos Grande Vasto Lord, they are even rarer. There are only a few Vasto Lords that actually appear in the original work, and many of them are even born. Even the only one who can be sure that he slowly transformed into Vasto Lord on his own is Grimjow after the 1,000-year bloody war. As competitive as Neutra is, willing to fight against the strong at all costs, but in the end she is still in a Juchas and still cannot beat Neutra, who has been missing for many days and neglected her training. Did Neutra not want to be promoted to Vasto Lord? Obviously not. It was because he lacked the talent, or rather the qualifications, to become a Vasto Lord. He devoured Ulquiorra's incomplete mask in order to increase his qualifications to become a Vasto Lord. Yi Chuan did this not because he thought he couldn't become a Vasto Lord with his qualifications, but after all, the more preparation he had, the more chances of success he had. You who broke the mask became Arrancar, and I who ate the mask increased my qualifications. We both have a bright future. A large crowd gathered at this time. These people were all old students of the 6th term, that is, Shinigami reserves who had been trained for 6 years at the Mouse Spiritual Academy and were about to graduate, except for Ito Makoto. At this time, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Hisagi Shohei were still in the 4th term, while Ito Makoto had already jumped to the 6th term. As long as he and these 6th term seniors completed the graduation examination together, he could officially join the Godii 13. Everyone in the square is holding a swearing-in ceremony. 3 days later, this group of students will go to the real world to take the soul burial test. At this time, nearly a year had passed since Ito Makoto joined the Mouse Spiritual Academy. It's not that even with Ito Makoto's qualifications, it would take a year to graduate, but that the Shinigami Reserve students studying at the Mouse Spiritual Academy, no matter how talented they are, have to stay for at least 1 year before they are allowed to graduate. The last person to graduate so quickly was Ikamaru Jin. The next day, at a hot pot restaurant in Rukongai West District, Ito Makoto is fulfilling his previous promise to treat little Ranjaku and little Shuhei to dinner. Looking at the bubbling sukiyaki pot on the table, Makoto Ito's memory seemed to be pulled back to his past life. Ito-sama is so cunning. He said he'd graduate with us, but he ended up completing 6 years of courses in just 1 year. Just like, it's so frustrating how come all the people I know are freaks. Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was becoming increasingly plump, pouted and said angrily. Shiobing on the side suddenly became silent and seemed to be in a very bad mood recently. I can't help but think of a big news in Soul Society recently. That is Urahara Kisuk, the former director of the Technology Development Bureau and captain of the 12th Division, who defected from Soul Society. Also missing with him were former captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji, former captain of the 9th Division, Muguruma Kensei, former 3rd Division captain Odoribashi Rojiro, former captain of the 7th Division, Love Akoa, Saragaki Hayori, former vice captain of the 12th Division, former vice captain of the 8th Division, Lisa Yamaru, former vice captain of the 9th Division, Kunamashiro, former vice Kido Chief Hachijin, Kido Tezsai Tsakabashi, Shihoin Yoruchi, the former current head of the Shihoin family and captain of the 2nd Squad. Facing this sudden major event was a major earthquake for the entire Soul Society. After all, the middle and high-level forces of the Godii 13th Squad underwent a major reshuffle. Of course, with his god's perspective, Makoto Ito is well aware of the cause and effect of this incident. The natural source of all this is naturally Aizen's hollow experiment. Even Ito Makoto, a time traveler, had to admit that Aizen and his Kyoka Suigetsu were truly heaven-defying. With his illusion-based Zanpakuto, he was able to manipulate the entire Soul Society. Don't be sad, little Shiobing. I believe that sooner or later you will meet the captain of the 6th Fleet again, Ito Makoto said comfortingly. Really, Makoto and I. Hisagi Shohei looked very depressed. Of course, you have to practice hard during this period. You don't want to be looked down upon by your idol when you meet him again. After saying that, Ito Makoto rubbed Hisagi Shohei's head to show encouragement. Well, thank you, Brother Chung. I will definitely work harder. After listening to Makoto Ito's chicken soup, the little boy Hisagi Shohei was obviously full of energy. He immediately became less depressed, picked up a piece of hot beef from the sukiyaki pot with chopsticks, blew on it briefly, and then began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Phew, that's hot. Hey, you're too cunning. I was the one who set my eyes on this piece of meat first. Just as Makoto Ito and the other two were eating sukiyaki and laughing and joking, Makoto Ito's face suddenly changed, and he picked up a plate of persimmon cakes on the table and walked out of the store. I heard from Ranjika-chan that your favorite thing to eat is dried persimmons. Would you like a piece? As soon as he finished speaking, the young boy Ikamaru Jin wearing the captain's haori appeared out of thin air. Oh, you always find me out. Your spiritual perception is really terrifying. Ikamaru Jin still had that squinting and smiling expression on his face, like a cunning fox. After taking the dried persimmon from Ito Makoto's hand, Ikamaru Jin disappeared in a flash. Hey, why did you take the plate away? I want to pay for it. Ito Makoto shouted helplessly at Ikamaru Jin, who had already left. As a result, the next moment Ikamaru Jin appeared in front of Ito Makoto again with an empty plate and handed it to him. How about we come in and eat something, Captain Ikamaru Jin? Aren't you going to meet her? Ikamaru Jin didn't reply, but was stunned for a moment, and then left the hot pot restaurant alone. Then, a voice from Kido rang in Ito Makoto's ears, a voice that only he could hear. No need. Thank you for the persimmon cake. By the way, be careful during the soul burial test. Chapter 37. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ui Rimi, the current 18th seat of the 9th Division. Today, I will lead everyone in the soul burial ceremony. Now, please step forward in an orderly manner to receive your sealed state. On the stage, a middle-aged woman wearing a Shinigami costume with a Madara face was chattering away, while two male Shinigami beside her were holding two large packages. He threw it to the ground and opened the package to reveal two full bags of sealed state. Everyone line up and receive the sealed state, and then use the sealed state you received to participate in the soul burial in the real world. The young male Shinigami with the backpack spoke. Why does this knife have so many nicks? Can I get a new one? A short female student took the sealed state knife she received and tried to exchange it. As soon as this was done, many students below began to make a commotion and clamored to change their knives. Quiet. Seeing this, the 18th seat of the 9th Division, named Ui Rimi, began to release Ryatsu, and then began to control the situation. Although her weak Ryatsu made Ito Makoto want to laugh, he couldn't laugh because his mind was full of Ikamaru Jin's words, "Be careful, your soul will be buried. You can tell with your, but that Aizen is going to cause trouble again. Why is it that wherever I go, something bad happens?" Ito Makoto laughed at himself helplessly. Don't worry, the sealed states you're being given now are just temporary sealed states kept in the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy for the convenience of assessing successive generations of students. Once you officially join the team, you'll be granted your own exclusive sealed states. After hearing what Oirimi said, the team below suddenly quieted down. After a while, Ito Makoto also received a sealed state that looked older, but the blade was still intact. Before crossing the interface, Ui Rimi looked at the Shinigami reserves in front of her and began to count. This soul burial assessment ceremony was supposed to have 33 people present, and 33 people were present, with no one absent. After confirming the number of people and the personnel matched, Ui Rimi began to explain the rules of the soul burial exam. The Technology Development Bureau has already selected a suitable area in the real world and set up a barrier. Each of you will be assigned a dummy with a soul's aura. Your task is to kill the hollow while protecting the dummy. The quality of your results is determined by the extent of damage to the dummy. If the dummy is destroyed or you can't defeat the hollow, you will fail the exam and need to return to the Mao Spiritual Academy to study for another year. Now I'm going to distribute the boundary-breaking pills to everyone. These are items that can help you break through the barrier and escape in case of emergencies. Please note that if you use the boundary-breaking pills, you will be deemed to have failed the test. However, even though we have made sufficient preparations, unexpected events may occur, so everyone needs to be mentally prepared. As soon as these words were spoken, The many Shinigami Reserve officers present felt a little nervous, but this was also a necessary step for them to become official Shinigami, so no one chose to back down. Since everyone has no questions, let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Oirimi waved her hand, and a huge portal slowly opened from the void, and wisps of white light, like water waves, overflowed from the portal. Is this the interface? It seems that the black cavity is more hockey. Chuan commented secretly. Present world, Bika Town. The pitch-black night sky was silent, with only a few stars hanging high above. Below them lay a mountain range, one upon another. The stars' light illuminated the mountains, which were encased in a barrier. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared from the mountains. As the door moved to both sides, human figures emerged from the door. Leading the way were 3 Shinigami wearing black Shinigami suits, and behind them were a group of boys and girls wearing white and blue suits or white and red suits. Looking at the real scene below, the Shinigami Reserve members sighed. At this time, Oirimi jumped to the front and looked at the mini Shinigami Reserve and said, "Next, you will complete your assessment in the group below, Yamanaka. We will grade you based on the time it takes to complete it and the extent of damage to the dummy. I hope you all get a good score, as this will determine your subsequent promotion and ranking within your respective squads. I now declare the soul burial assessment officially begins." Following Oirimi's order, the young man next to him, who was wearing a Shinigami uniform, threw out 33 spirit balls, each of which flew towards a student taking the test. Makoto Ito was also given a spirit ball. Guided by the spirit ball, he quickly landed in a dense jungle. After landing, the spirit ball turned into a dummy emitting a little spiritual light, and an invisible barrier rose around it. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard, and a new hollow suddenly attacked from behind, heading straight for the dummy that was emitting a little spiritual light. Seeing this, Ito Makoto didn't even bother to draw his knife and just pointed at it from a distance. Kaido number 4. White thunder. A pure white bolt of lightning directly blew the new hollow into ashes. With the death of the hollow, the invisible barrier surrounding Ito Makoto disappeared instantly. Everything seems to be going well. Nothing unexpected happened. Before this, Makoto Ito had always been on high alert to prevent accidents that might happen at any time, but so far nothing has happened. Is this the genius Ito Makoto who completed 6 years of courses in 1 year? He's truly amazing. Oirimi, watching from above, naturally noticed Ito Makoto's performance and couldn't help but marvel at it. From the moment Ito Makoto descended into the barrier and then completed the assessment, it seemed like a long process, but in reality, the entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Just as Ito Makoto was about to meet up with the 3 examiners, he suddenly sensed something strange about Ryatsu. "Get out of the way," Ito Makoto shouted in the direction of the 3 examiners. Almost at the same time, a huge hole appeared behind the 3 people, and 3 huge tentacles emerged from the black cavity and attacked the backs of the 3 Shinigami. Oirimi reacted instantly, dodging the fatal blow by leaning to the side, only to be shot through the left shoulder. The 2 Shinigami soldiers standing alongside him were not so lucky, as they were directly pierced from behind by the 2 tentacles. Hateful. After recovering from her shock, Oirimi retreated quickly, and a fleshy ball covered with tentacles crawled out of the black cavity. This is not quite Jillian of Arankar. Feeling the chaotic and violent Ryatsu of the giant meatball, Ito Makoto could see the true nature of this giant monster at a glance. "Kill it, double sickle." Oirimi uttered the word of liberation, and the Zanpakuto in her hand turned into 2 throwing knives. She put the 2 throwing knives together and threw them towards the meatball covered with tentacles. Unfortunately, this flying knife called the double sickle did not cut through the steel skin of the Arankar, but only caused sparks to fly on his body surface. On the contrary, the tentacles of the big meatball began to attack Oirimi at this critical moment. Kaido number 31, Red Fire Cannon. At the crucial moment, Ito Makoto unleashed a red fire cannon, abandoning the chant. A burst of crimson flames instantly reduced several plump tentacles to charcoal. As a Shinigami, this clone naturally couldn't stand by and watch the examiner and classmates being killed under his nose. So, he took decisive action. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the students' screams were heard in the trial field below. Ito Makoto looked down and found that in all the barriers, the new hollows who were originally used as test papers had suffered varying degrees of Arankar. Chapter 38. Tamura Yao is one of the outstanding students of this year's Mouse Spiritual Academy. She was fighting against a hollow that looked like a mouse. After some testing, she finally discovered the weakness of this hollow, which was that it had poor eyesight and relied entirely on hearing to move. So she first used white thunder to create unnecessary noise, and then found the right opportunity to give it a fatal blow with sealed state. Just when she happily thought that she was about to pass the test and become an official Shinigami, she was horrified to find that the hollow whose neck was cut and was about to die was not only not liberated, but Ryatsu became even stronger and even changed its size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a monster with a rat head standing up, and part of the ugly mask mysteriously fell off. Seeing this, she had no choice but to adjust her breathing again, then held the knife with both hands and rushed forward again. Unexpectedly, this sword that was infused with Ryatsu all over the body could only produce a few sparks on the surface of this hollow's body. Squeak! The half-human rat Arankar howled angrily, and with a flick of his right claw, he knocked the sealed state in Tianxuan Yao's hand away. Seeing the strange hollow approaching step by step, Tianxuan Yao had no choice but to crush the breaking boundary pill given by the examiner before, but was horrified to find that the breaking boundary pill was useless. Outside the barrier, "Oh Lord, the mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, soaring with wings, the thing that bears the name of man, truth and moderation, the wall of the most unknown dream, stand alone upon it." Kaido number 33, Blue Fire Falling. Ito Makoto no longer hid his abilities and immediately used all his strength to perform a fully chanted blue fire falling move. A pale blue flame suddenly rose up, illuminating the originally dark night sky. Roar! As its body was burned by the pale blue flames, the meatball Arankar let out a painful roar from its black hole-like mouth, and all of its dozen tentacles were twitching. Ito Makoto followed up with a shuinpa and slashed out with a thunderous sound. Boom! Following the thunder, there was a slash wrapped in pure white lightning, which directly split the huge ball of flesh into two. Puff! The incomplete Arankar transformed from the ferocious Jillian was solved by Ito Makoto with just 3 moves and 2 styles. Is this the strength of the students? Oirimi, who was standing by, couldn't help swallowing when she saw Ito Makoto kill the meatball Minos Grande, who made him unable to even think of resisting with such smooth movements. Examiner dying, what are you daydreaming about? Go save the other students. After hearing Ito Makoto's shout, Oirimi came back to her senses from the shock and immediately rushed towards the group of Yamanaka barriers below. Too slow, too late. Within the barrier below, the 32 newly created hollows originally intended for the test had all been transformed into incomplete Arankars. Furthermore, the previously prepared Hakai pills had lost their effectiveness. Clearly, someone had tampered with the barrier's parameters, rendering the Hakai pills ineffective. Although the incomplete Arankars formed by these newly born hollows are at most comparable to ordinary powerful hollows, they are obviously not something these Shinigami students can deal with at the moment. However, these barriers are too scattered, and it is obviously impossible to save them one by one. It's all over. If all these students die here, I'll definitely have to go to Central 46 to stand trial. I just nominated the 18th seat last month. Seeing that the situation inside the barrier was critical, Oirimi couldn't help but feel completely hopeless. Suddenly, she felt an extremely powerful Ryatsu rising from behind her, and she turned her head abruptly only to discover it. Ito Makoto held the sealed state in his hand forward and muttered to himself, "All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated." A dark golden Ryatsu flashed by, and the sealed state in Ito Makoto's hand had changed drastically. It turned into a snow-white bone blade, as if it was made of white bones. The blade and the handle became more slender, and the jaw became slender and curved, extending to both sides. A thin iron chain was tied to the back of the handle. Annihilation God-style shock. Ito Makoto simply swung the long sword in his hand, and then the blade began to vibrate slightly. At the same time, the weak Arankars in the 32 barriers below exploded and turned into blood mud in an instant. Crash! Then even the barriers that trapped the students shattered at the same time. Seeing that the giant claws of the strange rat were only a few centimeters away from his forehead, Tian Siyuan Yao had already closed his eyes in despair, silently waiting for death to come. "Father, Mother, and my younger brother, I'm sorry. I'm going to disappoint you this time." A crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, she felt a heat on her face, as if a warm liquid had been splashed on it. After a while, she touched her head again, making sure it was still hanging intact around her neck, and then she slowly opened her eyes. All she saw was Scarlet. The once ferocious humanoid rat monster had now turned into a pool of bloody mud, and even splashed blood all over her face. Am I saved? When Tianxuan Yao was stunned, he suddenly heard Ui Rimi's anxious call. What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly. After hearing this, Tamura Yao used Shuanpa in a daze and quickly came to Oi Rimi's side. Ito Makoto looked at the two dark blue claws that stretched out from the crack in the black cavity in front of him and said cautiously, Oi Senpai, please take everyone back to Soul Society first. If you stay here, I have to distract myself to protect you. Ito Makoto spoke frankly about this, but Oirimi did not show any displeasure on her face, because she knew that Ito Makoto was telling the truth, and with her limited strength, staying here was really no different from delivering food. He immediately opened the time travel interface and returned to Soul Society with the 32 Shinigami reserves who had survived the disaster. Master Ito, thanks to you, none of the 32 students died. Please be careful in the next battle. Oirimi is a wonderful person. She directly calls Ito Makoto sir. In this battle, because Ito Makoto acted in time, none of the 32 trainees were injured or killed, and only 2 soldiers from the 9th Division were killed. This is a blessing in disguise. In the interface, Yao Tamura looked at Rimi Ui with a worried look on her face. Oi senpai, Ito. Sama is alright, right? As an outstanding student of this session, Tianxuan Yao had long noticed the handsome boy named Ito Makoto who had skipped 6 grades in 1 year and had admired him for a long time, but he had always been quite inferior and did not dare to express his feelings. Now that I know that Ito Makoto saved everyone and is also going to cover their retreat, I can't help but start to worry about him. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Ui Rimi replied in a firm tone. Although she is not very strong, her eyesight is not bad. She had only seen that look and that aura in 2 people in the 9th Division. One is the former captain of the 9th Division, Mugiruma Kensei, and the other is the current captain of the 9th Division, Tosin Kaname. Chapter 39. Seeing that the big claw was about to crawl out of the black cavity, Ito Makoto raised his hand and fired a red fire cannon without chanting, knocking the 2 dark blue big hands back into the black cavity. On the other side, the interface slowly closed and finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into thin air. These holdbacks are finally gone. Ito Makoto slowly exhaled, twisted his neck, and adjusted his condition to the best. Crash. After a while, the 2 green hands, carrying charred scars from the red fire cannon, crawled out of the black cavity again. A chaotic and violent Ryatsu rushed towards Ito Makoto through the black cavity. Snort. Ito Makoto snorted coldly, and then Ryatsu burst out from his body and rushed towards the black cavity. Is it finally out? As Ito Makoto stopped trying to stop him, the monster with the 2 dark blue hands finally crawled out of the black cavity. It was an Aaron that was over 10 meters tall, with a black body and spikes growing all over its back. It looked like a monkey, but not quite. An Aaron of the Ajuch's level. But fortunately, just like the meatball Aaron before, it's an incomplete Aaron. It seems Aizen hasn't yet developed his half of the Hogyoku to the point where it can support a complete Aaron. Ito Makoto carefully sensed the Ryatsu level of the green monkey Aaron. Aaron should be considered the top level among Ajuchas, but it is far from the level of Aaron Vasto Lord. Fortunately, the place I came to was not completely Aaron. If a complete Aaron of the Ajuchas level really came at this time, not to mention the lower-ranked Espada, even the subordinates of the top 3 blades would have a hard time fighting with the current strength of this clone. Then Ito Makoto would definitely run away and would not care about the lives of those Shinigami reserves. The reason why he stayed behind to cover the rookies from the Mouse Spiritual Academy was fake. The real reason was that he wanted to see the current strength of his clone. Although the fight with Ikaku was exciting and every blow hit the flesh, it was essentially just a sparring match. How can a true life-and-death battle test one's own strength better? This incomplete Aaron Ajuchas just happened to be the touchstone for his first Shirkai. Come on, you beast, let me see your worth. Ito Makoto held the God of Annihilation in his hand and looked at the green monkey Aaron with contempt. Roar. As if understanding the disdain in Ito Makoto's eyes, the green monkey let out a long roar, opened its mouth wide, and a dark blue Zero gathered in its mouth. How could Ito Makoto give him a chance? He threw the Annihilation God in his hand away, and then grabbed the iron chain at the end of the handle when the Annihilation God was about to slip out of his hand. Then the chain began to stretch continuously, and in a blink of an eye, it became more than 10 meters long. Ito Makoto grabbed the end of the chain and swung it hard, directly inserting the Annihilation God into the forehead of the Aaron, interrupting the powerful Zero's attack. This is not over yet. Ito Makoto pulled out the God of Annihilation again. Then he kept spinning the iron chain in his hand, and the rapidly spinning god of annihilation was like a long whip flying in the air. A huge circle was formed as the blade rotated. The constantly rotating blade was like a meat grinder, directly cutting the dark-skinned giant monkey Arankar all over its body. Roar! The black giant monkey screamed in pain. This attack method already has some of the style of a certain all-powerful person in the original novel. Annihilation God-style shock. Roar! A shock wave emanated from the blade, and Arankar, the giant black monkey, felt his internal organs being pulled at by a strange, trembling force. This caused him immense pain, and he could only unleash his full Ryatsu to counteract the shock waves. With the release of Ryatsu, the black giant monkey felt that the shock force in his body was indeed reduced a lot. What a shame. If I were to possess Ryatsu of the same level as my original form, the shockwave just now would have been enough to shatter the beast's internal organs. Chuan's original Ryatsu is now a true captain, while Ito Makoto, as his clone, lacks the special ability of Soul Eater and cannot devour his own kind like a hollow. He can only rely on his own practice to improve his Ryatsu, which is naturally slower than the original. Even so, he still raised his Ryatsu from the 5th level of spiritual power to the 4th level of spiritual power, a strong vice-captain level. However, he still had a long way to go before he could become a captain. The dark blue giant monkey Arankar, which had been ravaged by the god of annihilation, recovered a little and then rushed towards Ito Makoto like crazy. Call out, call out, call out. The dark blue giant monkey performed several consecutive turns just to get close to Ito Makoto. Even though he was being cut by the blade, he still attacked Ito Makoto head-on regardless. The black and blue giant monkey knew that only by getting close to the hateful Shinigami in front of him would he have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, he would only be exhausted to death by him. Seeing the black giant monkey was so crazy and wanted to engage in close combat with him, Ito Makoto showed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Want close combat? Then I'll satisfy you. Ito Makoto grinned, shortened the chain of the god of annihilation, and directly took back the knife. I'm going to eat you. The black giant monkey Arankar opened and closed its smelly mouth again, slowly spitting out a few words. Dark yellow saliva flowed from between its sparse teeth as it spoke, which was very disgusting. Oh, you can talk? Before this, when Ito Makoto saw that the dark blue giant monkey had not spoken, he thought it had been driven stupid by Arankar. Roar! Boom, boom, boom. The black Arankar first roared to the sky, and then pounded his chest with both fists. The next moment, 2 invisible gusts of wind, carrying a strong fishy smell, wrapped around the arms of the dark blue giant monkey. Is this a low-profile version of Iron Fist Broken Wind? Seeing this, Ito Makoto also became interested. With a flick of his divine annihilation blade, the blade began to vibrate. Ito Makoto swung the blade towards the frantic black-green giant monkey. Puff! Under the blessing of the shock force, the iron sheet of the dark blue giant monkey was as thin as paper. When Ito Makoto cut it, it was like cutting tofu. A deep wound was cut on the chest of the black giant monkey, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. The black and blue giant monkey grimaced in pain. I'm going to eat you. The heavy blow from the sword made the black-green giant monkey appear extremely irritable. It continued to charge towards Ito Makoto like a madman, its huge fist mixed with strong winds. Ito Makoto met the attack with the power of the annihilation god. Every time the black giant monkey fought with Ito Makoto, a scar would appear on its body. Even though it was cut into pieces, its face was ferocious, but it still punched continuously like a madman. On the other hand, Ito Makoto also looked painful. He was not beaten, but simply because he was disgusted by the stink. This monkey was really damn smelly. Boom boom. Ito Makoto, who couldn't bear it any longer, held the sword with both hands and used Ryatsu. A pure white thunder force wrapped around the sword, and he suddenly slashed out with a thunderous sound. This wasn't just an ordinary thunder slash, but one that carried a powerful shockwave. A pure white blade light directly split the dark blue giant monkey into 2, and then its body, which was split into 2 halves, was blown to pieces by the shock force. After killing the black giant monkey, Shun had already exited the Shurkai state. He looked at the sealed state that was stained with the black giant monkey's blood and became foul-smelling with a look of disgust. After thinking about it, he pinched his nose and put it back into the sheath. Fortunately, this is just a temporary sword assigned by the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Chapter 40. After killing the strange monkey, Ito Makoto also opened the portal using the same method as Oirimi, walked in, and embarked on his journey back to Soul Society. Ito Makoto was quite satisfied with his first Shurkai battle. Although he had heard the call of Zanpakuto from the first time, he held the sealed state that Ikaku had found for him. But this was his first real Shurkai, and his knowledge of using the knife was still at a very basic level. But one thing is certain, his Zanpakuto ceiling is extremely high, which makes him very happy. At the same time, Soul Society, in the basement of Central 46 in the Jinglingting, in the Great Spirit Book Corridor, Aizen Sosuke, Tosen Kaname, and Ikamura Jin, all wearing Captain's Haori, secretly watched the entire battle between Ito Makoto and the strange monkey in real time in the imaging room in the Great Spirit Book Corridor without being noticed by Central 46. Ito Makoto? Interesting Zanpakuto. Aizen pushed his glasses on his cheeks and said with a smile, Tosen Kaname, Lord Aizen, this time Arankar is more than before. All the sealed, ownerless swords in the jingling courtyard are here. There are over 900 in stock right now. If you take your time, you'll definitely find one you like. Remember to feel it carefully. Yusukura Sanada, who was in charge of guarding the armory, introduced everything to Makoto Ito patiently with a smile on his face. Madarame Ikaku and Ayasegawa Yumichika stood aside, waiting silently. Ito Makoto looked at the 12 large cabinets in front of him. Each cabinet was filled with dozens of sealed state swords. Most of these sealed state swords adopted the universal shape, and only a small part of them were different from the universal shape, or the blade was longer or shorter, or there were special patterns on the blade jaws. Makoto Ito first walked around the dozen or so cabinets a few times, then closed his eyes and began to communicate with the power called Annihilation God deep in his heart. The so-called liberation of Zanpakuto, whether it is Shurkai or Bankai, is actually the manifestation of the power of the Shinigami's soul. The liberation of Zanpakuto is actually to release the power deep in one's soul by using the sealed state as a carrier. Shurkai and Bankai are actually a manifestation of the different degrees of this power. Therefore, Ito Makoto closed his eyes and communicated with the power deep in his soul, in fact, letting the god of annihilation choose his own carrier. In a trance, the world was spinning. When Ito Makoto opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself in a dark forest. In front of him was a tall figure standing firmly. Is this the Minos Grande forest? Ito Makoto found himself in the Minos Grande forest in human form. No, this is just my inner world. The next moment, he reacted immediately and looked at the figure in front of him. It was a tall and burly figure, with dark golden lightning patterns swirling on its pitch-black body, which continued to the mask on its face. The dark white mask extended all the way to the back and connected with the hideous centipede armor. The manifestation of my soul power is actually the appearance of my true self. Makoto Ito was a little shocked at first, but then he immediately understood. I was originally an incarnation created by the original body, sharing the same consciousness with the original body, and the origin of my soul is the appearance of the original body, which is natural and reasonable. You're finally here? The original body spoke slowly. It should be said that it was the same soul source power as the original body. The god of annihilation spoke. In the armory, Ito Makoto opened his tightly closed eyes and, following the guidance from deep within his soul, came to a counter in front of him on the left and picked out a standard sealed sword. This sword was exactly the same as most Shinigami swords, the only difference being that the sword was wrapped with circles of thin red lines. Is this your choice, god of annihilation? Looking at the ordinary sealed state in front of him, Ito Makoto was a little puzzled, but since the god of annihilation chose this sealed state as a carrier, there must be a reason for it. Aha, we've finally made our choice. Let's go back quickly. The captain is waiting. Madarame Ikaku, who was bored at the side, put his hands on his Zanpakuto and urged with a bored yawn. Sorry, don't rush me. Ikaku-senpai is ready. In response to Ikaku's complaint, Ito Makoto could only smile awkwardly. It did take him a while to choose the knife. After Sanada Yusukura led the three people out of the armory, he carefully closed the door. Seal up. Sanada Yusukura first shouted loudly, then formed a strange seal with his hands and performed a special kaido on the gate made of special materials. After doing all this, he turned around and told Ito Makoto, if the sealed state is damaged beyond repair due to combat in the future, you can apply to come back here and select a new sealed state. However, normally, as long as you have a telepathic connection with this sealed state, the damage caused by combat will usually be repaired by your spiritual power. Similarly, a damaged Shurkai can be restored by absorbing the master's spiritual energy, but at this point, Sanada Yusukura paused for a moment, then raised his head, glanced at Ito Makoto meaningfully, and then spoke again. Once you master Bankai, be extremely careful. Shinigami Zanpakuto's Bankai is the ultimate manifestation of soul power. Once damaged, it is permanently damaged and cannot be repaired. Thank you, Sanada-senpai. I understand. Ito Makoto bowed to Sanada Isamu and expressed his gratitude. Since he was a time traveler, he was already aware of the characteristics of Zanpakuto, but he still wanted to thank the other party for his kindness. In fact, Yusuke Sanada had also heard about Makoto Ito's deeds and felt that he had the qualities to be a captain, so he wanted to show his goodwill and explain things to him so patiently. If an ordinary soldier were to choose the sword, Lao Deng's nose would probably have been turned upside down. After all, the story of Ito Makoto killing the terrifying Minos Grande and saving all the students and examiners in the soul burial assessment has already resounded throughout Jingling Court. Some people call him and the current captain of the third team, Ikamaru Jin, the genius twins, and even assert that Ito Makoto will become the captain sooner or later. TSK, old man Sanada, when did you become so polite? When I was choosing a sword, you didn't have this attitude. Madarame Ikaka glanced at Sanada Yusuke with some displeasure. Humph, that's because I didn't think you had the ability to master Bankai back then. Even if a reckless man like you mastered Bankai, you wouldn't cherish it. Sanada Yusuke seemed to be very disdainful of Madarame Ikaku. He then turned his attention to Ayasegawa Yamachika, who was watching the show. And people like you who deliberately mispronounce Zanpakuto's name are truly disgusting. You two reckless men are not much better than your idiot captain, who only knows how to hack people indiscriminately and can't hear the call of his own Zanpakuto. After saying that, Sanada Yusuke shook his head and left without looking back, leaving behind Madarame Ikaku and Ayasegawa Yamachika with an angry look on their faces. Hey, old man, don't leave. Fight us if you dare. Kill you. Makoto Ito, with a dark face, grabbed the two people who were about to rush up and attack, and then looked deeply at the direction where Yusuke Sanada left. This old man is not simple. Duh. Chapter 41. Sir Ito, this is a pastry I made myself. You can try it when you have time. Ito Makoto, Madarame Ikaku, and Ayasegawa Yamachika, a group of three, walked between the green tiles and white walls and headed straight for the 13th Squad's barracks. Suddenly, at the corner of the street ahead, they saw a tall, beautiful girl wearing a Shinigami outfit and with two ponytails, holding a food box in her hand, standing in front of the three people. After seeing Ito Makoto, the woman hesitated for a long time before stammering. Are you a classmate of Mao's Spiritual Academy? Ito Makoto glanced at the girl and remembered that she should be one of the students who took the assessment with him that day, but he couldn't remember her name for a moment. Yes, I graduated at the same time as you, Master Ito. My name is Tamura Yao. Thanks to you, all 33 students in this class have passed. After she said that, Ito Makoto suddenly remembered this woman. He had indeed met her before at the Shino Spiritual Academy. So, he took the food box from her hand without hesitation. Thank you, Tamura-san. I will carefully taste the cakes you made. After eating the pastries, he exchanged a few simple words with the girl and then waved goodbye. After walking a long way, Tian Siyuan Yao's voice came faintly from behind. Master Ito, I have now joined the 5th Division. If you think the pastries suit your taste, you can come to the 5th Division barracks to find me at any time, and I will make them for you. The girl's timid voice came from behind. Little Ito is so lucky to be liked by such a beautiful girl. Ayasegawa Yamachika teased. Madarame Ikaku on the side also made a funny expression and gave him a thumbs up. It was obvious that the two had completely forgotten the previous unpleasantness with Yusuke Sanada. Faced with the two people's teasing, Ito Makoto could only rub his forehead helplessly. What are you thinking? He's just thanking me for saving his life. Then he opened the food box and took out 8 vivid bunny-shaped pastries. When you get close and smell it, you can smell a faint milky aroma. Makoto Ito first took out 2 and stuffed them into Ikaku and Yumachika's mouths respectively, and then tasted one himself. It's so delicious. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Makoto Ito even felt that this pastry tasted much better than those sold in pastry shops in his previous life. Wouldn't it be great for this girl to be a pastry chef? Why did she have to come here to be a Shinigami? A strange thought suddenly arose in Ito Makoto's mind. The 3 of them walked all the way and were about to reach the 11th Squadron's barracks. At the end of the bluestone-paved street, a figure stood tall. The moment I saw this person, I broke out in a cold sweat and secretly exerted force on my hands holding the food box. This man was wearing a captain's haori, was tall, had medium-length hair, wore a pair of black-framed glasses, and had a warm smile on his face, giving people a sense of elegance and easygoingness. When Ito Makoto saw him, He felt as if he saw a prehistoric beast that was ready to devour someone. Although this person controlled his Ryatsu very well, and not a single bit of it leaked out, Ito Makoto still felt his hair stand on end. Aizen Sosuke, why did he come to see me? Ito Makoto suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Aizen on the opposite side saw Ito Makoto approaching and said with a smile, Ito, I'm Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division. I've heard all about your exploits. Are you interested in joining the 5th Division? Hearing Aizen's words, Ito Makoto was stunned. He didn't expect that Aizen was here to recruit him to join the 5th Division. I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. Little Ito was already a member of our 11th Division when he joined the Shino Spiritual Academy. Now he's been handpicked by our Captain Zaraki. You're late. Before Ito Makoto could speak, Madarame Ikaku spoke first, and he placed special emphasis on the word Zaraki, as if he wanted to use the name of Zaraki Kenpachi to suppress Aizen. Seeing this scene, Ito Makoto swallowed and thought to himself, No, buddy, have you always been this brave? Hearing Madarame Ikaku's words, Aizen ignored them, only adjusted his glasses with his right hand, and then continued to look at Ito Makoto. Ito, is this what you really think? I'm sorry, Captain Aizen. I decided to join Godai 13 because I admired the martial spirit of the 11th Division. Ito Makoto tried his best to make his tone sound polite. He didn't want to offend the big boss who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes before he grew up. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this clone. It's a shame that we can't recruit a talented person like Ito into the 5th Division. After receiving an accurate answer from Ito Makoto, Aizen left immediately. Just when the three finally arrived at the 11th Division barracks, they saw an old acquaintance leaning against the wall with his arms folded in boredom. When he saw Ito Makoto coming, he immediately changed his expression and went to greet him. It was Yano Xingyan, who presided over the entrance examination of Mao Spiritual Academy. Another recruiter? As expected, Yano Xingyan saw Ito Makoto coming over and said with a smile, Ito-kun, how about joining the 6th Division? I will keep all the benefits I promised you before. Hearing this, Ito Makoto just smiled and then politely declined. Yano Xingyan looked at Ito Makoto, who was heading straight for the 11th Division with Ikaku, and could only curse inwardly. This kid doesn't know how to adapt. Then he shook his head and left helplessly. As soon as he stepped into the 11th Squadron's barracks, a small figure jumped over. After seeing who it was, Ito Makoto did not take any action. He jumped directly onto Ito Makoto's shoulder. It was Kusajishi Ichiru, the vice captain of the 11th Division. Are you little Ito? Kusajishi Ichiru asked in a baby voice. It's me. Yes, Vice Captain Kusajishi. Ito Makoto smiled as he spoke, and gave all the remaining cakes that Tamura Ichiru had given her to Kusajishi Ichiru. After she got the pastries, she jumped aside and started eating happily. Then Ito Makoto looked up at the burly man in front of him with a ferocious face, a long and narrow scar on his left cheek from forehead to chin, and wearing a tattered captain's haori. Zaraki Kenpachi, Sergeant of the 11th Division, Ito Makoto greets Captain Zaraki. Hearing Ito Makoto call himself a soldier of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and looked at Ito Makoto with bright eyes. Makoto Ito was not afraid at all, and stared straight at Zaraki Kenpachi, with fighting spirit surging in the eyes of both of them. With his current strength, he can't cheat Aizen. But he had the courage to challenge Zaraki Kenpachi, who had lost his memory and only wielded a one-handed sword. If he lost, he would at most be seriously injured, but he wouldn't be killed. Pa, Xiaojian, if you want to fight, wait a minute. Xiao Ito hasn't had his joining ceremony yet. Kusajishi Ichiru, who had already finished eating the cakes, suddenly jumped onto Zaraki Kenpachi's neck and slapped him several times. But Zaraki Kenpachi was not angry about this and seemed to be used to it. Chapter 42. The 11th Squadron Barracks. Under the watchful eyes of the captain and vice captain of the 11th Division and all the officers in the Jingling Court, Makoto Ito took the oath of enlistment according to the procedures and wore the team badge, and was thus successfully enlisted. And Ito Makoto was surprised to find that among the 33 people in this session, he seemed to be the only one who chose to join the 11th team. But on second thought, it is normal. After all, for a mortal species like Shinigami, only 1,000 years are added each year, which means there are nearly 1,000 soldiers. However, the 11th Division currently had fewer than 500 active soldiers. The 11th Division's casualty rate was undoubtedly far higher than the other 12 divisions, so it was only natural that everyone was reluctant to join. Just as Zaraki Kenpachi was about to finish the boring ceremony after the introduction ceremony, Ito Makoto slowly spoke. Captain Zaraki, I'm applying to challenge Ono for the 4th seat. Upon hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi, who had been lacking interest at first, immediately grinned. Okay, go to the martial arts arena and solve it. On the side, a burly, bearded man with strong limbs and wearing a death suit was stunned when he heard what Ito Makoto said, and then he burst into unbridled laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is this the arrogance of a genius? What I love most is to shatter the insignificant self-esteem of so-called geniuses. Boy, you will regret your decision. This bearded man is none other than the current 4th seed of the 11th Division, Ono Tatsuya. He obviously feels that Ito Makoto is being too arrogant for challenging him right after joining the team. The officials present except Madarame Ikaku and Ayasegawa Yumachika also laughed out loud, with mockery in their voices. It was obvious that they did not think that Ito Makoto had the ability to defeat Ono Tatsuya. Although he had a record of defeating the strange Minos Grande in the real world, the officials had not seen it with their own eyes. Ito Makoto was not at all annoyed by this. After all, managing one's emotions was a necessary factor in becoming a strong person. He would naturally not be broken by being laughed at by the officials. Martial Arts Training Ground. Makoto Ito and Tatsuya Ono are ready to go. The area around the 11th Division's training ground was now surrounded by people. In addition to the officers who were present when Ito Makoto held his induction ceremony, there were mostly ordinary soldiers. After all, when they heard that a newcomer had joined the team and was eyeing the 4th seat, directly challenging the current 4th seat, Ono Tatsuya, everyone came over to watch the fun. At this moment, Kusajishi Yichiro jumped down from Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders and announced in a baby voice, "Little Ito, and the big wild boar, you can start fighting now." Hearing Yichiro's address to him, Ono Tatsuya's forehead immediately became bulging with veins. "Deputy Captain, how many times have I told you my name is Ono Tatsu, not Ono Boar?" Yichiro just made a face at Ono Tatsuya, and he could only sigh helplessly. Then he turned and looked at Ito Makoto. "Senpai Ono, please give me some advice." Ito Makoto saluted Ono Tatsu first, but at the moment of saluting, Ono Tatsu took the first step, activated Shumpa with a step of his feet, and the sealed state at his waist came out, slashing directly towards Ito Makoto. "Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. I'm going to show you what it means to catch someone off guard." Seeing this, Ito Makoto did not panic. He slowly pulled out Zanpakuto. Just when Ono Tatsuya's knife was about to touch his right shoulder, Ito Makoto blocked it in a thrilling and exciting way. "Boy, you have some skills." Ono Tatsuya's surprise attack was easily blocked by Ito Makoto, who immediately praised him. Immediately afterwards, Ono Tatsuya attacked again. It must be said that although Ono Tatsuya was tall and strong and looked very bloated, his sword-drawing speed was extremely swift. He really deserves the title of 4th place. Ding ding ding. Ono Tatsuya swung dozens of swords, but they were all blocked by Ito Makoto with ease. "Boy, why do you only defend and not attack? Do you look down on me?" After fighting for so long, Ono Tatsuya has realized that Ito Makoto has always been on the defensive and has never taken the initiative to attack. But he was able to easily resolve his attacks every time, so his strength must be no less than his own, so he no longer had the slightest intention of looking down on him. "In that case, Ono-senpai, I'm sorry." Ito Makoto held the knife in one hand and stabbed several times in a row. Although Ono Tatsuo took all the blows, his hands were numb from the shock. What a strong boy. Ono Tatsu was shocked. He didn't expect that Ito Makoto's strength was so powerful, but he was unwilling to become a stepping stone for the genius, so he immediately used Shuimpa to retreat. Then throw the sealed state into the air. Chop him up, smash him. As Ono Tatsuo finished speaking, the sealed state in the air instantly turned into a long-handled axe with dense serrations on the blade. After taking the giant axe, Ono Tatsu rushed forward and swung the axe at Ito Makoto. Clang! Ito Makoto held the sword with both hands and took the blow, but unexpectedly, the serrations on the edge of the giant axe began to rotate, and they rotated faster and faster, and wisps of flames began to emerge from the constantly rotating serrations. And Ito Makoto clearly felt that Ono Tatsuya's strength was significantly greater than Shirkai's before. Bang! Every time the sword and axe clashed, sparks flew. "Boy, this is my Zanpakuto, the mountain-crushing ball. Every strike I make is like an explosion, and the longer the gears on the axe blade spin, the stronger my power becomes." How about it? Ono Tatsuo proudly introduced his Zanpakuto to Ito Makoto, then raised the axe above his head and chopped it down fiercely. Chuan dodged the powerful blow with a Shuimpa. Bang! With one blow, a large charred hole was directly created on the bluestone floor of the martial arts arena. "Boy, all you can do is hide." I heard you mastered Shirkai during your time at the Shino Spiritual Academy. Show me how to use it. Okay, then let Mr. Ono give us some comments. After hearing what Ono Tatsuya said, although Ito Makoto was confident that he could easily defeat Ono Tatsuya without Shirkai, since the other party said so, he still had to give him this face. Besides, he could also take this opportunity to polish up his newly acquired sealed state. He immediately held the knife horizontally and muttered, "All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated." As a dark golden light flashed, the sealed state in his hand instantly changed its appearance, turning into a pure white bone blade with a slender blade. "Is this your Shirkai? It's so small and exquisite." Ono Tatsuya was unfazed by Ito Makoto's Shirkai and continued to chop with his axe. Annihilation God-style shock. Just as the sword and the talisman intersected, Ono Tatsu felt as if all his internal organs were being pulled by a strange force, and his heart seemed to be being rubbed by a big hand, and he suddenly felt his breathing stagnate. At the same time, an irresistible shock force was transmitted from the talisman blade to the axe handle, shaking the axe out of his hand. Ono Tatsuya lay on the ground in pain, gasping for breath, while Ito Makoto held a knife across his neck. "Thank you, Ono-senpai." Chapter 43. Hueco Mundo, less big, but bigger. Chuan sat on a huge rock with his eyes closed, feeling the majestic Ryatsu flowing through his limbs and bones. Suddenly, a dark golden Ryatsu beam of light rose from around him. My king's Ryatsu is 30 to 40% higher than it was 3 years ago. He is now considered a formidable figure even among the Vasto lords. The strange fish Jiva Barnes looked in the direction of Chuan, with an extremely complicated look in his eyes, which contained admiration, but more of fear. The goat Yuan Perk beside him also echoed, "My king, I'm afraid you're now strong enough to go to the Sky Knight Palace and challenge Berrigan." Hearing this, the strange fish immediately blocked the goat's mouth with its tail. "Shut up, there are hundreds of Ajuchas in Berrigan's Night Palace. If my king really listened to you and challenged Berrigan, do you want us to fight 2 against 100? Reminded by Jiva Barnes, Yuan Perk stood up and covered his mouth under the mask with his 2 front hooves. At the same time, he glanced slyly in Chuan's direction, fearing that Chuan would hear him. "Am I stuck in a bottleneck?" Chuan frowned slightly. 3 years had passed since the Soul Society clone became the 4th seat of the 11th Division. During these 3 years, Chuan had been doing the same thing, fighting and then devouring. Unfortunately, most of the hollows that Chuan devoured in the past 3 years were Jillian's, and he only encountered a few Ajuchas. And at this stage, Chuan found that his Ryatsu was only about 30% to 40% higher than when he fought Ulquiorra. No matter how much Jillian he ate, he could not increase his spiritual power at all. Chuan immediately realized that he was stuck in a so-called bottleneck, and there were 2 ways to break through this bottleneck. The first was to devour a Vasto Lord, and the second was to devour dozens or even hundreds of Ajuchas at once. Devour Vasto Lord? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chuan shook his head helplessly. He was having a hard time finding an Ajuchas in this area, so how could he find a Vasto Lord to devour? As for the only Vasto Lord he knew, Ulquiorra had already completed his first Arrancar. Even though Chuan had made considerable progress in the past 3 years, he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat him. Therefore, this first method was directly rejected. As for the remaining method 2, it seems that the only place in the entire Hueco Mundo where you can find so many Ajuchas at once is Hueco Mundo. As for what the strange fish and goat said just now, with the blessing of Chuan's powerful Ryatsu, his 5 senses were naturally extremely strong. He could hear the conversation between the 2 hollows clearly, but he was too lazy to pay attention. Chuan, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, suddenly turned his head to look at the strange fish and goat whispering behind him, which scared the 2 of them so much that they trembled. How about eating these 2 idiots? They are Ajuchas after all. Forget it. Even if the Ryatsu of these 2 losers increased tenfold, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to help me advance to Ajuchas. What these 2 idiots said is actually true. Even if I can defeat Berrigan with my current strength, if he and his hundreds of Ajuchas siege me, then unless Berrigan isn't in the Kuya Palace. Thinking of this, Chuan suddenly remembered that in the original work, when Aizen and the other 2 first arrived in Hueco Mundo, their first stop was the palace of Kayamaku. Then, Berrigan, who was hit by Kyoka's Suigetsu, seemed to have killed all the Ajuchas in the palace of Kayamaku with his own hands, and only a small number of those who were not in the palace of Kayamaku at the time survived. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to pick up some bargains. According to the feedback from the Soul Society clone, The current timeline seems to be not far from when Aizen first entered Hueco Mundo. Thinking of this, Chuan no longer hesitated. He immediately stood up and came to the side of the goat and the strange fish. Congratulations to my king for coming out of seclusion. My supreme king, your Ryatsu, as deep as the ocean, makes me tremble. It is truly an honor for me, Barnes, to serve you. During these 3 years of getting along, the strength of this strange fish has not increased much, but its ability to flatter has indeed improved a lot. Meanwhile, the goat Yuan Perk kept repeating, "Meet my king. Meet my king." Chuan seemed quite helpless about this. If you two really don't know how to flatter me, just shout, "My king is awesome." Although the two Su didn't quite understand the meaning of the word awesome, since Wang Rang asked them to call him that, they just shouted, "My king is awesome. My king is awesome." Okay, stop talking nonsense and get ready to go. Chuan interrupted the idiot's nonsense. "Depart? My king, where are you going?" asked the strange fish Barnes tentatively. Chuan's face beneath the mask showed a hint of a smile. "Just as you said, let's go to Shiya Palace." "Ah, my king, please spare me." After hearing this, Jiva Barnes still understood that everything he and the goat said before was heard by Chuan. Chuan grabbed the strange fish with one hand and the goat's tail with the other, then turned into a ray of lightning and shot straight up into the sky, heading straight for the sand sea above the Minos Grande forest. Bang! A sudden, loud noise erupted from the previously tranquil sea of sand, sending up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling pillar of dark golden light burst forth from beneath the sand, soaring into the sky. Then a strange fish covered with bone spurs and a goat with a fiery red body were thrown out and rolled more than 10 feet away. Then the light column slowly dissipated, and a humanoid figure covered in black walked out of it. It was Chuan. "I'm back in the sand sea." Chuan opened his arms and felt the dry desert wind blowing on his face. Compared to the dark and gloomy Minos Grande forest, he still preferred the pale sea of sand. The concentration of spirit particles here is so high, it seems that this place is not far from Shiya Palace. Feeling the rich spiritual particles here, Chuan's face under the mask showed a hint of joy. Immediately, the armor made of the pale centipede on his back suddenly squirmed, and then a centipede only a few centimeters in size appeared, heading towards the Suyi Palace where the concentration of spiritual particles was the highest. This little centipede is naturally a new clone created by Chuan, but this clone is different from Ito Makoto of Soul Society. Ito Makoto contains all the Ryatsu of an Ajuchas, as well as a trace of Chuan's soul essence. The little centipede in front of him was just a random creation of a strand of Ryatsu. Its combat power was not even comparable to that of a new hollow, but this was enough, because his only function was to observe the movements of the Kainia Palace, especially when Aizen arrives at Shiya Palace. Chapter 44. Somewhere in Hueco Mundo, an Ajuchas in leopard form feasts on its prey. The remains in its mouth were from another Ajuchas. Suddenly, ripples flashed in the void. Crash! A hideous fish, covered in bone spurs, emerged from the surging water. Though unsightly and barely 2 meters long, the surging Ryatsu emanating from its body revealed it to be an Ajuchas. Call out, at the same time, a goat with a fiery red body, 8 meters tall, and 4 thick hooves that seemed to have flames flowing on them all the time appeared in another direction and surrounded the leopard-shaped goat. Then the strange fish looked at the leopard-shaped figure that was eating and slowly spoke. "My great king, the most powerful Vasto Lord in the world is calling you. It is your supreme honor to join my king's army and become his sharp tooth." Unexpectedly, the leopard-shaped monster ignored the strange fish and continued to eat on its own. "Arrogant stupid cat. How dare you ignore me, Jiva Barnes? You will pay the price for this." "Perk, beat him up." When the strange fish Barnes saw that the leopard-shaped creature ignored him, he immediately ordered the red goat Yuan Perk to attack it. "Me." The red goat immediately let out a loud cry, and a wisp of red flame shot out of its mouth, heading straight for the leopard-shaped figure that was eating. "Call out." The leopard-shaped monster that was eating disappeared from the spot with its prey in a flash. What a quick turn. Jiva Barnes was secretly shocked. In the distance, the leopard-shaped ghost swallowed its prey whole, licked the corners of its mouth stained with green blood with its tongue, and then showed a cruel smile to the strange fish and the red goat. "You two bastards, you're looking for death." A blue light flashed, and the leopard-shaped figure appeared behind the strange fish in an instant, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the only part of Jiva Barnes's tail that was not covered by bone spurs. At the moment when the sharp teeth were about to bite off the fish's tail, The space in front of the strange fish suddenly flashed with water ripples, and the fish used this to escape directly and create distance between itself and the leopard-shaped fish. This stupid cat is so fast. Jiva Barnes was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for its spatial ability, he would have been killed and would have lost the qualification to evolve forever. He didn't dare to get close to the leopard-shaped creature anymore, so he had to use his ability to move in space to launch virtual missiles from a distance to harass it. Boom! Jiva Barnes's fish tail swung wildly, and a black and red virtual bullet was fired with each swing, but every virtual bullet was completely dodged by this agile leopard-shaped virtual. Dozens of void bullets were fired, but none of them hit the target, instead sending up a cloud of dust. Hidden in the dust, the leopard-shaped void grinned and charged at the red goat in front of him. The leopard-shaped creature jumped high, bared its teeth, and started to bite the red goat. Seeing this, the strange fish in the distance quickly fired a hollow bullet at the leopard. Unexpectedly, the leopard-shaped virtual object turned around again and directly avoided the virtual bullet. Bang! Just like that, a fake bullet hit the back of the red goat Yuan perked solidly. Meow! The red goat let out a painful roar. Fortunately, the bone layer on the red goat's back is relatively thick, so a single bullet could not cause any disfigurement of his body. Even so, the empty bullet hit it hard, and its back was directly torn into pieces. Barnes, how can you make your shot more accurate? The honest red goat immediately shouted. Perk, I didn't mean to do that, are you okay? Just as the goat and the strange fish were stunned, the leopard-shaped figure next to them turned around and approached the strange fish again. With a flick of its leopard tail, Barnes, who had no time to activate his ability, was blown away on the spot. He fell heavily in the desert and was unable to get up for a long time. Seeing this, the red goat Perk charged a zero between his horns and shot it directly at the leopard. The leopard-shaped Sue didn't dodge or evade, but opened his mouth and released a black and red zero, which collided with the zero of the red goat. Boom boom! The aftermath of the zero fight stirred up a gust of howling wind, blowing the sand everywhere. Soon, the dust cleared, and the red goat was seen lying in the sand pit with its body charred. Obviously, the red goat Perk was completely defeated in the fight with Zero. Leopard-shaped Void sneered. You two idiots, remember that the one who killed you was Grimjow Jagerjax. Go to hell. This is the fate of offending the Leopard King. Leopard King Claw. I saw the leopard-shaped figure jump high into the air. A light blue light lingered above its two front paws, which then transformed into 8 sharp blades emitting blue light. Carrying the momentum to shatter everything, they slashed towards the strange fish and the red goat. It's over. At this moment, the same thought came to the minds of the strange fish Barnes and the red goat Perk. They would definitely die if they took this blow. Bang! Just as the 8 terrifying blue light blades were about to cut the strange fish and the red goat into pieces, a dark humanoid figure stood in front of them. The person who came just stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the 8 blue light blades were directly crushed by the pair of dark big hands. Hey, long time no see. After Yi Chuan crushed Grimjow's ultimate move, he grinned at him. Although his appearance had changed, through Ryatsu perception, Yi Chuan had confirmed that the alien Jillian he met when he first arrived in Hueco Mundo as a new hollow was actually Grimjow. Now the other party has been promoted to ajuches before him. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Yi Chuan laughed loudly, and then the Ryatsu around him suddenly exploded, crushing towards Grimjow. Vasto Lord. Feeling that huge Ryatsu, Grimjow felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. But the next moment he grinned again. I just wanted to see if Vasto Lord is really as powerful as the rumors say. Grimjow opened his mouth and charged a powerful zero, shooting it straight at Yi Chuan's face. However, Yi Chuan remained motionless and just waved his right hand towards the zero. Bang! Zero, who had been invincible before, suddenly deviated from his direction and exploded nearby. Is this all you're capable of? Yi Chuan smiled contemptuously at this. Hearing this, Grimjow rushed directly towards Yi Chuan in the shocked eyes of the strange fish Barnes and the red goat Perk. Looking at the leopard that was pouncing towards him with its teeth bared, he just shook his head slightly. Too weak, Yi Chuan did not draw his knife, but just waited for the right moment. The moment Grimjow pounced on him, he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the back of his neck, and lifted him up. What a weak and arrogant little kitty. Yi Chuan held him in his hand with one hand, and then the dark golden Ryatsu burst out from Yi Chuan's body, and Grimjow felt that he was wrapped in a huge Ryatsu. Then he was horrified to find that he was shrinking. Soon he became the size of an ordinary cat and was caught by Yi Chuan with one hand. This is Yi Chuan's further development of his ability, Rui. At this moment, he can not only change his own size, but also change the size of other objects and creatures. However, there is a big prerequisite. The opponent's Ryatsu must be much lower than his own. Chapter 45. Roar. Looking at the leopard king in front of him, which was the size of an ordinary cat, and was being held in his hand, and was still baring its teeth and breathing at him, Chuan suddenly felt helpless. If this happened in your previous life, I would have sent you to be sterilized. Staring at Chuan's half-smile, Grimjow suddenly felt a chill in his crotch and subconsciously tightened his legs. Grimjow, serve me as your master, and I will spare your life. How do you do that? You're delusional. If I became a Vasto Lord, I'd definitely defeat you. You're just relying on your rank to overpower me. Hearing Grimjow's words, Chuan burst out laughing. Ha! What a stubborn little cat. Apparently, Grimjow also mistook Chuan for Vasto Lord. How wonderful would his expression be if he knew that Chuan was just a Jillian at this moment. But Chuan was obviously not interested in explaining so much to him. Sizzle. A dark golden thunderball appeared on Chuan's left hand. The strange fish and the red goat beside him changed their expressions when they saw this scene. They were originally controlled by Chuan with the thunderball, and that's why they were willingly driven by him. Although it has been 3 years now, and they have truly submitted to Chuan, they still feel fear when they see the thunderball again. Woo-woo. Chuan held Grimjow's neck with his right hand and forced the thunderball into his mouth with his left hand, letting him whimper continuously. Then, looking at the unconvinced Grimjow, he slowly spoke. Kitten, I know you feel resentful that I, as Vasto Lord, have forced myself upon you. As long as you swear allegiance to me, I will give you the opportunity to continue to grow stronger. If you can defeat me one day, I will remove the lightning ball from your body, and even serve you as my master. But if you refuse, I'll have no choice but to make you a part of me. I'll only give you 5 seconds to think about it. As Chuan spoke, he gathered Zoro with his left hand and pointed it at Grimjow's head. 5, 4, 3, 2, I am willing to surrender. Just as the terrifying Zoro was about to hit his head, Grimjow finally spoke. Well, that's good. My name is Chuan. Remember my name. Come and defeat me when you feel you have enough strength. Until then, I will be your only king. Then Chuan loosened his left hand, and Zoro, who was ready to attack, suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Grimjow, who was being held in the right hand, immediately widened his eyes full of disbelief. This kind of control, how is it possible? Grimjow was shocked when he saw Chuan raise his hand to disperse the Zoro that was about to be launched. You know, the Zoro that was about to be launched was like a grenade with the pin already pulled out. It was bound to explode. If he forcibly stopped Zoro at this time, he would definitely hurt himself. However, Chuan made Zoro disappear into thin air with such ease. It was obvious that his control over his own Ryatsu had reached an extremely terrifying level. Then, Chuan casually threw Grimjow out, and the cat-sized Grimjow rolled 7 or 8 times on the desert before he could barely stand still. Click! As Chuan snapped his fingers, Grimjow found that the Ryatsu that had been suppressing his body suddenly dissipated, and he returned to his original size. Go ahead and become as strong as you can. You are still too young and immature to stand shoulder to shoulder with your king. Grimjow, who had returned to his original state, was stunned for a moment, then asked in disbelief, Are you really letting me go? Why don't you want me to take you there? Upon hearing this, Grimjow instantly released the ring and put a large distance between them. Then he turned around and found that Chuan really had no intention of chasing him, so he strode away with relief. My king, are you really going to let him go? Do you want us to get him back? The red goat Yuan Perk, whose body was burnt black by Zoro, said in a muffled voice. Bang! At this time, the strange fish rushed over and whipped the red goat's head with its tail. You idiot! The king must have his reasons for letting him go. Go chase him back. If you can beat him, then chase him. Chuan looked at the 2 funny guys under his command and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had an urge to swallow them both whole. In fact, the reason why Chuan let Grimjow leave was because, according to Ryatsu, he found that Grimjow had just been promoted to a Juches at this time and had not yet reached the strength when he appeared in the original plot. If I bring him with me so early, it will only affect his growth. After all, the void that Chuan hunts himself is not enough to eat. Does he have to share it with him? Chuan still has to give a certain amount of freedom to subordinates like this who have the ability to be promoted to Vasto Lord. Besides, there is a thunderball planted by Chuan in his body. As long as he doesn't leave Hueco Mundo, Chuan will know where he is. Whether to kill him or not is just a matter of thought. As for letting Grimjow snatch him away and then regain his freedom, That was just a pipe dream painted by Chuan. He can't even defeat Chuan, who hasn't become an Ajuchas yet, let alone in the future. Shuya Palace, located in the deepest area of the Hueco Mundo Desert. It is also the place with the richest spirit particles in the entire Hueco Mundo. The huge circular building looks like a giant stone bowl upside down in the desert. There are 4 giant pillars around the Shuya Palace that are as tall as the sky. What makes it different from ordinary palaces is that Shuya Palace has no roof. Inside the main hall of Hueco Mundo, on the highest throne sat a humanoid skeleton wearing a pitch-black robe and a golden crown. He was none other than Berrigan Luzenbairn, the current king of Hueco Mundo. Your Majesty, the great Berrigan, we have discovered traces of the female Vasto Lord again at the southern end of the Sand Sea, but she still refuses to surrender to you. And I arrogantly call you a madman who only knows how to conquer and kill. Below, an Ajuchas in the form of a half-human tiger knelt on one knee and reported to Berrigan at the top of the throne. How dare you, ignorant person, disobey the only ruler of Hueco Mundo? Punish her, defeat her. Before Berrigan could speak, the Ajuchas sitting below the throne started to speak, urging them to attack the unknown Vasto Lord. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Berrigan slowly stood up. I am Berrigan Luzenbairn, king of Hueco Mundo. I must crush these traitors. In this way, Berrigan took most of the Ajuchas and left the Palace of Night. However, when they left, they did not notice that at a corner of the entrance to the Palace of Night, a tiny centipede emerged from the sand. You're leaving now? In the distance, Chuan, who was originally devouring a group of mindless Jillians, immediately stopped what he was doing. He observed through his clone left at the gate of Siaku Palace that Berrigan led a large army out of Siaku Palace. Through Ryatsu, he sensed that there were still 63 Ajuchas left in the Kuya Palace. That's almost enough. Chuan looked quite excited. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Chuan's original plan was to wait and see when Aizen would conquer Berrigan so that he could take advantage of the opportunity. However, he didn't expect that before Aizen arrived, Berrigan lost his patience first. And the 60 or so Ajuchas that are now guarding Shuya Palace are clearly the rations for Chuan's promotion. Chuan was so excited that he laughed out loud. The strange fish and red goat on the side trembled in fear. King, what happened? At this moment, Chuan's voice came faintly. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of lightning and headed straight for Shuya Palace. He has to rush to Shuya Palace as quickly as possible to have a buffet. Chapter 46. Transforming into lightning is a method created after Chuan applied his lightning ability to ultimate and combined it with Xiangzhuan. When Chuan transforms into lightning, his speed is more than 4 times faster than when he uses all his strength to continuously perform Xiangzhuan to travel. Correspondingly, the consumption of Ryatsu increases exponentially. But at this moment, Chuan was competing with speed. He had to devour all the Minos Grande who stayed in the Shuya Palace before Berrigan returned to Shuya Palace, and use them as resources to be promoted to Ajuchas. Just like that, Chuan turned into a dark golden lightning and headed straight for Shuya Palace. Even so, it took half a day of running before we saw the palace in front of us that looked like a black dot. As the distance got closer, the small black had turned into a magnificent roofless palace. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, Chuan stopped and a tiny white centipede emerged from the sand. Then it followed Chuan's feet and climbed up to his lower back, and finally merged with the centipede armor on his back. Looking at the palace in front of him that was built entirely of huge stones, Chuan shook his head. Although he had watched it many times from the perspective of his clone, he still couldn't understand it. A palace without a roof or walls can still be called a palace. What kind of aesthetic is this Berrigan? While complaining, Chuan did not delay his business. As soon as he approached Shuya Palace, Chuan put away the lightning and activated his breath control to ultimate, and began to quietly approach Shuya Palace. As soon as they approached the gate of Shuya Palace, they found 2 Minos Grande standing guard, but their aura was obviously weaker than that of ordinary Ajuchas. They were obviously special Jillians whose bodies were disabled and fell from the rank of Ajuchas. Puff! Chuan did not hesitate. Before the 2 special Jillians discovered him, he slashed with his sword, killing them instantly. Then he activated the Soul Eater and completely absorbed them both in a few seconds. Yes, these 2 together barely equal 1 Ajuchas. After passing through the gate, Chuan began to walk into the main hall. Only then did Chuan discover that the main hall of Shuya Palace was actually composed of several towering pillars, which were nearly 1,000 meters high. This height was almost higher than all the buildings in his previous life. but it's normal when you think about it. The people living in this palace are a group of Minos Grande who are much larger than humans. It's normal for the palace to be built a little bigger. Directly in front of the main hall is a long stone staircase, and directly above the staircase is a huge throne. Chuan sensed carefully, and it seemed that all the Ajuches who were currently staying in Shuya Palace were in their respective palaces. So he quickly passed through the main hall and went to the palace where Kungsu lived in the back. In a small palace closest to the main hall, Chuan found the first lone Ajuches, which turned out to be a large green centipede. Oh, so you're also a centipede. Then you should support my cause of transcendence. Chuan swung out a thunder whip, splitting the Ajuches in half before it could react in time, and then used the Soul Eater to completely devour it. Then Chuan headed towards the hiding place of another Ajuches. In this way, without anyone noticing, Chuan killed 6 Ajuches in a short time. Soul Society, in front of the east gate of Jinglingting. What? You said Captain Aizen of the 5th Division, Captain Ikamaru of the 3rd Division, and Captain Tosin of the 9th Division all left Suriadii together? Makoto Ito looked at the burly little giant in front of him with surprise. See Danfong, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Ito Makoto confirmed again. Absolutely true. Si Danfong scratched his forehead and said in a muffled voice, okay, I understand. Makoto Ito took out a stack of Soul Society's common banknotes and handed it to Sidenfang. He happily accepted it and continued to watch the gate. Since Ito Makoto's current strength is limited and Aizen has Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand, Ito Makoto cannot guarantee that what he saw is real. It is possible that Aizen had already used Kyoka Suigetsu on him when he met him. Therefore, he needed to find someone who would not be affected by Kyoka Suigetsu and could also master Aizen's actions. The one guarding the gate, Sidenfang, is very suitable. He can observe when Aizen leaves Jinglingting, and because he is very weak, Aizen will probably not bother to use Kyoka Suigetsu on him. So, he used most of his salary as the 4th seat of the 11th Division to bribe Sidenfang. But he didn't expect that he would actually discover Aizen's movements. Makoto Ito is now the 4th seat of the 11th Division and belongs to the middle level of the 13th Division. He knows very well that Godei 13 had not assigned any tasks to these 3 people before. Therefore, it is impossible that these 3 people were dispatched for the Soul Society's mission. Combined with the timeline analysis, the only event that could cause these 3 people to be dispatched together seems to be invasion of Hueco Mundo. Aizen is here. Chuan, who was happily stealing the house while Berrigan was out, learned from the Soul Society clone that Aizen was on the way, and he immediately felt unwell. No, I have to speed up. Chuan originally wanted to defeat these Ajuches one by one and eventually devour them all, but now time does not allow it. He must take some special measures. So he went straight back to the main hall, made a series of arrangements in the main hall, and then he sat on the throne of Berrigan in a bold and grandiose manner, and then the dark golden Ryatsu shot up into the sky. At this time, the Ajuches who were hiding in their respective palaces suddenly felt that a powerful Ryatsu was rising from the main hall of the Shuya Palace, and they all ran to the main hall to check. Soon, all the voids came and saw a humanoid void covered in black with dark golden tattoos all over his body, sitting on the throne with his legs crossed and looking calm. The Ajuches sensed its terrifying Ryatsu and its almost human-like appearance, and concluded that it was a Vasto Lord, just like their Emperor Berrigan. Stranger, Lord Vasto, you dare to provoke the Palace of Night. Aren't you afraid of facing the wrath of Emperor Berrigan? An Ajuches that looked like a bullfrog bravely spoke up, trying to intimidate Chuan in the name of Berrigan. Chuan sneered and then said coldly, Berrigan? At this point, do you still expect your king, who is already in danger, to come and save you? After hearing what Chuan said, the bullfrog puffed up its cheeks and roared at him. Death to the bold usurper. The bullfrog Su opened his mouth wide at this moment, and a black and red zero was brewing. Before, he was afraid that Chuan would sit on the throne, and he had never taken action for fear of damaging the throne. Now, this rampant Vasto Lord actually offended Emperor Berrigan again and again, which was simply courting death. At the same time, the rest of the Ajuches actually began to prepare Zero, obviously wanting to kill Chuan instantly. Chapter 47. Is this your last words? What a pity. Chuan saw dozens of Ajuches charging towards him, but his face beneath the mask did not show any panic, and he continued to sit on the throne with a calm expression. Just a light snap of the fingers. Snap! In an instant, 81 dark golden lightning pillars rose from the main hall of Shuya Palace, surrounding the dozens of Ajuches. The overwhelming sea of lightning spread from the center of the main hall to the outside. Boom! The hollows that had already accumulated zero were interrupted by the power of thunder. The worst off was the bullfrog hollow that started accumulating zero at the first moment. He exploded directly under the influence of thunder and lightning, and the zero that made a huge noise exploded directly in his mouth. Oh, roar! At this moment, Chuan was like an artist appreciating his own work, with his arms open, feeling the wails of the crowd in front of him. Thunder Sea Realm. This is not over yet. With Chuan's loud shout, the power of thunder in the field surged again until it enveloped the entire Shiya Palace. Boom! After a series of loud explosions, the Shiya Palace, which was built of huge stones, was instantly reduced to ruins. Even the two giant stone pillars closest to the throne were blown to pieces. Only the throne where Chuan stood was still intact. This was the arrangement Chuan had made in advance in Shiya Palace. The Thunder Sea Realm was the most powerful and widest-ranging killing move that Chuan currently possessed. The only drawback of this tactic is that it requires advanced planning, and 81 mind seeds must be buried in the area to be released. Originally, Chuan planned to take advantage of Berrigan's absence, use his breath-concealing technique to sneak in and defeat all the voids one by one. However, upon learning that Aizen was about to arrive at Shiya Palace, Chuan had no choice but to take a risky move and forcibly use this method to kill all the Ajuches. He wants to be promoted to Ajuches in the shortest possible time. Apparently his plan was successful. Now, sensing that the vitality of the Ajuches in the Thunder Sea Realm was rapidly dissipating, Chuan seized the opportunity. Soul Eater. A huge dark golden vortex rose behind Chuan, greedily absorbing the spirit particles that continuously flowed out from the Thunder Sea Realm. So good. With the death of many Ajuches in the Sea of Thunder, Chuan absorbed a huge amount of spirit particles with his soul-eating ability. The long-lost feeling of comfort from the leap in life level came back to him. More. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge dark golden vortex behind Chuan expanded again, absorbing the massive amount of spirit particles in the field even more crazily. At this time, almost all the Ajuches level Minos Grande in the field were dead, turning into corpses waiting to be devoured by Chuan. However, the bullfrog-like Ajuches hadn't died yet. Every time its body was blasted apart by the force of thunder, it would automatically shed the damaged body and then grow a new one on top of it. However, after each regeneration, the bullfrog's body would shrink a little. I didn't think you could do high-speed regeneration. Too bad, this can't save you. Soon, the remaining Ajuches in the Thunder Sea Realm were killed by the power of thunder, and their bodies turned into nutrients and were absorbed by Chuan. Only one bullfrog, whose body had shrunk to less than half of its original size, was still struggling to hold on. Emperor Berrigan will avenge us. Bullfrog Sue struggled in the Sea of Thunder and spoke with difficulty. It's just the barking of a defeated dog. Chuan didn't care about the bullfrog's threat at all. As long as he successfully promoted to Ajuches, he was confident that he could pin Berrigan to the ground. Besides, Berrigan has been targeted by Aizen at this moment, and he is in a difficult situation. Finally, a thick arc of lightning hit his forehead, and he could no longer regenerate. His charred, headless body fell straight to the ground. Finally, it turned into wisps of pure spirit particles and was completely absorbed by Chuan. As dozens of Ajuches in the Sea of Thunder were devoured by Chuan, he finally felt full after a long time. He knew that he was about to advance. He immediately stopped suppressing it and dissolved the Sea of Thunder in front of him. With a long roar, the Ryatsu in Chuan's body reached a new height. A dark golden Ryatsu light column rose from the throne of Suyi Palace and directly broke through the sky. In the Ryatsu light column, Chuan felt that his own life form was changing, and his own body began to destroy and then reorganize. At the southern end of Hueco Mundo, on a hill, Berrigan Luzenbairn, the king of Hueco Mundo, sat on his throne of bones, looking down at the front. His pale skeleton right hand was clenched into a fist and pressed against his cheek, which was also only left with bones. He looked so calm and composed, and beside him were a group of Ajuches. Below, a humanoid figure, completely covered in white keratin, looked up at Berrigan. This hollow is very similar to a human, with short golden hair, the slender body curves of a human female, a huge bone sword connected to its right arm, and a tail shaped like a shark. Behind this void there is a void that looks like a white snake, a void that looks like a golden lion, and a void that looks like an elk. The humanoid figure looked at Berrigan on the hill and spoke slowly. "You are here again. What's the matter?" Berrigan on the bone throne is Kaido, calm and composed. "How many times do you want me to tell you this, Harabel? I don't want anyone doing anything wrong under my nose." but I still can't bear to kill you, so I'm giving you two options today. The first one, as I've said before, is to submit to me. The second rule is to disappear from my sight. However, my eyes are all over Hueco Mundo. Where can you run to? Ha ha ha. As he was speaking, Barrigan suddenly burst into laughter, and the Ajuchas beside him also laughed, their eyes full of mockery towards Haribel and his group. At this moment, an Ajuchas with a gray-black body, a serrated mouth, and two paws shaped like fish fins suddenly jumped out on its own initiative. The gray fish fin slapped Haribel's shoulder and said in a contemptuous tone, "Haribel, you're a smart man. You should know that this is the only way to go." Before he could finish his words, Haribel swung the huge bone sword in his hand and directly cut its forehead. Oh! With a cry of pain, the Ajuchas with gray-black fins fell to the ground. "Humph, you're so brave. You actually dared to hurt my subordinates in front of me. You'd better not regret it." Barrigan snorted coldly and said lightly. However, Barrigan didn't really question Haribel's actions when he injured his men right in front of him, instead letting them go without a care in the world. A strange color seemed to flicker in the skull's eye sockets, and it was unclear what the plan was. However, what neither side noticed was that on a hill in the distance, three figures wearing Captain's Haori were silently watching this place. Chapter 48. Above the throne of the Kyoyaku Palace, the dark golden Ryatsu light column still existed. Crackle, crunch. At this critical moment of promotion, there was a constant sound of bones cracking coming from it. It was Chuan rebuilding his body. This process lasted for about an hour. As time went by, the dark golden light column that shot up into the sky gradually became thinner until it finally dissipated. A burly figure slowly walked out of the beam of light. It was about 2 meters tall, with a strong build, its entire body covered in a pitch-black keratin layer, and the pale centipede armor on its back extended to its chest. The pale breastplate was covered with dark golden lines, making it look very hockey. The mask that originally covered Yi Chuan's head like a helmet revealed his head after this promotion. His short black hair fluttered in the wind, echoing his pupils that had turned black again. Yi Chuan casually swung his hands and kicked his legs. Then a strong wind whistled, blowing up a cloud of flying sand and rocks. Yi Chuan felt that his body had become more symmetrical and his limbs more flexible than before the promotion. Before Yi Chuan was still Jillian, his actual height was nearly 100 meters. The reason why he was able to maintain a human size was because he had been using his ability to reduce his size. Now that he has been promoted, he no longer needs to use Rui. His real height is now just over 2 meters. Although Yi Chuan's body has shrunk, his Ryatsu has skyrocketed again. If we say that before his promotion, his Ryatsu level was at the peak of the third-class spiritual power, in terms of the amount of Ryatsu alone, he was slightly stronger than the likes of Kamimura Sajin and Tosin, who had just appeared in the original storyline. Then, after his promotion, in terms of Ryatsu alone, he can almost be compared with the top captains of centuries-old veterans, such as Kaiaraka Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake. He is definitely a second-class spiritual power. However, at this time, Yi Chuan was just an Ajuchas, and he already possessed such a powerful Ryatsu before becoming an Arankar. It was hard to imagine how powerful Yi Chuan would become after he became a Vasto Lord, and then an Arankar. After Yi Chuan briefly familiarized himself with his new body after the promotion, he immediately turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the sky. If his guess was correct, Aizen and the other two were rushing to Shuya Palace at this moment, and he didn't want to bump into them. Sure enough, not long after Yi Chuan left, Aizen and the other two rode Shuanpa to Shuya Palace. Looking at the ruins of Kainyomia that had been ravaged by the Sea of Thunder, Ikamaru Jin asked in confusion, "The king of Hueco Mundo lives in a place like this?" At the same time, Barrigan also returned to the Kuya Palace with a large group of Ajuchas. Seeing the main hall of the Kuya Palace, which had been intact before they set out, now turned into a dilapidated ruin, Barrigan looked at the three people in front of him and roared, "You are Shinigami? You despicable invaders, how dare you destroy my palace? You deserve to die." Looking at Barrigan's frustrated look, Ikamaru Jin smiled with his eyes narrowed as usual and said, "Oh my, Captain Aizen. It seems like we're taking the blame for someone who did something bad." Aizen calmly drew out the Zanpakuto from his waist and slowly walked towards Barrigan. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Aizen Sosuke, and you are Barrigan, the king of Hueco Mundo. I'd like you to see my sword, this Kyoka Sujetsu." That was a close call. Shortly after leaving Kyoyaku Palace, Yi Chuan sensed that 3 Ryatsu were rising from the direction of Kyoyaku Palace. Although these 3 Ryatsu were well hidden, Yi Chuan possessed the ability to conceal his breath and was therefore very sensitive to Ryatsu. Moreover, these three Ryatsu are completely different from Hollow's Ryatsu. They belong to Shinigami. Did I pass by Aizen and the other two? Chuan was still quite frightened by this. Barnes, the strange fish, and Perk, the red goat, were staring blankly at the dark sky of Hueco Mundo. The king said he would be back soon, but it's been 3 days. Can we wait any longer, Perk? The strange fish was so bored that it used its ability to sway in the air, complaining to the red goat as it swam. The king said wait, so I will wait. The muffled kaido of red goat Perk. Forget it, it's pointless to tell you. The strange fish Barnes looked at the honest red goat Perk and said unhappily. Suddenly, the two hollows who were in a daze felt an extremely large Ryatsu approaching. This kind of Ryatsu is... The two Ajuchas were so frightened by this terrifying Ryatsu that they broke out in cold sweats. They even felt that this level of Ryatsu was far superior to their king. Then a golden light flashed, and in front of the two of them appeared a strange figure, Minos Grande, whose body was completely black, covered with bone armor that shone with a dark golden luster, with black eyes and black hair. On his waist was a long sword exactly the same as his king's. King, you are my king. The strange fish Barnes spoke tentatively with some uncertainty. It's me. Ah, are you really the king? The red goat Perk on the side sounded somewhat incredulous. You two losers, can't you even recognize my Ryatsu? Click. Chuan was completely unable to hold back and snapped his fingers. Sizzle. The thunderballs contained in the two Minos Grandes began to show their power, and traces of thunder power began to spread throughout their bodies. Ah, this domineering and familiar lightning strike. It must be our king. As a familiar feeling spread throughout their bodies, the two Minos Grandes finally confirmed that the extremely human-like Minos Grande in front of them was their king. After Chuan stopped his lightning strikes, the fishy Barnes immediately changed into a fawning expression. My king, congratulations on your further evolution. Obviously, the strange fish has already seen that Chuan has undergone an evolution, and his strength has therefore greatly increased. As for why the king, who was already a superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord, would evolve again, Barnes could only think of this. My king is awesome. Okay, stop flattering me. Chuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with these two idiots, so he found a secluded cave and started to familiarize himself with it. Before, because he had to leave Shuya Palace as soon as possible, he had not properly familiarized himself with the power after the advancement. The two Ajuchas stayed outside to protect him. Chuan sat cross-legged in the cave, placed the Zanpakuto across his legs, and began to relax his mind and enter his inner world. He wanted to verify his ability in his inner world. Aside from strengthening a series of existing abilities, this promotion doesn't seem to add any new special combat abilities. After Chuan's experiments one by one, he found that his abilities such as lightning flash and breath control had been enhanced to a certain extent. Now his control over the power of thunder has been further strengthened, and the biggest change is his ability to control his breath. Today's breath concealment can not only conceal Ryatsu, but can even hide the body shape. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it invisibility now. Moreover, the Ryatsu, the body shape, and all the auras are completely hidden, and during the period of invisibility, it cannot be detected by Ryatsu of any level. But this invisibility also has great limitations. For example, it can only be used once within 3 hours, and can only last for about half an hour at most. Once you mobilize Ryatsu to attack, or are attacked by others, you will become visible. This is simply the ultimate assassination and sneak attack technique. If I were to fight against someone, I could turn on invisibility and get close to him, then suddenly strike him with a thunderous blow. Wouldn't that make me invincible? This is not the end. What surprised Chuan the most was... Chapter 49. Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, suddenly felt his aura rapidly decrease, and his Ryatsu level was only half of its original level. At the same time, in Soul Society, in the 11th Division, Makoto Ito, who is the 4th seat in the 11th Division, naturally has his own single dormitory. Makoto Ito, who was also sitting cross-legged in the dormitory, suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the Ryatsu around him began to surge. In just a few breaths, he broke through from the original strong deputy captain level to the 3rd level spiritual power representing the captain level. When Zaraki Kenpachi in the 11th Division meeting room noticed this Ryatsu, he raised his lips slightly and said, "Have you become stronger again, Ito?" After a while, as Chuan's aura in the cave in Hueco Mundo began to recover, Ito Makoto's aura also dropped back to its original level of a strong vice captain. Then Chuan's eyes slowly opened, and a look of surprise appeared on his face under the mask. This is the only new ability Chuan gains after being promoted to a Juchis, Ryatsu sharing. Chuan can transfer Ryatsu between the original body and the Soul Society clone. That is, the clone can borrow Ryatsu from the original body, and the original body can also borrow Ryatsu from the clone, thereby temporarily increasing its own Ryatsu. Furthermore, the shared Ryatsu will automatically transform into the type of Ryatsu required by the other party, and there will be no side effect of virtual Ryatsu and Shinigami Ryatsu conflicting with each other. After many attempts, Chuan found that he could only lend out 50% of Ryatsu at most, while Ito Makoto, who was far away in Soul Society, could only receive about 30%. Is it because of the distance? Chuan speculated that the long distance might have caused some loss in the transmission of Ryatsu. But even if it is only 30% Ryatsu, it is enough for Makoto Ito's Ryatsu to firmly step into the captain level. On the other hand, the improvement of Ito Makoto's vice-captain level Ryatsu by 30% seems negligible for Chuan. Perhaps this ability can only be used to its full potential after the Soul Society clones have grown up. But it's enough. Now that my clone can display the strength of a captain, it's time to start my plan. Now that Aizen has just arrived in Hueco Mundo, he'll obviously be starting a lot of Arrancar experiments. It just so happens that the Palace of Night has been occupied, leaving Hueco Mundo in a different hands. Now that I'm strong enough, I can recruit more subordinates, ideally even bringing all the Espada from the original story under my wing. According to the information previously gathered by the Soul Society clone, the new batch of Hueco Mundo expeditionary forces has already arrived in Hueco Mundo. Chuan muttered to himself in the cave. Soul Society, the 11th Division Dormitory, Ito Makoto's dormitory. Am I considered cheating? Thinking of this, Ito Makoto couldn't help but chuckle. No, my Ryatsu bonus is pitifully small. It doesn't even count as a small bonus. When thinking of a certain yellow-haired cheater, Ito Makoto felt envious. Hey, Ito, you've gotten stronger again. Come over and fight me again. Just when Ito Makoto was daydreaming, Zaraki Kenpachi rushed to the door of Ito Makoto's dormitory with an excited look on his face, opened the door roughly, and demanded to fight with Ito Makoto right now. Hey, hello, Ito-chan. Kusajishi Yichiru on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder greeted Ito Makoto in a baby voice. Hey, Captain, didn't we fight the day before yesterday? My injuries haven't fully healed yet. Why don't you go find Ikaka-senpai and have a fight? Ito Makoto sighed helplessly. He had been in the 11th Division for 3 years, and during these 3 years he had fought against Madarame Ikaku and Zaraki Kenpachi countless times. Although he is still in the 4th position now, 2 years ago, he could have completely suppressed the character holding Hosokumaru without Shirkai. If it weren't for Ito Makoto's insistence on not being promoted, he would probably be the 3rd position of the 11th Division now. Ever since that time, he has been targeted by Zaraki Kenpachi, who would fight with him every now and then, and each time he would chop Ito Makoto all over his body. This time, he slightly sensed the fluctuation of Ito Makoto's Ryatsu increase and came here. Tisk, Ikaku went to practice, saying he wanted to practice Bankai. As for me, there's nothing good about practicing that. It's more fun to watch people being chopped off, Zaraki Kenpachi said with a nonchalant look on his face. Hearing this, Ito Makoto's mouth twitched. Then he glanced at Kusajishi Yichiru on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, and then stopped talking. 10 minutes later, on the 11th Division's training ground, Ito Makoto and Kenpachi Konosuba stared at each other from a distance. In the end, he still couldn't defeat Zaraki Kenpachi. If it weren't for Ito Makoto's strong request to go to the training ground, the two of them would probably have fought in the dormitory. Come on, Jien, and come on, Ito-chan. Kusajishi Yichiru, standing by, waved his fists to cheer for the two players. Captain, please give me some advice. Ito Makoto bowed towards Zaraki Kenpachi. You're always so long-winded. It's so troublesome. As soon as Zaraki Kenpachi finished speaking, he grinned and slashed at Ito Makoto with a knife in his right hand. The sealed sword, which was full of gaps, left an afterimage and chopped towards Ito Makoto's face without any rules. Call out. Ito Makoto quickly used Shuanpa to dodge. You keep running around like a loach. Can't you just stop and fight me properly? Seeing the knife miss, Zaraki Kenpachi said a little unhappy. Then a faster slash came at him diagonally. Unable to dodge, Ito Makoto had to hold the sword with both hands and forcibly block the blow. Clang, sparks flew as the weapons clashed. At the same time, Ito Makoto felt a terrifying force transmitted along the blade to the handle, which directly cracked the palm of his hand and caused blood to flow. This ordinary sword strike made Ito Makoto see the gap between himself and Zaraki Kenpachi. This sword strike has no technique. It is all about numbers. The main move is a powerful brick flying. Ito Makoto had to take a deep breath to adjust his breathing and forced himself to steady his hands that were shaking from the distance. He steadied his body and took a few steps back, then shurikai. All the demons and monsters, all the gods and saints, will turn to dust and be annihilated. In an instant, the sealed state in Ito Makoto's hand turned into a slender dark white bone blade. Annihilation God-style shock. A shock wave emanated from the pale blade, and at the same time Zaraki Kenpachi felt as if his internal organs were being violently pulled, but even so, it only slowed him down for a moment. Humph, you've used this trick so many times, I've long been accustomed to the frequency of your vibrations. Zaraki Kenpachi sneered, then continued to slash at Ito Makoto with the knife. I can get used to this. Makoto Ito suddenly felt overwhelmed. He could only mobilize all his Ryatsu and exchange a few blows with Zaraki Kenpachi. With the help of the shockwave force to relieve the force, he was able to barely withstand his terrifying strength and unparalleled Ryatsu. Second style of annihilation, breaking the forbidden. Chuan held the bone blade in his right hand and drew a circle in the air. A gray circular mist came out from the tip of the blade and rushed towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Seeing this, Zaraki Kenpachi did not dodge or evade, but took the move with his chest. Bang! The circle formed by the gray mist hit Zaraki Kenpachi's chest with a crisp sound. The aftermath of the gray mist shattered the surface of the bluestone martial arts arena, leaving cracks resembling spider webs all over it. Puff! Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but shook his head and said, Ito, you didn't use your full strength, did you? As the captain, I order you to use your full strength. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi taking his breaking ban attack and just spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ito Makoto sighed helplessly. At the same time, Chuan, who was far away in Hueco Mundo, smiled under the mask. Want to fight? I'll grant you that. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuan's aura began to drop rapidly, and soon only half of its original strength remained. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto, who was far away in Soul Society, saw his Ryatsu skyrocket, soon surpassing the limit of a vice captain and stepping into the realm of third-class spiritual power. Chapter 50. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Feeling the surging Ryatsu around Ito Makoto, Zaraki Kenpachi grinned and laughed wildly, then slashed with his knife. It was still so disorganized, but every strike contained a power that could easily ward off ghosts and gods. With the help of Sanshin Ryatsu, Ito Makoto was able to fight on equal terms with the one-handed Zaraki Kenpachi, who still had his eye patch on. Ding ding ding. Ha 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 ha. Zaraki Kenpachi was seen swinging his sword and laughing wildly. Ito Makoto concentrated on applying his Shuinpa to ultimate, and then he found an opportunity and took advantage of the gap in Zaraki Kenpachi's sword to cut his shoulder. The Annihilation God slashed his shoulder with a sword carrying the power of shock, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He just shook his shoulder and squeezed out the blade. He ignored the bleeding wound on his shoulder and stabbed Ito Makoto in the chest with a backhanded knife with a grin. Puff! Ito Makoto, who was pierced through the chest by a sword, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy shit, this isn't even a sparring match. It's clearly an attempt to kill me. Ito Makoto roared and used all his strength to grab Zaraki Kenpachi's knife-holding hand with his left hand, as well as the sealed state that pierced his chest. Second style of Annihilation God, breaking the forbidden rule. Ito Makoto endured the pain, holding the knife in his right hand and drawing circles. A thick black mist emanated from the tip of the knife. The difference from before was that with the blessing of the captain-level Ryatsu, the previous black mist circle directly turned into three. Three circles formed by black mist, linked together, attacked directly towards Zaraki Kenpachi's chest. Bang! This extremely powerful triple-breaking move hit Zaraki Kenpachi's body so hard that his chest was dented. The aftermath of the triple ban shattered the doors and windows of all the houses within a few hundred meters around the martial arts field. Even the upper half of the bluestone floor of the martial arts field, which had been treated with special technology by the Technology Development Bureau, was shattered into pieces. In order to avoid being accidentally injured, Kosajishi Yachiro, who was originally watching the game from the sidelines, ran a long distance away. Puff! Zaraki Kenpachi vomited blood and flew backwards, and the aftermath of this forbidden attack directly cracked the doors, windows, and floor of the entire training ground. In an instant, the entire training ground became dilapidated, with smoke and dust everywhere and chaos everywhere. Ha ha. Interesting. This is what makes it interesting. Zaraki Kenpachi, who had taken Ito Makoto's triple ban head-on, actually stood up with a wild laugh, as if the fatal blow had not caused much damage to him, and his originally sunken chest had strangely recovered at this moment. Not only that, he also pulled off the eye patch on his right eye. Under the eye patch, there was a mouth. It was obvious that the eye patch was devouring his Ryatsu every moment. The moment the blindfold was removed, a terrifying Ryatsu rose from his body. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi casually swung his right hand holding the sword, and a terrifying golden sword pressure split a nearly 100-meter-high building outside the training ground into two. Seeing this scene, Ito Makoto was a little confused. After fighting with Zaraki Kenpachi so many times, this was the first time he was forced to take off his blindfold. This can only be fought if the main character comes in person. Now, after seeing Zaraki Kenpachi's horror with his own eyes after taking off the blindfold, he couldn't help but ask himself, how on earth did Shirkai Ichigo, a newcomer to Soul Society, manage to defeat this pervert? Ito Makoto took another deep breath to regulate his breathing, and at the same time used his own Ryatsu to squeeze the wound on his chest, forcing the penetrating wound to heal temporarily. At the same time, he performed Shuanpa and moved around the training grounds, always keeping a certain distance from Zaraki Kenpachi. At the same time, he muttered, "Mask of flesh and blood, the myriad forms, the one who flaps his wings and crowns the name of man. Chariot of thunder, cracks in the spinning wheel. This thing gathers light and splits into six, carving the white twin lotuses on the wall of blue fire, waiting in the abyss of fire in the sky." Bakudo number 61, Six-Staff Light Prison. Instantly, a square beam of 6 paths emitting dazzling white light appeared on Zaraki Kenpachi's body, completely restraining him. TSK, such a trivial trick. Zaraki Kenpachi let out a long roar and pushed his arms outwards with all his strength. Crash! The 6-rod light prison shattered with a sound. Oh my god, is this true? This scene made Ito Makoto's eyes water. He had thought about Zaraki Kenpachi perverting, but he had never thought it could be perverted to this extent. It directly stretched out the 6-staff light prison that he had fully chanted with the captain-level Ryatsu. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi swung his sword again. Seeing the sealed state coming towards him, this sword seemed ordinary, but it had the power to collapse mountains. Ito Makoto had no choice but to take it. Annihilation God 3. But just as the sword was about to hit Ito Makoto, Zaraki Kenpachi stopped the sword in his hand. "Forget it, I won't fight anymore. If you chop me with this knife, you'll die." Boring. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly stop, Ito Makoto finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really wasn't sure if he could block the next blow. Then the Ryatsu emanating from Ito Makoto's body instantly dropped, returning to the level of a strong vice-captain. Far away in Hueco Mundo, Chuan's Ryatsu rapidly recovered. After the battle, Ito Makoto first skillfully used kaido to stop the bleeding from the penetrating wound on his chest, and then took out the gauze he had prepared in advance and simply treated his wound. Only then did he dare to relax the muscles that were originally squeezed by Ryatsu, and immediately blood flowed from the wound, staining the gauze red in an instant. If you ask why Ito Makoto is so skilled, it is of course because he was forced to do it. He gets injured every time he fights Ikkaku or Zaraki Kenpachi, and since he doesn't have the original high-speed regeneration, he can only teach himself kaido skills to help him recover as quickly as possible. With his current kaido level, he could probably go straight to the 4th squad as a medical sergeant. Ignoring the severe pain in his body, he looked at Zaraki Kenpachi, who was also covered in wounds but still standing upright. "Captain, do you need me to help you with your wound?" "It's just a minor injury. There's absolutely no need for that." Zaraki Kenpachi scoffed and shook his head, turning around and preparing to leave. Yachiru, who was standing by, jumped onto Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulders again and said to Ito Makoto in a baby voice, "Thank you, Ito-chan. I haven't had so much fun fighting in a long time. By the way, the training ground is damaged again. I'd like to trouble you to go to the 1st Division and apply for funds to repair the training ground. Thank you for your hard work, Ito-chan." Hearing this, Ito Makoto's expression was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten 3 dead flies. "I'm going again." My mind instantly recalled Chojiro's disgusted expression when I went to apply for maintenance funds several times before, and I could only sigh helplessly. Zaraki Kenpachi took a few steps in the distance when he suddenly realized his vision was blurry and he was a little unsteady. Looking down, he saw that he had too many untreated wounds and blood was seeping all over the floor. It was obvious that he had lost too much blood, so, He turned around and went back to Ito Makoto. I've changed my mind. You should handle it for me. Ito Makoto. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.